The world lies in ruins. The comrades with whom he fought shoulder to shoulder and spared no expense have perished at the clutches of monsters. The 10 great knights who once defended the continent have exhausted all their mana and vitality. The polluted lands are filled with nothing but death and despair. It can all be described as a tragedy caused by a single villain. A king of demonic beasts named Gluttony? The king recognizes the power of the brave warrior standing before him, but adds that this man is not strong enough to reach his life. However, the warrior has no intention of backing down. He boldly rushes forward to attack the giant monster. Activating Lightning Blast, he unleashes all his fury on the beast, but not enough to topple the king now. The monster rattles, demanding that the warrior kneel and surrender. The warrior responds with crushing blows with his hardened battle weapon. He screams that he will never surrender and will fight to his last breath. Gathering all his strength, he delivers the most powerful blow, the Meteor Blast. The beast staggers back. The warrior scornfully remarks that his opponent is making too much noise. The demonic beast is defeated, and there is finally silence on the battlefield. The warrior realizes that his own life hangs in the balance. The world is cruel and merciless. He takes out a glowing healing crystal and applies it to his wounds, hoping it will help. But he soon realizes that the mana is not enough to heal him. The warrior reflects on how his life has gone downhill from the beginning. Mana training methods are only available to a select few, famous knights and aristocrats. He was left with a path of trial and error. That's how he accumulated his experience. When he reached the pinnacle of the art of chivalry, it seemed to him that all the difficulties were over. But it was only the beginning. Now he is tormented by regret. He realizes that if he had started with the right mana training methods, perhaps he could have protected the continent, or even saved everyone. Wounded, he realizes that his mana reserves are running low. The Demon King Gluttony was monstrously powerful, but it was only a captain of the 7th Army Corps. How powerful were the other captains? Alone on the battlefield, he suddenly hears someone's voice calling his name. The warrior turns around. Who could it be? He sees the Emperor of the Sword, Esgard von Valentia, who asked if he was still alive. The Emperor stated that he was, alas, already at death. The old man said before he passed away, he would like to ask one question. The Emperor asked why the warrior did not flee the battlefield. The warrior asked, why would the Emperor ask such a question? Esgard von Valentius said that he had heard that the warrior was born into poverty. Did he not have something to protect? The Emperor said the warrior must have suffered for a long time. The warrior thought, he had always been curious about what old men talked about before they died. The old man asked what the warrior was thinking about now. The interlocutor replied that he didn't like to look weak. The warrior added that a real man should keep his head held high and despise desertion. The Emperor laughed out loud. The warrior stated that the old man had the strength left to laugh. The warrior said the old man had convinced him, and he would believe in his talent. Pride helped him become one of the 10 great knights. The Emperor said when the warrior returned, let him seek him out. The man asked, how do you understand that? The Emperor said that of course he would not believe this hero if he just showed up at his door. Therefore, one must remember one of the Emperor's secrets. The Emperor said that his unborn daughter's name is Lily, after her parents' favorite flower. The warrior didn't understand a thing, who he was talking about. The old man added, though he didn't like the flower that much. But this is the most important part of the secret. He must remember it. The old man said out of his last strength to let the man find him as quickly as possible. The warrior looked at the old man and didn't understand what he meant. He was losing consciousness. Is he dead? The man thought, this room looks familiar to him. Can dead people dream too? The boy thought he was seeing the same dream again. Even after death, he has to watch it again. The guy is not let go by his painful past, in which he caught his sister's death and the theft of her body. The man recalls when his sister died, those people broke in. One of the imposters said it was Arena who hid the gold ring. When he thinks about it, he starts to boil. The boy remembered that he was the one who hid the ring. At that moment, the sister covered the child and got hit by these 2 scoundrels. These scoundrels burst into the room and said that because of this ring, the wolf almost killed them. That's why the girl needs another beating, so she won't make any more mistakes. One of those scoundrels kicked his sister and told her to wake up. How dare she sleep? The boy was on death's doorstep for days. His sister didn't attend to her wounds and spent all her time looking after the child. That's how she died. These people, they noticed the girl was dead. She couldn't have died from that kick. The kid was angry. Those bastards realized the girl was dead, but they didn't care. The kid realized they would take her body anyway. Ruthless scoundrels. The men began to reason. What would they do with this body? They thought about selling her body for organs. They wanted to make a nice profit. The little boy heard all this and cried. He regretted that he couldn't protect his sister. The child forced himself to move. It was hard for him to do so. He ordered himself to move. At some point, the child noticed that he had succeeded. Some unreal force appeared in his hands. It was a burst of powerful energy. In the same instant, the child jumped up and jumped at those rascals. He shouted for them to stop immediately. The boy pushed the men away and wrapped his arms around his sister's body. The men were bewildered. The young man's eyes glowed with hatred. The child looked at these men with exasperation. He was ready to defend his sister's body. The scoundrels thought that the young man had lost his mind because of his sister's death. One of the scoundrels became enraged and decided to teach the youngster a lesson. The other scoundrel got involved and they told the kid to go away. They were going to beat the boy up. After beating the kid properly, they called him names and told him that he could stay with his body as long as he wanted. The boy hugged his sister's body and felt that something incredible was happening. He had this strange energy in his hands again. He noticed that it was different before. The girl was lying there and didn't move. There were abrasions on her body. This dream the little one had had time and time again, but now the ending was different. The little one didn't understand how it had suddenly happened. His hands continued to glow and emit incredible energy. That time, he couldn't even use mana. What had happened to him then? The warrior remembered Emperor Esgard von Valentia's words. When he returned, he should look for him. Had he really brought him back to the past? Was all of this really happening to him in reality? The young man was very surprised. Could he really change the future? The kid thought again. He couldn't even use mana that time. The kid thought, this old man, if he sent him to the past, he could have done it a couple days earlier. Why at this particular moment? The kid noticed that his body was very weak. The boy thought that he had no reason to be angry. The Sword Emperor himself wasn't sure of his strength. The kid thought he had a chance to say goodbye to his sister. The kid remembered that he had not gotten such an opportunity in his previous life. The boy remembered the Emperor's words again. He must find him as soon as possible. The child, crying, thought that the Mecha Emperor should wait for him for a while, but he would surely track him down. The baby thought that once he had dealt with what he had to deal with, he would immediately rush to find the Emperor. He must deal with the villain who killed his sister, the wolf. In his previous life, he had a hard time dealing with him. This time, the kid thought he'd get his revenge on the wolf, and that revenge would be the cruelest. The boy remembered that he had a priority that he had to fulfill right now. The boy and his sister had somewhere to be, a local cemetery located somewhere in the mountains. The kid knew that Irina was not his direct relative. They both happened to have dark hair, which was in itself a great rarity on this continent. Black was considered the color of bad luck. Therefore, it was shunned and poisoned by many. The boy thought that to this girl, he reminded her of the little brother she had lost. She gave him the name Tiny and cared for him like a sibling. He couldn't believe that he would have to bury her without repaying her for all the good she had done for him. The priest read a prayer and called for prayers for Sister Irina's eternal rest. The baby was very upset and depressed. Those around him thought the baby was not himself. Irina's friend Emma realized that this was all happening to the young boy because of his sister's death. Emma saw how upset the little boy was. The girl was amazed at what she saw. The child was eating sitting next to his sister's body. Emma couldn't understand. Did he really have the power to eat in front of the dead Irina? The girl looked at the baby and her surprise was unbounded. The wounds of this baby were absolutely all gone. What's going on? The baby picked up his sister and carried her. Emma asked where he was taking her. The baby said he was fine. The girl became alarmed, not fine at all. Why is the boy carrying his sister's body? Emma asked the kid, why is he ignoring her? I mean, she was his sister's close friend. The kid thanked Emma for the food she had brought him. The kid said that he would definitely repay the girl for her help. Emma tried to stop the kid, but he didn't listen to her. Standing in the cemetery, Emma thought that this little boy had arranged such a funeral for his sister. The little boy stood at the funeral and was sad. His face was pensive. Emma wondered what was going on in his head. The young boy thought of his sister, the only way he could repay her for her kindness. The little boy thought that there was no reason to blame himself and stand there, eyes downcast. His sister would be against it. Irina had told the boy to always keep his head held high. Never be ashamed of anything and look forward. The girl never stopped repeating that to her brother. The little boy looked at his sister for the last time. He raised his head to the sky and looked up. The boy asked Irina to watch over him from the sky. This time, in this life, the boy would have nothing to regret. A month had passed since the funeral of the young man's sister. The young man got ready to hit the road, saying he was ready to go forward. Toward the little boy came those two rascals. They said that a tax collector was about to come to them. The young man looked at the two men with a glare and asked if the wolf was there. One of the men said, "How dare the boy say the wolf's name out loud?" The man swung around and wanted to slap the child. The boy intercepted his hand and turned it aside. The man was surprised. The boy asked why he couldn't say his name and pressed down hard on his hand. The man cried out loudly in pain. The hand instantly turned red. Judging from the swelling that formed, it was a fracture. The man fell to his knees and screamed that his arm hurt very badly. The other man wondered, why is this kid acting like this? And moved towards the child to deal with him. The scoundrel was about to beat the kid up and started yelling at him. The villain thought, even though he's a kid, it won't stop him. The villain wanted to lift the kid up and throw him far away. He couldn't do it. No matter how much the man tried, he failed. It seemed to him that the boy weighed like a huge piece of iron. The child, smiling, said he was heavier than he looked. He was now being overwhelmed by tremendous strength. The boy kicked the villain with all his might. The warrior thought that everything was fine. His mental body is in place. In his past life, it was in the wrong position, from which discord was occurring. The secret of the secret technique that Tiny invented is that he uses two bodies to amplify himself multiple times. By perfectly combining a body composed of mana and his own body, the effects of this secret technique were very good. In order to stay in shape, it was important to eat well. Emma helped a lot in this case. He consumed a very large amount of food. The guy thought that by creating a manatello this time, he realized the reason why it turned out badly in his previous life. It is easier for the newly awakened mana in the chosen body to take the right place. The man didn't understand what the boy was saying. The little boy fell upon the villain and grabbed his leg. The young boy, holding the villain by the leg, untwisted him and threw him far away from him. The lad said he was grateful to them for beating him to a pulp. The kid went into the inn and knocked down several people on the way. Everyone was outraged. The men in the inn jumped up from their seats and thought they had an intruder. Looking at the little boy, everyone thought, "Who is this?" The little boy stood and smiled. They recognized him. They said it was the beggar. The child stood boldly surrounded by grown men. His whole body glowed and studied the energy. Many were surprised that this boy had come alone. One man asked what the child hoped for by showing up here unarmed. The little boy asked what made the man think he didn't have a weapon, and grabbed the man also by the leg and untwisted him. The boy showed his fist and said, "That's his weapon." The boy, using his unreal strength, beat all the men in the inn. The defeated men were lying all over the floor. The furniture was all broken. After dealing with them, the kid said he was done with the pawns. Looking up, the kid said the only ones left were the Randers brothers. One of the brothers grabbed his saber, letting the kid know that he wasn't going to be taken so easily. He said he's a very brazen kid. He was about to cut him in two. The kid, smiling, waved his finger down at these brothers. One of the brothers said that this kid is using mana. The other brother agreed and said that the corpse of the mana wielder could be sold at an inflated price. We should take advantage of that. The brothers drew their blades and jumped down to the young man, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible. The boy took hold of the leg of one of the men lying next to him and said he had come to no avail. One of the warriors present in the inn wondered, was the child really using the man as a weapon? The man said to the boy not to look like a madman and behave in a much more honorable manner. The young boy asked the warrior how he could do that. The man said, instead of using such cruel methods, the boy should learn martial arts. The kid asked if maybe he should already have a noble fight right now. The child adopted a fighting stance and began to dodge the blows of the Randers brothers, who wanted to strike him with their blades. The boy was very skillful in evading the attacking enemy. He dodged and moved like a butterfly. The men thought the child could anticipate their movements. When the wars were exhausted, the child went on the attack and, using the art of hand-to-hand combat, began to beat his opponents. The unfortunate brothers flew all over the inn. The child did not leave them for a second. The little warrior caught up with his opponents and dealt them powerful blows. The leader of the invaders, the wolf, appeared in the inn. The man wondered who was making a commotion there. The warrior remembered that in his past life, he was greatly surprised. A wolf led an outlaw lifestyle in a remote territory. This wolf turned out to be not a human, but a beastman, whose race was considered one of the strongest. This silver wolf was even a special creature among the beastmen. Such characteristics were only displayed by the direct descendants of the imperial werewolf family. The warrior never understood why someone so famous would live in a place like this. In his previous life, the warrior had barely managed to destroy him, so he had no time to ask. This time, the warrior decided to beat up the wolf and elicit everything he wanted. The wolf was surprised and asked why the child did it. The boy smiled and asked, "What is there to be confused about? Does the wolf not want these words to be his last?" The wolf got angry and said that there was an arrogant child standing in front of him. He was going to tear his throat out. The child calmly replied that that was where their conversation should have started. The wolf turned into a beastman and prepared to attack the boy. The child was not afraid and moved towards the enemy. The child got closer to the beast and was surprised. "What's the matter?" he thought. The boy asked, "Why isn't the wolf's fur silver? Maybe it's not real." The child said, "Maybe it's not a beastman but an ordinary dog." The wolf was very offended at being called a dog. He growled and her eyes sparkled. No one had ever insulted him like that before. The little guy asked what was even going on here. Who was he going to have to fight now? The wolf swung at the kid and wanted to tear him with its claws. The young boy easily dodged it, but he thought that this wolf was stronger and faster than the Randers brothers. The kid kept dodging the animal. The wolf could do nothing to the young boy. The boy thought that this wolf was weaker now than the one in his past life. At one point, the young boy used his mana to grab this animal by the nose and asked, "Did he really come back for such a pathetic sight?" The wolf whimpered. The child tossed that beast man far aside. The animal growled and grabbed its nose. It was bleeding. The young boy remembered how his fellow beastmen had once told him. The beastman had promised to teach him how to deal with members of his race when they fell into madness. The boy gave the beastman a good beating. The animal could not strike the child a single blow. The child beat the wolf very badly and did not leave a mark on him. Continuing to beat this beast, the young boy said that this was the best cure for dog rabies. The defeated wolf fell on its back and raised its paws up. The kid said not to let it die yet. The child pounced on this beastly beast with renewed vigor, cajoling that he was just starting his business. Silver Wolf thought that the beastmen could be treated more roughly. Beastmen have excellent regeneration abilities. At some point, a crack formed in the wall, and a secret door appeared behind the wall. The beastman began to calm down and come to his senses. He began to look like a human again. The child looked at the frightened wolf and asked if he had come to his senses yet. The man asked fearfully, "What is this boy doing here? What does he want?" The child shouted, "That's enough." He didn't feel like continuing this conversation any longer. This time it wouldn't end with the wolf's spine broken. The wolf asked, "Was the young boy going to beat him up again?" The boy said to the wolf, vividly begging for his sister's forgiveness. The boy lifted his head up and said he hoped it would help his sister calm down. At his feet lay the defeated beastman. The little boy said he really wanted to wring that beastman's neck. The beastman lifted his head up and said that he was very sorry for Miss Arena, and he apologizes to her. The beastman got down on all fours and began to wail that he was sorry, and he would never do it again. The boy said he really wanted to chop the beast into pieces and bring those pieces to his sister's grave. The beastman wailed that he was asking for forgiveness. The wolf was mad with fear and kept muttering that he was sorry for Miss Arena, and he was sorry for what he had done. The boy said that his sister wouldn't want to face that monster in the afterlife. The kid continued while he was beating the wolf. He should answer him the question, why do beastmen live in places like this? The kid noticed a red stone that lay not far from the wolf. He had never found such a stone in his previous life. The child picked it up. In the same instant, the image of a wolf shifter formed over the kid. The young man thought it was demonic energy. The kid decided that it had to be used to his advantage somehow. The warrior asked the girl what she wanted to show him. The girl replied, "The mystical creatures that dwell here." Mystical creatures, these are creatures that came into existence as their bodies accumulated mana over the course of several centuries. The young man said he didn't know they lived outside of Elfheim. The warrior said that spirits were a rare phenomenon. The girl asked, why does he call the souls of animals spirits? Tiny said, although he is not a spirit mage, he knows about them. The girl asked, then maybe he knows what the essence of a spirit is? She would be interested to hear from him. Tiny saw the girl's spirit stone and remembered that he had seen the same one when he had fought a wolf. The boy then also thought, where could that wolf have gotten such a precious object? This stone was in a strange state. Why would a spirit stone contain the energy that was peculiar to demonic beasts? The boy then decided that he needed to get rid of it first. After getting rid of it, the young boy saw that the free spirit of the silver wolf appeared in front of him. The little guy couldn't understand what was happening. Someone had pounced with a weapon in their hands on that wolf. It was the spirit's memory. Some suspicious people surrounded him. They were all using demonic energy. The wolf was covered in wounds but continued to resist. The wolf was defeated and fell down, bleeding. These men pounced on him and started slashing him. The boy realized that these men had come for the spiritual stone. Among them was a child who had been given the stone. Who was this child? These scoundrels are trying to absorb the spirit stone to create a beastman. That child was a wolf. The little kid turned to the wolf. He asked, "Did someone create him?" The wolf, like a small child, kept repeating, "I'm sorry, Miss Serena." In this life, the boy had come too soon, and the wolf had not fully absorbed the spirit stone. The child holding the spirit stone in his hand stopped the silver wolf. The beastman continued to kneel down and apologize. The boy told the silver wolf that the wretch should suffer properly before dying. The child was surprised that the silver wolf understood him. He didn't know he was predisposed to spiritual magic. The girl asked Tiny if he wanted to know if a person could become a spiritual magician. It was possible if he had a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. The girl added that only children are innocent enough for such a thing. The boy recalled that Astina had said something like that. After all, he was just a child right now. The wolf thought that the boy was not innocent at all. The silver wolf nuzzled his nose into the child's head. They could be friends. The silver wolf explained to the baby what had happened to him. When the kid removed the spell, his mana flowed into that spirit stone. The mana filled all its chips, and that's why they understand each other. The silver wolf said they could now boldly make a pact between them. The boy agreed and held out his hand. Spirits don't need constant attention like mages. As long as mana supports their existence, they will help. Most spirits grow stronger to match their mage. That's why Astina, one of the 10 great knights. The silver wolf growled. The boy asked, he must have some kind of request? The little boy looked into the beast's eyes and realized that he was asking for revenge for him. The little boy said, it was very simple. He was going to kill anyone connected to demons anyway. The last step in making a pact with a spirit was to agree on the rules of coexistence. Kid thought about what to name his new partner. The boy stroked the silver wolf, shook his paw, and decided that he would choose a name he liked. The boy looked up at the sky, saw the glowing moon, and decided he would name the beast Moonwolf. The beastman continued to stand on all fours and beg for forgiveness. The child thought, what to do with him? He couldn't believe that someone had created a beastman using a spirit stone. Judging from the fact that they had demonic energy, it had to be the followers of a demon, fanatics who had renounced the goddess and worshipped a race of demons. The boy thought that they had caused a lot of trouble even before the demon king's army came, but he had been in the maze then, so he didn't know the details. The boy kicked the beastman with his foot, telling him to stop wailing, and asked if the demon's followers had given him the spirit stone. The wolf answered nothing, but continued to apologize. The little boy thought that this wolf was completely out of his mind. The silver wolf shouted for the beastman to regain consciousness, and answered the questions. The beastman woke up, saw the silver wolf in front of him, and was terrified. The little one asked where those who had given him the spirit stone were. The beastman said that there are many of them. It is a whole organization. The child asked, where is this organization and what does it do? Beastman cried. He was very scared. He couldn't say a word. He needed to calm down. Beastman said they would not let them go. He was just a test subject. They are extremely strong. The young man read a spell from the beastman exploded. The beast fell down. Its head was missing. The young man thought that a spell had worked on him to keep him from blabbing too much. He seemed to have heard something like that in a past life. Tiny remembered the beastman saying the organization would come after him. It seemed to him that the Zaverlude was talking about his subordinates left on the first floor. In his past life, they didn't even know that the wolf was a beastman. The young man had spoken to the human then. The kid said then that he wasn't the type to ponder. The kid, looking at the crack in the wall, thought that something else entirely was important right now. The kid wondered if they should give back what he had taken. The kid threw the body of the beastman back into the wall. The beast lout broke through the wall, and the kid saw that behind the wall was the door of some sort of safe. The boy thought that the Sword Emperor could use the information he got here. He decided to tell him about it when he had the chance. The boy looked at this safe. Let's see what's inside. The boy brought the hand of the defeated wolf to the glowing element on the door of the safe. The door was activated and the young man entered. The safe contained gold, diamonds, and a lot of other things. The kid decided to bring a gold ring with him, just in case. It was the Valencia family ring, a ring of indescribable beauty. The girl asked the boy what his name was. The child looked at the girl and her companion in armor and said his name was Tiny. The girl said the boy had a charming name and took a gold ring off his finger. The girl gave the ring to the boy and told him to look for her later. Then she could help him. After all, he would know who she was, wouldn't he? Anyone in the kingdom of Aslan knew her. The little boy looked at the gold ring given to him. Chloe von Valentia, the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor. 6. This girl is known for her good deeds, for which she was nicknamed an angel. She has now reached the age of 16. She has become an adult. The Valentia family has a tradition at this age of touring their estates. It's also a tradition to bring flowers to each temple and introduce themselves. That's why they met in the Red Light District, described in documents as the most remote place in the duchy. In his past life, the boy did not return the ring as he took his revenge later. Because of this, it was harder for him to gain support. Tiny decided that this time would be different. With the ring, it would be easier to face the Sword Emperor. The Silver Wolf and the little guy had been waiting for him for a long time. They were already very nervous. The baby smiled and said that they would definitely be on time. He was grabbed by his legs and unwound. It was immediately noticeable. The people looked at the result of the massacre and decided that it was the work of the Mana owner. The man couldn't believe that a child had turned the place upside down. Everyone had explained to him that he had. They hoped to sort it out in a flash with his help. The armor warriors said it was their own fault, and now they want him to clean up their mess. The armored warrior pushed one man with his foot and said, "This is how a wolf watches his subordinates." The man was the captain of the guards of the outer fortress of Fields, Remdarn. Rem thought this could be used as an excuse to raise their tax. A little boy came out of the room. Everyone started shouting that it was him and pointing fingers. The men were yelling that the kid was making a mess. Ram asked, "Does the boy even realize what he's done here?" The kid said he was just dealing with the brigands. "Why did Mr. Knight come here?" The boy said he thinks the wolf pays them well, and they're trying to earn their money. Captain Ram of the guard said the boy has no sense of fear at all. The man lashed out at the child in anger and shouted that this boy dare not talk to him like that. The kid, looking at this warrior's hand burning with tension, thought that he was a mana wielder who hadn't even reached the second level. The kid slapped the guard captain's hand. The man felt the kid's power. Tiny decided that he could overpower this guard captain now. The kid jumped up and hit this guard captain several times. The man didn't expect that. The boy thought that this time could be limited to just a show of strength. The young boy thought that it was not worth to antagonize Lord Filch yet, so he decided not to punish this captain much. The kid was just evading attacks and thought that he had a lot of knights serving him. The kid decided to make this captain of the guard himself decide to retreat. The kid was elusive but would show aggression when necessary. The captain of the guard decided to use a new move and see how the kid could respond to this strike. The man was startled. He saw the spirit of a silver wolf near the young man. Where did the spirit come from? The guard captain and the silver wolf looked into each other's eyes. The wolf's eyes were glowing like a predator's. The boy noted that the guard captain was frightened. In such a tiny room, it was impossible not to notice a spirit. The kid said if he calmed down a bit, they could talk. The kid said to keep him honest. He doesn't care what happens here as long as he gets paid money. The captain asked what the boy was implying. The kid said he was willing to give him money instead of the wolf. The people around listened to the little boy's offer. The captain laughed. For him, it was an unexpected offer from the kid. The man asked how old the kid was. He appealed to the little boy with magic. The toddler said that magic had nothing to do with it. The local land, it's his home. He is known to many of the invaders because of his dark hair. The captain said he was willing to consider the boy's offer, but would he have 5 gold yangs? The little boy asked if he had overestimated the amount. He was overvaluing himself. The kid started to haggle. He said the captain was probably given 1 yang. He offered 1.5. The captain shouted in anger. He disagreed. Tiny said, "In that case, he is ready to fight. Here and now." The man was discouraged. The captain turned around and thought the world was rolling into an abyss. He couldn't believe a child could talk like that. The boy wouldn't stop. He wanted to hear what the guard captain's answer would be. The captain of the guard agreed, but said the kid had to pay him on time. The lodgers were frightened. Would Mr. Rem really just walk away like that? Rem told the man to shut his mouth. He already had other priorities. The kid tossed the promised money to the guard captain. The man received the promised fee. Tiny said since the head of this place had changed, he should introduce himself to Lord Phillies. The child asked to arrange this meeting for him. The captain of the guards said he would convey the young man's request to the Lord. And the lad must keep in his mind, if he does not pay the tax on time, he will know the Lord's fury. The lad saw the captain of the guard leaving the room. The deactivated bullies continued to lie in the room. Kid smiled and thought that perhaps the next tax collection would not take place at all. Tiny called out to the three men and asked where they were going. The boy gave them exactly 1 hour. They must round up the whole gang and move all the women working for them here, and all the beggars. For every minute they're late, he'll kill one of them. The young man said if they tried to escape, his spirit would figure them all out and destroy them. The kid reminded them that they only had 1 hour. The men rushed to carry out the command. The boy thought that if everything went according to plan, he would be done in less than a week. The young man was looking forward to meeting Duke Valentius. Not an hour later, the messengers returned. They said they'd gotten everyone together in time. The child was satisfied. Many people stood before the boy. His sister's friend Emma rushed to the young man. The girl asked in horror what had happened to his arm. Had the wolf beaten him again? The child said it was not his blood. The wolf was dead, and showed the girl the body of the beastman. The girl went up to the decapitated body and said, "This is really a wolf." The people began to worry. What should they do? Lord Phil's won't be happy. He wouldn't let it go. The little boy could see that everyone was frightened. Everyone knows Lord Phyllis had custody of that wolf. We had to calm people down. People thought the Lord would turn his anger on them, using the fact that they went against him as an excuse. The kid said rebellion was a terrible crime. What will become of Lord Phil's if it turns out he was deceiving Duke Valencia? The guards say they haven't seen Sir Ram lately. He's probably on vacation right now. Turns out, because of what happened at the invaders, they put him on probation. The guard said he heard about a fight a band of outlaws got into, and then they saw a monster. Everyone replied that they met a huge monster wolf that was chasing them. The former gang leader was so mutilated that he was unrecognizable. And all his money then seemed to vaporize. The safe was empty. The guard asked what this had to do with Captain Ram. Seems he's having trouble talking to the new ringleader. Visitors are sending complaints since all the establishments are closed. Another guard complained that the town hasn't been profitable at all lately, so the Lord is very upset about it. The guards thought that was why the Lord had summoned the new gang leader to him. The boy stood around the corner and heard all this. The guards couldn't remember what the new gang leader's name was. What would happen to Lord Phyllis if it turned out he'd been deceiving Duke Valentius? The boy posed the question to those present. Emma asked Tiny what he was just talking about. Tiny thought that all the aristocrats were still the same as they appeared to him in his past life. Personally, he found nothing, checking the ledger. The Lord offered the young man half of the wolf's wealth for the book, and the chance to lead a couple friends away from the invaders. Right now, however, he had other priorities. The young man didn't consider himself the smartest man, but the life of a knight had helped him understand a few things. There is always a hierarchy among aristocrats. Tiny thought that thanks to this, the Lord would be finished. The boy told Emma meaningfully that she didn't have to understand everything. That wasn't what was important right now. The boy told those present, what matters now is that the wolf won't bother them anymore. They are all free. The girls couldn't believe their ears. Are they really free now? This child, their savior. The boy pointed to the wolf's body and said they had one last chance to take their anger out on him. Emma decided that she would not miss this opportunity. The girl ran up to the wolf's body, kicked him with her foot and told him he was a scoundrel. And that's what he should do. The girl shouted that she was the daughter of a successful merchant. This wolf had destroyed her family. The other women rushed to the wolf and screamed for him to burn in hell, and they wanted revenge for the friends he had beaten to death. The women screamed furiously and kicked the body of the beast man with their feet. He didn't care anymore. The kid thought he was bad at comforting. Kid knew it wasn't his style to repay debts like that. Besides, it wouldn't be enough to heal all their wounds. Tiny told his subordinates to get the safe out and put it in the middle. The kid opened the safe and everyone saw that there was gold, diamonds stored inside. The baby said that all the women could take as much treasure as they could carry. The child thought that money was the best way to comfort. It all belonged to the wolf. The boy said that those he forced to stay here should take that money and leave. The women couldn't believe it. Was the boy really giving them money? Emma asked, "What about Tiny? He needs money too." The boy said he was fine. He had set aside the amount he needed. Emma wasn't sure if the kid understood because of his age, but there wasn't a person in the world who couldn't use the extra money. The toddler asked if Emma knew where the money came from. What information does she have? Kid said he wouldn't need that much. He had never seen so many coins. The girls looked at the young man and thought he was very kind to them. The boy said that he had something to say to the girls. Everyone listened to him carefully. Tiny said if they did something bad to embezzle everything, or told the Lord about the money, they would be in trouble. The little boy showed everyone his friend the silver wolf. Everyone was terribly frightened. The child added, in that case, his wolf friend would tear everyone to pieces. Tiny told the girl that if Emma planned to leave Fields, he recommended that she head for Dion. We have to move in groups, and the guild would have to hire a mercenary. The girl asked, why do they have to leave? What will happen to the little boy? The boy said he still has a job to do. The girl said the boy is strong and can take care of himself. They will do as he said. The girl said they will go to Dion and asked the boy to visit her whenever he wanted to take a break. The boy thanked Emma. From that day on, the red light district in Fields was closed for business. The guards still couldn't remember the name of the new gang leader. A young man appeared in front of them and said his name was Tiny. The men were surprised to see the kid. How long has he been here, they asked. The guards said that a lord and his liege lived here. Commoners like the child should not walk here. The second guard asked how the boy knew the gang leader's name. The boy said because the new gang leader is him. And the guards saw the spirit of his silver wolf. The men got very scared and screamed. Kid thought from now on, wherever he goes, the same reaction awaits him. The Grand Master of the Knight Order of Phillies, Cran, said that he had heard about the young man from Rem. But the young man is considerably younger than he had imagined. Tiny asked if it was customary here to make guests stand while a man examined them. Cran got angry and told the young boy to watch his language. The boy said he could advise his interlocutor to do the same. There was no need for him to act like he was more important than the Lord. The boy added that he is a guest in this house. Yet at that, Cran tries to raise his sword at him. One would expect nothing more from a man with such a past. And he adds that he thinks Cran's breath stinks, and he's the most rotten man in the entire knighthood. The man was angry with the boy and pulled his blade from its sheath. The servant tried to calm the military man down. He said that the Lord was expecting his guest. The officer pulled himself together and apologized for his behavior. He would henceforth watch his manners. The Lord, unlike him, is a strict man. The officer thought with anger that he was ready to finish this boy off if he was given such an order. The officer announced to the Lord that Mr. Tiny from the nooks and crannies had arrived. The young boy and the officer entered the room where the Lord was seated. The boy apologized for disturbing him. The young boy saw the master and was surprised that it was the Lord. The boy knelt down and said he was honored to meet Lord Phils. The Lord asked where the lad had learned his manners. Tiny said he had practiced a bit to be dignified while in the Lord's presence. Lord Timon von Phils said the little fellow was good at pretending to be a knight. The young man thought that this Lord would not be easy to get used to. Was this really the Lord he knew? He used to be an anesthesia victim, so that's what he looked like before he got addicted to drugs. Looks don't matter, he's still the same aristocrat inside. Whatever the reason, the ledger he sent to Duke Valentius would end him instead. Tiny decided to divert his attention for now. The Lord noticed that the young man had not honored Sir Cran with such a courtesy. The young man said, "Is it possible to treat a lord and his servants equally?" The youngster said that he too would like to enter the Lord's service, if he had a vacant place. The Lord asked, "Does the boy really consider Sir Cran his rival?" Their young guest seemed to have his sights set far afield. The Lord asked if Tiny was really that small. The boy said he was only 13 this year. The men were surprised to hear the young man's age. The Lord said he supposes it doesn't matter if the young man showed up at their door anyway. The Lord said the young man asked to be his servant, in doing so, causing too much damage to his property. The Lord showed his anger at the young man. He was clearly infuriated by this. He would like to hear an explanation from the young man. Tiny said it was for the Lord's own good, the Lord wondered. The Lord said he thought the lad was quite bright, but he still doesn't seem to understand how the world works. The officer told the Lord that he was ready to get rid of this guy in a flash, if someone gives the order. The guy said that Duke Valentius has started to fight the spread of drugs and prostitution. The officer was very surprised to hear such a statement. The lad said he is sure the Lord was aware that Lady Valentia visited the Lord in his domain some time ago. The young man continued, her people were the ones who told him about it. He just wanted to clean up the Lord's mess before he got himself in order. The boy thought that it was all true, So even if the Lord decided to check his words, he wouldn't find anything. The Lord said that he had heard about it. During their youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, they planned something grand. The officer said the boy was talking teeth to his Lord. The Lord angrily told Cran to watch his tongue and not to talk too much. The officer apologized and said he wouldn't do that again. The Lord noticed that the young man's approach was primitive, but if he told the truth, he should be rewarded. The young man thanked the Lord. The Lord said he needed to be sure of something. The Lord said he had information that the young man had a spirit under control. The Lord inquired if it was his boyfriend who stole the wolf from the spirit stone. The young man was puzzled. How could the Lord know about this? The lad knew it was about his moon wolf. The young man noticed that a circle of demonic energies had formed around the Lord. Could he really be a dark mage? 33. Demons never lend their power without sacrifice. A second-level mage, either a lunatic who destroyed hundreds of people, or he sacrificed the lives of dozens of people. The boy remembered the two scoundrels who planned to sell his dead sister's body. Tiny remembered the two randos brothers who wanted to destroy him and sell his body for organs. The little boy thought that it was the Lord who was buying the corpses from the invaders. He was disturbed by such a discovery. The young boy thought that there was a dark mage behind him who was backing him. The wolf was quite the scoundrel. The Lord said he was waiting for an answer. The boy was stalling for time. He said he didn't understand the question. The Lord nervously told the officer to stand by. The officer pulled his blade from its sheath. The boy thought, this is not good. He couldn't handle two at once with his outside strength. He had to summon his moonwalker. The moon wolf appeared great and mighty and roared at the men. The Lord thought he was truly the Lord of the forest. The officer was terribly frightened. The Lord, looking at his subordinate officer, thought he was a useless stump. The Lord said, since things have turned out this way, we need to get a new test subject. The boy's tense. The Lord wants to use him instead of the wolf. The Lord asked Cran how strong the boy was. The officer said he'll reach level 2 soon, so he's on the level of knights. The officer assumed that the boy is either from a noble family where he was trained to use mana from childhood, or he was a genius. There was no way the young man could have learned it on his own. Not a single strand of mana is leaking out, and the circulation is pretty stable. The young man was glowing all over, radiating his magical energy. The officer concluded that someone had taught this young man. The boy wondered if he should make up who taught him. They wouldn't believe him if he insisted that he had trained himself. Guy said he was trained by his late parents. Before he arrived, Phyllis. Tiny said that this breathing technique was something he had been learning since he was an infant. Gradually, his strength increased and he realized it was special. Tiny wished to find out if this was true. He took in refugees from everywhere so that the invaders could make a profit. There was no way for him to figure it out. The boy said what he stood before the Lord now proved the truth of his words. The Lord, smoking his pipe, said he believed the young man. Tiny thought it was easier than he expected. The man told the young man that he still had to clarify some details. The little man thought, who is this about? Who is the Lord referring to? The man said for Tiny to stay here for a while. The Lord said he needed to settle his affairs. The boy destroyed a wolf and things got messy. Now he needed to take the blame on someone. The young man is wary. Maybe it will turn out that the Lord will try to make him blame for the trouble he got into. This is about one of the members of the organization the wolf mentioned. If the Lord fears him, it must be some scary dark mage. The boy thought it could be dangerous. The Lord noticed that the young boy was not responding again. Is the boy really that rude? The man said that if Tiny wanted to serve with him, the offer should suit the lad's taste. The young man bowed and said that in that case he would comply. The Lord hinted that his guest of honor would be present and asked the lad to mind his manners even more carefully in his presence. The young man knew he still had a trump card up his sleeve, and that gave him strength. For about 3 days, the Duke's men would find out if the ledger was real. After that, it would take about 3 more days to gather the punitive army. After that, it would take about 10 days to travel to Fields. All in all, it would take 15 days. The boy thought that if the Lord's guest arrived after that, then it should work out. The young man asked if there was any information on when the guest would arrive. The Lord was surprised and asked, why would the young man ask that? The lad wriggled out and said, he needs to understand how much time he has to learn etiquette. The Lord replied that the boy had a week to learn good manners and asked that he not let him down. Tiny was upset. Such a quick arrival of a guest could disrupt all his plans. The young man had received reliable information. He now knew that the guest would arrive in a week. The boy thought that he had only two options. The first option was to escape. The invaders should have escaped by now. It was worth following their example if he wanted to get out of here. Bypassing the Lord's men would be very difficult. He realized that if he did, he would be wanted. And then meeting the Sword Emperor would be very problematic. The young man did not want to miss this opportunity. After all, he needed to get something from the Emperor. Therefore, he should avoid anyone who could cause him trouble in the future. Thinking thus, the young man did not forget to improve his physical abilities and improve his combat skills. The mere thought of escaping made the young man very angry. Originally, it was not part of his plans, even though he didn't have enough strength now. But looking for a way to defeat his enemies was always his method of dealing with things. The second option concerned the guest who would appear in a week's time. The young man needed to find out if it would be an official visit. Tiny remembered the Lord saying that this man would visit him. The Lord had spoken of him as if he were some high-ranking aristocrat, but then why wasn't there a commotion in the house? That seemed suspicious. After all, the guy figured it would be a mysterious visit. Whoever is behind the Lord can't just show himself in public. The kid thought that before this guest arrives, there must be a high-profile event in Fields. After that event, people should pay attention to the place. It was possible that the meeting would then have to be postponed or canceled. Tiny realized that the risk was very high. But that's his approach. The plan must work. All the while, the young man continued to train. He knew he needed to become much stronger. The young man's task was to defeat the Lord and all his knights, and that would not be easy. After all this thinking and the end of the strenuous training, Tiny thought it was time for him to eat. The cook was inattentive. He glared at the young man and overflowed the dish, pouring it into his plate. Everyone around him glared at the young man. How could so much food go into such a little guy? The young man was not relenting and destroyed dish after dish. He had a great appetite. Someone even suggested that the young man had an appetite like an orc. The young man realized that it was enough for him to eat well so that the amount of mana in his body would increase. After eating, the young man felt good. He didn't even need to take medicine or herbs. It was enough to be thoroughly nourished. Someone called out to the young man. The young man turned around and saw a knight who said that Tiny was a homeless child who had been taught etiquette by dogs. The boy didn't stop eating and said that yes, that was him. The man was surprised at that answer. The man got angry and said that the young boy was not being respectful in the presence of an adult. The young boy, continuing with his food, said that this adult is picking on a small child. What respect can we talk about? The man in armor said he can't understand if the kid wants to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. The boy said the man can decide for himself. The child got angry and hit the knight's armor with his fist. The blow was hard. The knight cried out in pain and called the little boy rudely. The enraged man tried to hit the child on the head with his fist. The boy dodged. The man missed. Knight's colleague sitting at a neighboring table told him to calm down. After all, it was just a kid in front of him. An officer came up to the knight and told him to be quiet. That's no way to treat a little boy. The boy told the knight he could go on. He is curious how this will all end. Tiny asked, "Does the knight want to know how strong he is?" The knight said angrily that the little boy is nothing. He's only being arrogant. The boy thought that the man would soon realize it all himself. The boy thought that the Lord was probably behind all this, and he'll realize it soon enough. The knight and the boy stood against each other. People surrounded them. The boy realized that they were going to have to fight and to show who was stronger. The man decided that he would personally put the young man in his place and show him who's stronger. The boy calmly asked if the knight was sure that he would not regret it in the future, especially since he is unarmed. The knight only grinned in response. The knight told the young man to pull out his sword, and now he would deal with him in a second. The kid said, well, if his opponent isn't scared and he's asking for it, then the kid is ready to engage in a confrontation. Kid swung around and kicked his opponent in the leg with all his might. The knight screamed in pain and clenched his fists with rage. The enraged man swung around and wanted to hit the kid with his fist. The boy dodged spectacularly, and the knight's fist whistled past him. The young man kicked his opponent's leg once more. The knight's leg went under. The man was furious. Did this kid really have a level 1? The knight's legs ached and refused to move. The man didn't realize what was happening to him. The warrior was furious. He thought that he couldn't lose to this boy so easily. The boy in this fight thought that his opponent was quite challenging. In front of the young man, screamed in pain and called the young man names, thinking that he had done him an injustice. The kid once again dodged his opponent's punch and skipped between his legs. The kid jumped high above the knight, and the man did not expect such a maneuver from the child. The boy jumped on his opponent's shoulders and grabbed his head. The knight thought, when did he have time to do that? Tiny grabbed his opponent by the chin and squeezed his head. The man was terrified. The kid told him not to be afraid. The kid snapped his opponent's neck. The knight fell down. The boy said it wasn't difficult. Everyone wondered, what had happened? Had Sir Grant lost to this boy? An officer stood in the crowd. He exchanged stern glances with the boy. They understood each other without words. The kid thought he had defeated this knight on purpose, in full view of everyone. He hadn't relied on the moonwalker's strength, so that no one would have any doubts about his abilities. Tiny thought that not everyone would have been able to handle this warrior. Sir Grant was upset. He figured that now the Lord would send him away. The young man was pleased with himself. He reasonably decided that the likelihood of success of his scheme had greatly now increased. The young man watched as his opponent was led away from the battlefield. No one else had any doubts about this boy's strength. The boy said that most likely he was a bit overmatched in this fight, but it was expected. It was impossible to do otherwise. It was the only way to overcome the difference between their levels. Having to use mana when he caught his opponent off guard. The kid thought that in his previous life, he would have had a hard time in this situation. Manatil's physical recovery was much faster back then, but there were times when it slowed down. The boy knew that now that the Manhwa had merged perfectly with his body, that wouldn't happen. Even the extra training was now easier to get through, and that made him feel better. The guy realized that now he could become stronger than what he was before. This encouraged him a lot. After analyzing the situation, the kid realized that the Lord was really behind what happened. The Lord said that it seems he had underestimated this young man. The boy said that he was thankful for the trust and for the Lord's experience with him. The Lord invited the young man to join him for breakfast, and the boy was brought a delicious steak. The man said that this steak was cooked from a calf. There are still plenty of dishes to eat, so the little guy can get full. The little one said that these dishes would be too much for breakfast, and he doesn't eat steak at breakfast. The Lord said he thought it was strange. It seemed to him that the young man's superhuman strength, which could throw a knight off, existed in the young man because of his good appetite. The boy said that his opponent behaved too carelessly. It was his strategic mistake. The Lord said the young man is being modest. He looks forward to seeing what the lad will become in the future. The man wished he had a teacher who could train a genius like the boy. The Lord added, he knows that most of the knights left mentioned raised themselves on their own without teachers. The boy agreed with the man and said that ultimately all the knights' power is from God. The Lord, looking at the young man, said that the young man had most likely studied history, and he is familiar with table etiquette. This boy is clearly not a commoner. The kid thought he'd been trained for everything in a past life. The steak for breakfast was delicious. The man said that in the empire and in the neighboring states, dark-haired, dark-eyed aristocrats were rare. The Lord added, considering all of the above, he had some thoughts. The young man wondered what his interlocutor meant. The Lord began to speak in riddles again. The Lord was beginning to realize what the man meant. Who knew that this young boy would turn out to be so valuable? The little boy again understood nothing. The Lord said that the man would explain everything to the young man himself. He was very happy when he heard about the boy yesterday. The kid thought that he didn't know exactly in advance, but he assumed that this Lord might become a drug addict in the future. He's very vague about his thoughts. The kid thought that the Lord was content with the power of the circle. It was impossible to predict when the demon would ask for his return. In a previous life, that man had turned his back on him and took the circle. The Lord told the young man to wait for this meeting. The man said that this is such an incredible man that the lad can't imagine. He would surely find a great use for him. The kid thanked the man for the valuable opportunity he was giving him. He would never forget it. The young man continued his training. That man in the organization bothered him a lot, but now he saw no point in going deeper into thinking about them. The lad decided to continue sticking to his plan. The Lord had a second round, and Kran is a second stage fighter. Kran is a bit stronger, but they are similar in level. Tiny thought that it was to achieve the second stage in his previous life that he had spent a lot of time, but it would be much easier now. He would definitely reach it. The young man continued to train hard. He felt that 6 days would be enough for him. 3 days passed. The martial arts training equipment was pretty much ruined. The little guy thought that his body was still small, but he had become much stronger. Judging from the condition of the wooden training equipment, it was obvious that the young man had worked very hard. Along with the young man's weight and strength, his flexibility was also increasing. He moved better now than in his previous life. The boy realized that it wasn't until he worked on the basics again that he found out that being a thug was a problem. In his past life, Tiny had wanted to be big and strong. That was his dream. The Manatello, which was connected to his subconscious mind, had reacted to this by breaking harmony with his overly pumped-up body. This time, the little boy decided that it was not necessary to have well-pumped muscles. There was no need to get so huge now, because it didn't affect strength in any way. Now all the knights who saw the young man passing by thought he was a monster who had handled Sir Grant. Men tried to avoid the young man. Where he appeared, there were always fewer men. He was feared. The boy thought it was a good thing they'd gotten their bearings, and he didn't have to explain where they belonged. And the kid continued to go to intense workouts and eat well. There was no shortage of food. Every day passed routinely, and after 3 days, everyone lost interest in him. Didn't even pay attention to the young man. One day, everything changed. The young man noticed that the knights were acting somehow tense. A warrior appeared, who said that he was sure that he would find the young man here. The boy walked up to the man and asked, what was the commander's problem? The commander said for the little boy to follow him, because his master had ordered the young man to be armed. Tiny got very excited. He thought it was a very timely decision, and he was ripe to start using his weapon. The little boy waited for the duty officer to open the armory. The knight said that the Lord thought very highly of the young man's fighting qualities. The knight told the young man to remember to thank the Lord. In the armory room, the young man saw the armor. They looked very expensive, but the lad decided that they would not suit him. The young man looked at the swords along the wall. Among them, there was nothing like a mace or a battle axe. The boy thought that he could not hope for additional income. The boy asked the knight if he could use a sword like his own. The knight said he had a very expensive sword, and it was a valuable weapon in battle. The warrior said that his sword is a precious artifact called sorrow. It was made by a famous blacksmith named Roger. This sword is not suitable for the young man's level. The young man thought that a great deal of blood and sweat went into making one such sword. The young man said that if it was all about level, then this sword was best suited for him after all. The man showed the sword to the child, but said that the sword would not be suitable for such a small child. He needed something smaller. The boy objected and said that only a talented warrior should have a good weapon, including for the sake of the Lord's well-being. The warrior was terribly angry with the young man. The boy should not be having this kind of conversation with a fighting knight. With many years of battles under his belt, the knight shouted that this young man was starting to get pissy again. The kid said if the knight didn't like what he said, why don't they have a fight now and find out who is stronger? The kid said if he loses this time, his opponent can cut off his head. There would be no objections from his side. The knight was furious. He called the young man names and said he was going to destroy him, and there would be no mercy for him. The guards outside and a passing servant heard the conversation between the young man and the officer. The young man apologized to the commander and said that he would behave better from now on. The lad came out of the armory. In his hands, he was carrying a heavy, for his age, cold weapon packed in a sheath. 3. The guards and servants looked at the young man. They decided that Sir Kron had not been very friendly to the child. Why did he get such a heavy weapon? When a man is small and yet talented, trouble begins. Looks like the rumors about his age were true. The guards assumed that the commander didn't trust this boy. No wonder he's so concerned, since the rumors say this child will be the next commander. The servants said the commander shouldn't have done that. The boy is still very young. The maid decided that no matter what, they would behave carefully and not get on the young man's nerves. The child could hardly move, carrying the edged weapon that had been delivered to him. The women asked who beat Mr. Tiny like that. There's not a living thing on him. The kid was in tears and said the commander had promised to give him a weapon, so he went after him. And that's what happened. The women told the young man to go rest. If he needed anything, for him to let them know. The boy's face was all bruised and his hands were bruised. The Lord was resting in his cabin. The servant serving him was pouring wine into a glass. The Lord thoughtfully asked his servant, "What about the victims?" He was very much interested in that question now. The servant said they were at the Lord's disposal. The Lord inquired, "Are these corpses from the wolf gang again?" The man thought the boy had turned the invader's household upside down. He'd made quite a mess of the place. The master released his servant and told him he could go. The servant thanked him and left. The Lord thought that he could not understand this young man, but right now he decided to ignore such trivialities. Lord thought that in a couple of days, once his bloodline was confirmed, the path to success would be open to him. There was only one problem that could arise if he turned out to be from the wrong family. In that case, not only him, but also the Lord, the wolf leader, would have to pay a terrible price for it. The Lord thought that shouldn't happen. Given the young man's demeanor and knowledge, he was sure that he was from a respectable family. One cannot overpower a knight at such a young age simply by being talented. Such a thing is only possible if he has learned the secret technique of that family. The Lord noted another important point. This young man not only had dark eyes but also hair. The Lord felt that this was a solid proof. By then the glass was already empty. As he fell asleep, the Lord thought that he was looking forward to meeting that honorable man. The Lord woke up to some noise. It seemed to be a servant. How noisy he is, the man thought. The man thought he should just sacrifice him, so he wouldn't wake him up like that again. The Lord opened his eyes and was horrified. In front of him was a young man with his new weapon. The young man thrust his sword right into the Lord's chest and said that it was heaven's punishment that had caught up with him. The man screamed in terror. He was bleeding all over. It was the last scream he would ever hear. The Lord was left lying on his bed, bleeding. A huge sword protruded from his chest. There was no one around. The next morning came. The maid entered the room to wake the Lord. What she saw frightened her very much. The woman screamed loudly. An officer of the guard entered the Lord's room. He saw the dead Lord and was frightened. The man thought perhaps it was the tricks of a dark magician. The soldiers gathered around the body of their master. A priest had come by before. One of the warriors said that the priest would report to the parish that he had noticed demonic energy. Knight of the Order of Phyllis, Glenn, said the Imperial Investigation Department will be here soon and will look into everything properly. One of the guards asked why the body was in such a state. It's as if the Lord had been dead for weeks. Another guard said there's a rumor that a dark mage caused the corpse to rot as soon as the Lord died. The consensus of all the wars was that it was an unsightly picture, and no one wanted to look in the Lord's direction. Knight Glenn thought, why did his Lord make this particular choice? He had traded his lineage and the honor of being an aristocrat of the empire for being killed rather than being exposed. Glenn concluded that nothing could be learned from a dead man, but there remained one problem. The problem was that the sword used to kill the Lord was very similar to the one wielded by their commander. The guards decided that their commander couldn't have done that. He's not that kind of man, and it would not be in his best interest. One of the men said that that capable boy had met the Lord in person. The man asked, hadn't they discussed the fact that this boy could be the next commander? The commander must have been furious upon hearing that. Reasoning thus, the warriors came to the opinion that this might be a good reason. Maybe the commander went crazy because of this. After such thoughts, the guards began to wonder where their commander might be now. Knight Glenn said that they couldn't leave things as they were. A little investigation should be done. The knight, armed with a notepad and pen, questioned everyone present and wrote down their testimony in the notebook. There were witnesses who confirmed that they saw the young man after he was beaten by the commander. Everything pointed to the same person. Glenn said to bring the boy to him right away. The young boy was interrogated by Glenn's knight. The child had bruises on his face and a large bruise. The boy said he went after the commander yesterday because the commander offered him a choice of weapons. The young boy said he didn't expect the commander to suddenly start hitting him. Of course, he was never given a weapon. The knight slammed his hand on the table and said that they had already inspected the vault and found signs that the captain had been there yesterday, but he was out of there. Glenn continued and said that no one had seen the commander at the estate afterward. He had simply vanished after meeting the young man. The knight asked if the young man really never saw the commander again. The little boy cried and said that he never saw the officer again. The boy added that the commander was unhappy with the decision of the Lord who wanted to hire him for service. The little boy, holding his swollen eye, said he never met the commander after that. The knight thought that the young man's story matched quite well with the testimony of the witnesses. The child asked what would happen to him now. The Lord promised to provide him with a bright future. The man thought and told the young man to come to him tomorrow morning. Right now he was free. The young man could rest and heal. After saying goodbye to Knight Glenn, the young man thought, if he is a local knight, he must be a nasty type. The young man could not recall if he had seen him before. The young man remembered how he had defeated knights in a past life. This one was not among them. It seemed strange to the lad that the knight was summoning him for questioning. After all, he had already testified earlier. The young man decided not to let his guard down. The next morning, the knight handed the young man a mercenary badge and a bag of money. The knight explained that a commoner needed to be either a mercenary or a merchant to move freely. Recommendations to the young man he promised to give. It was a level C mercenary token. Tiny thought he was just about to make himself just such a token. The kid asked why the knight had given it to him. Glenn said that if the young man gets bogged down in troubled waters, he will waste his talent, and advised him to go to sea. That was the advice of a man who had gained experience in life. The boy thought that perhaps the knight would like to advise the same to himself. Glenn said no thanks were necessary. The young man thanked the knight and said he was thinking of leaving here too. If the knight had left these places, then it was understandable why he didn't remember him. The boy thought that if a dark magician showed up, the imperial family would take up the cause. Let him stop the movement of this person by his action. The young boy assumed that the investigation squad from the duchy would most likely not show up here. The kid decided that in that case he would go there himself. Glenn said that was the right decision, and when the young man succeeds that he will call the knight to him. The young man said that he agreed, but did not know the name of his interlocutor. The knight wondered, does the lad not know his name? After calming down a little, the knight said, his name is Glenn Riverdy, but the young man could just call him Glenn. The lad said that the knight could fill in his name too. After all, it would be very famous in the future. The young man, as he left the place, thought that now that the Lord and Commander were not around, he would be in a tight spot. He felt a little ashamed in front of this knight. Glenn thought that he needed mages who specialized in tracking footprints to find the commander. The young man walked away, leaving the problem unsolved. The lad knew that with a mercenary token, a horse could be rented at the guild. A silver wolf ran up to the young man. The lad thought the wolf wants him to ride it. The road was long and difficult even for him. The warrior yelled out that the man wanted to ride on the back of the wolf man. He would be turned inside out in less than 10 minutes. The lad thought that only creatures like orcs with their sense of balance thrown off could do such a thing. The young man agreed that he would ride the wolf and saddled up, decided to give it a try. The lad noticed that in physical form, the silver wolf looked smaller than in spirit form. Spirits take the largest form, but in physical body, their size depends on the level of the summoner, and they are willing to adjust. The kid decided they needed to synchronize their spirits and senses first. The youngster summoned the spirits of the second level. The young boy noticed that the silver wolf's body began to accumulate substantial energy. The boy asked what else the summoner could do after becoming stronger. The girl replied that it depended on the level, but its characteristics will affect the physical form of the spirit. The young man noticed how his wolf had a stronger structure, and its energy density increased. The young man noticed that the wolf became stronger and more powerful. He was so affected by the characteristics of the summoner. The silver wolf tore off with such speed that the boy could barely stay on his back. The young man noticed that all of his senses were heightened. The moon wolf's movement, his vision, his sense of smell would help to shorten the travel time, and now he would be able to travel long distances faster than before. Maybe even be able to get to the place where the first mishap had happened. Tiny remembered that in his past life on the continent, numerous disasters had happened one after another, as if foreshadowing the appearance of the Demon King's army. It had severely drained the strength of humanity. It all started with the disappearance of the divine item in Karuna. The young man decided that this was what needed to be prevented first. The 7 jewels of humanity that the goddess had bestowed upon them. The 7 great divine items were supposed to be the last stronghold, but they had been stolen in a past life. The boy thought that this time he would grow stronger and prevent misfortunes. He will fight the Demon King's army, along with the humans who will be fully prepared for battle. The first misfortune will happen in the Kingdom of the Sea, Karuna. Guy decided to go there as soon as he stops by the Duke's estate. The imperial family sent an investigation squad after all. The Lord was murdered. There were rumors that a dark magician was behind it. The townspeople wondered how this murder might affect them. The men decided it was best to be careful just in case. It's worth laying low for a while. One night, a guard noticed a wanderer approaching him, hiding his face under his cloak. The guard stopped the unknown man and asked who he was. The warriors kept their weapons at the ready. The unknown man told them to mind their own business. With a wave of his hand, and the warriors fell senseless to the ground. Knight Glenn saw the unknown man in front of him. He drew his sword, pointed it at the man, and asked who he was. The stranger, without showing any emotion, said he had one question. The man said for Glenn to tell him everything he knew about the Lord's death. Knight Glenn was terribly frightened. At first, he could not utter a word. Glenn told the unknown man everything he knew. The stranger asked where his body was now. The knight said they put the body in a coffin and left it in the chambers, as they were ordered by the Imperial Family Investigation Squad. The unknown man said that Glenn was about to fall asleep and would wake up in exactly 1 hour. 1 hour passed. Glenn opened his eyes and thought he had dozed off. The man didn't understand how it happened. He must have been working hard lately. A guard came running in and said they were in big trouble. The Lord's body suddenly disappeared. Glenn was surprised. The knight thought it was a very important clue to the Dark Mage's interference. The forest outside the Phyllis estate. A lone traveler makes his way through this forest. The unknown man pulled a weapon from the body. Wolves gathered around the corpse. The owner of the sword was dead by the time it was thrown away. The unknown man thought it was the fault of the rogue who got rid of the wolf. He was sure it was that dark-haired boy. He disappeared right after it happened. The unknown man decided that this young boy would pay for ruining their organization's plans. The gates of the western castle of Lucentius. People with their belongings are entering the castle through the gate. The young man was in a good mood. He noticed that Lucentius had a lot of guests. The young man noticed the same thing, that everything was peaceful here. But that might change if that man started acting first. The young man thought that it was time for him to buy some equipment already. The boy looked at how many coins were in the sack. He mentally thanked the knight for his gesture of goodwill, but the money was not enough. Suddenly, 2 thugs armed with cold weapons appeared on the boy's way. They noticed the coins in the boy's hand and rejoiced, said that the boy has money. The villains offered the young man to give them the money in good health, as long as they asked politely. The young man told the interlocutors that he had an alternative offer. The young man kneaded his fists and asked if these guys had any money of their own, implying that he wanted to get his hands on it. In his former life in the underground, there was an unwritten rule. If a traveler was surrounded by a huge shadow in an alley, you should hold your breath immediately. If you kill more than one person, then your soul can become corrupted. There will come a day when guilt may overwhelm, so maybe we should show mercy. Tiny said that it would be all right. The warrior stated that he had never killed a human before. He added that he'd gotten rid of a lot of scum. The terrified villains gave the young man their money. They didn't want to deal with him any further. The people around him were terribly surprised. Rufus's family, considered the strongest, lost. The young man said that these guys aren't strong as knights. They don't reach their level. Rufus's family was outraged, but there was nothing they could do about this guy. The men couldn't stand it, grabbed their blades and shouted that they were about to cut this boy's tongue out. The boy did not think long and got into hand-to-hand combat with these brothers. He struck one of them with such force that he dropped his sword and flew backwards. The other attacker was also in trouble. He kicked him in the face. He also flew backwards. Along the way, the young man killed several other men who wished him harm. All the defeated men lay unconscious. The young man collected money from all of them, as he should after such a battle, and said that he would find a good use for it. Thanked everyone for their participation. The young man visited the armory. He picked up a mace. This armor was made from an iron bull that lived in the southern mountains. That's what the salesman told the young man. The salesman, praising his goods, said that this armor would repel most arrows. The men watching from the sidelines as the young man chose his weapon decided not to go near him. The young man asked the salesman if there was an event coming up or would be coming up soon. The salesman said that there was an event coming up. The man said that young Mrs. Valentia would be making her traditional rounds. The young man thought that his sister Irina was the first to show him what love was, and this girl was the first to show him hope. The boy thought, even though it ended badly, it was because of hope that he was able to get out of there. The young man thought that both of these girls had changed his life. If she knew how he lived, she would think that he was adhering to his sister's wishes. The girl said that Tiny was rather large for a man of that name. The boy said he was, indeed, sorry. The kid, as he left the gun store, thought she didn't remember him. The young man rushed forward and thought, since they will have met before in this life, she will definitely remember him. He would have to ask her to help him meet the Sword Emperor. Lucentia, one of the largest cities in the central region. The eldest son of Count Lucentia, Edmund, was telling his companion about the sights of this city. The young man and the girl were accompanied by a large number of guards. The boy was telling the girl that Lucentia has the largest night market in the region. They are also famous for their salmon. The girl told the young man that she was not interested in the business side of things. She would like to visit the slums. To the young man's question, the girl replied that the slum dwellers were also their subjects. The young man said that he would show the girl the slum and suggested that she follow him. The girl thought, why did he react like that? She is an heiress and has received a proper education. Therefore, she should know the disciplines of the empire. Her father told the girl to keep an eye on the people from the bottom. Only when their lives got better would things get better in their lands and country as well. The girl thought her father was strange if he stuck to the values he taught them. If she could, she would like to change people's perception of the slums. At the girl's coming-of-age ceremony, her fiancé was announced, so she would soon not be able to live the lifestyle she was accustomed to. The girl thought maybe she should go to the temple. They had been inviting her to join them for a long time. The young person thought that her father would probably be upset. He would not want her to be alone for the rest of her life. The young lady saw the baby, who was surrounded by the knights of her guard, and thought, where did he come from? The girl wondered, what happened to this boy? She shouted for him to step aside. The young man held up his hand with the ring and said that this ring was given to him personally by the lady. The young man went to the girl, knelt down in front of her, held out his hand with the ring, and said that she had asked him to look for her. Even though he was late, he wanted to pay his respects to her. The girl didn't understand what the guy was talking about. The young lady, looking at the ring the boy was holding, was very surprised. The girl took a closer look at the jewelry and said that it was really her ring. The girl thought it was strange. She gave this ring to the slum child. The young mistress asked how this ring came to be in the young man's possession. Before the young man knew it, the guards had put their blades to his neck. Lady Valencia looked angrily at the young man. The guards continued to control him, holding their blades at the young man's neck. Tiny didn't know what to do now. He couldn't move. There had to be some way to explain himself. The girl knight accompanying the young lady shouted for the boy to respond immediately. The boy realized that they had met too soon. The kid said the girl would find it hard to believe, but he was the kid. The girl couldn't believe it. The young boy decided he must have grown up fast, so she doesn't recognize him. Tiny said he was the only one in Phil's who had dark hair. The girl asked how was that possible. The guards continued to hold the young man at gunpoint. The girl said the young man was much dirtier and smaller, and even spoke with difficulty. The little boy thought it was because of that rogue wolf then. The young lady said that the young man was much thinner then, and looked very pitiful. The kid thought that this girl always liked small and cute things. The kid thought that in that case, he could give the girl a present. The young man waved his hands and a small silver wolf cub appeared in the girl's arms. It was real. The girl happily began to hug the little wolf cub and asked what such a cute little thing was doing here. Tiny said it was a spirit, and they don't know anything about him. The girl noticed that spirits are friends only with those who have a pure soul. The girl knight couldn't believe it. This guy has not only weapons to fight, but also his own spirit. The girl asked, what is this spirit's name? The guy said he gave him the name Moonwolf. In the Western tongue, it would sound like Moonwolf. The girl was amazed. This young man from the slums even knows the Western language, and said, this beast has a beautiful name. The young lady said, she didn't expect the boy to change so much in just a few months. You couldn't even give him 10 years old before. The young man said his name was Tiny, and he was 13 years old. He started to grow rapidly after he awakened his mana. The girl knight told her mistress that this young man is extremely suspicious. He has half human blood in him. The girl knight bared her sword, pointed it towards the boy, and said that it was her duty to protect her mistress. The young man accompanying the girl said that he, too, thought the boy was suspicious. He should be locked up and thoroughly investigated. The boy said he didn't expect everyone to trust him. Ms. Chloe, when she gave him the ring, said she would help. Edmund shouted that this boy dare not ignore him. Chloe asked, does the boy really need her help? The boy said he was interested in meeting Duke Valentius. He's been seeking it for a long time. The girl knight shouted angrily that this boy must be out of his mind. How dare he say that? The young man was surprised. Do they really think he can harm the Duke? Duke is one of the 7 super people of the continent. Besides, he uses aura. He is talking about the Sword Emperor after all. The girl knight was surprised that the young man knew about it. Chloe said that her father was embarrassed to hear this title. He had not long ago become one of the 7 great knights of the continent. The young man thought that indeed it was not that well known yet, but this title suits the Duke perfectly. The girl knight said that their Duke was a great man. Even to the hinterland, news of his successes had reached. Fortunately, people didn't take it personally. The young man said that he had business with the Duke. He would like to tell him about what happened recently in film. The boy said that he was personally present there and therefore was an important witness. The young man told Miss Chloe everything. The girl knight confirmed it all to her. Chloe asked what else was being kept from her. The girl knight said she was afraid that her mistress would get involved in dangerous matters. The girl knight said she wasn't hiding anything else. One of the lords of the empire turned out to be a dark magician, but he was killed by someone else. Chloe decided that Tiny's testimony, important information. After all, he was personally present there. The girl thought it was good that the guy himself wanted to meet with her father. They should go to the main estate immediately. The girl asked, how long is her mistress going to carry this spirit with her? The girl was afraid that this spirit might harm her mistress. Chloe said that this spirit, a little cutie. The girl knight said that she should not let her guard down and get distracted by any cuties. Chloe asked where Tiny was now. The interlocutor explained that Mr. Edmund had taken the young man somewhere and said he had business to attend to. The white wolf spirit suddenly disappeared from the girl's hands. Edmund said that they could finally have a normal conversation. The young man asked what the boy's name was. The boy said his name was Tiny. The young men began to work out how they felt about each other. Tiny asked what Edmund knew about dark magicians. Edmund said that he doesn't know anything about them. Earlier, he just lied because the boy was acting arrogant. Edmund said the boy was very insolent and an ill-mannered child. Edmund wanted to teach the kid a lesson and swung around to hit him. Tiny intercepted his companion's hand and squeezed it tightly. Edmund wondered how the boy could stop him. The young man was frightened. He could not free his hand. The child's grip was very tight. The little boy said that if Edmund disrespected him one more time, he would make Miss Chloe take responsibility for it. Edmund said that this boy dared not harm an aristocrat. The boy wondered, aristocrat, that's some strange title, and said Edmund can do as he knows how. The kid said he wanted to see what his interlocutor had prepared. Something, after all, keeps him confident while meeting him. Edmund said for the young man to follow him, and thought he was dealing with an unscrupulous commoner. The girl knight jumped on her horse and set out to carry out her mistress's orders. Miss Chloe sent Vivian to look for Tiny right away. Vivian thought her mistress was overprotective of that boy. But since the spirit had disappeared, he must have been far away from his summoner. The girl rode her horse and wondered if Edmund had been able to lead the young man away from the castle. The girl thought she would not be too late. Edmund and Tiny stood on the threshold of a large building. A man came out of the mansion and asked what brought the young men here. The man said there was still time before tax collection day, or maybe they had come here to get some merchandise, and they had something to show them. The man was Rufus, the head of the family. Tiny's met with members of this family before. Edmund said he wasn't interested in the merchandise. He wants to teach this ignorant teenager a good lesson. Rufus was very surprised. Is it okay to punish a child? He's still a little kid. Edmund told the man not to be impertinent and slapped him. He said he needed to be taught a lesson. Rufus said he understood. Rufus told his younger brothers to take care of this boy. The younger brothers, Eric and Tillman, approached the child and stopped in surprise. Both brothers recognized the young man. They had met him in town when they wanted to take money from him. The young man recognized the brothers too and said hello to the men. The Rufus brothers were frightened and thought they should not deal with this suspicious boy again. The older Rufus asked in anger why his brothers weren't doing anything. He told them to teach the boy a lesson. What are they waiting for? The brothers tearfully flew up to the older one and said, this is the teenager they told them about, and asked the older Rufus to avenge them. Edmund watched the scene in consternation. Rufus pulled out his mace and told the young man that today was not his day. The boy shouldn't have crossed the line. Edmund rejoiced. He thought that now this man would wipe the arrogant smirk off this boy's face. Rufus said that now the boy would be finished and swung his mace to deliver a crushing blow to the young man. Tiny immediately pulled out his new mace. He struck Rufus' leg with such force that he couldn't stay on his feet. Rufus flew high above the ground and then collapsed with a noise. He was in a lot of pain. The elder Rufus's fall was so strong that everyone bounced to the sides so that he wouldn't hit them. Rufus lay on the ground and had stars in front of his eyes. The man regretted messing with that kid, but it was too late to retreat. The young man stood in a fighting stance with a mace in his hand. He glared menacingly at his opponents. The next moment, the young man, as if nothing had happened, began to swing his club. Is this really the end of the fight? He asked. The boy looked at the frightened Edmund. Edmund flew up to the elder Rufus and shouted for him to save him immediately. The young boy with burning eyes slowly approached Edmund. He said, let it be Rufus, just try to do something about it. Edmund stood on all fours in front of the lying Rufus. A young man with a club on his shoulder was observing this picture. Tiny told the older Rufus that he was sort of the head of the family, but for some reason he didn't last long. The young man figured there was nothing more to talk about with these two, and he should go about his business. The boy looked around, saw the two brothers, and asked them what they were going to do now. Suddenly, Vivian came running. She wanted to save the boy from the beating. What Vivian saw struck her very much. Around the young boy lay the defeated opponents. The boy was absolutely calm. The girl knight saw the young man in an unnatural pose. She asked, "Is it really Edward? Why are his pants wet?" Tiny was sitting peacefully studying a book. The young man saw Vivian, got down and walked over to her. He asked the girl why she had come. Vivian said her mistress sent her because she was worried about the boy. The young man handed the girl a book to the knight and said that this book was a book with a list of bribes. They were in the business of human trafficking. The laws of the empire didn't scare them at all. The guy, pointing at the book, said that such proof even an aristocrat like Edmund couldn't be outdone. The next day, Edmund was banished from the Earl's family for his transgression, and there was no forgiveness. Chloe said it seems that this Edmund had been in the human trafficking business for quite some time. The Earl had become completely disillusioned with him. The girl added, the relationship between their families is likely to become much more strained. Vivian apologized. Chloe was surprised and asked why she was apologizing. Was it her fault here? The boy said it wasn't anyone's fault. Chloe stated her father had always told her that the attitude of credit for a crime shouldn't be influenced by the status of its holder. Vivian wondered, then why did Mistress look at her? Chloe stated Vivian should have broken something for Edmund, so he wouldn't be able to escape and get away with it. The young man thought that this was where their relationship would begin. They, this famous young daughter of the Sword Emperor and the talented female knight, would team up. At times they will be like sisters to each other, at times like mother and daughter. They have a special relationship. Vivian will stay on Chloe's side even if the situation in her family changes. The boyfriend suggested that Vivian likes being an older sister or mother to Chloe. Chloe asked the young man what he was thinking about right now. The boy sat pensive for a long time. The young man said that he was most proud of his title. Now that the name alone was not enough to get rid of his sins, and his own family was persecuting him, he had gotten the most fitting punishment for himself. Vivian told her mistress to listen to the young man speak. Could a child think like that? Chloe declared that the young man was thinking correctly. The girl said that she would call the dog Loon. His name is easier to pronounce that way, and Loon sounds good too. Babe asked, so none of the girls suspect him anymore? Chloe said she heard Fella's story about the dark-haired boy. They say he destroyed the underground organization and freed all of its victims. The girl winked at the young man and said that he had distinguished himself today as well. His deeds are simply impressive. He was something to be proud of. The young man was very glad that the girl believed him. Chloe warned the guy that from now on he should report such things to her in advance. Tiny said that now he would constantly inform Chloe of his intentions. 3 days of traveling passed. The carriage stopped. What's the matter? Chloe asked. One of the guards came up to the carriage and said that they had met some traveler. Some elven woman asked for a ride. She seems to be on her way. The carriage passengers came out to greet the traveler and to ask where she was going. The traveler said hello. The girl lowered her hood and said she was an elf of the world tree. The girl said her name was Arena, and she greets the owners of this crew. Could they please let her down a little? Chloe was pleased when she saw a real elf. Julian acted more cautiously. The young man eyed the stranger suspiciously. He decided that she was a dark mage of the fifth circle. Elves are the descendants of fairies renowned for their beauty. Elfheim is a kingdom of elves located in the far west. In the kingdom of Aslan, located in the Near East, they are extremely rare. Most of the inhabitants are friendly towards them. Elves are natural-born summoners of spirits. They are known for their purity, kindness, and peacefulness. The young man thought that so pure a creature turned out to be a dark mage of the fifth circle. Chloe asked, is the elf heading north to the Beastman Kingdom through the Duchy of Valentio? Elfina said that their kingdom seemed like a nice place. It has long been at odds with Aslan. Chloe said the place is very far away. Elfina said she is heading there for training. Her goal, to explore the world and collect stories from different places. Chloe stated she knew what it was about training 11 knights, the elite among the elves. Elfina said the girl is very well informed. It was nice to deal with an erudite person. Elfina pointed to the puppy and asked, is that their spirit? Chloe was surprised that Elfina realized that this spirit The girl pointed at the young man and said, "That's his master." Elfina had heard that there were almost no summoners among humans. It was very strange to see such a young man. The boy thought that she knew everything even before coming here. That man turned out to be a very important person. The young man realized that something could happen now, something that could not be foreseen. The young man knew that he couldn't rush into battle right now, but he had never seen elves before. Vivian and Chloe looked at the young man judgmentally. Vivian held the young man down and wouldn't let him go. She asked what was he doing. The boy thought that they all had to coordinate their actions now. Tiny thought that fortunately she did not know what abilities Moonwalker had. Only the one who contracted him would know that. The young man couldn't understand how she manages to hide so much demonic energy. Elfina said that their meeting was fateful and offered to show some magic. The girl showed a flame bursting into flames on her hand. The young man thought she could even release mana. The lad had learned to distinguish them in due time. Otherwise, their losses would have been 10 times more. He should have listened to the Argon in his time. The young man looked at the guards and thought that they had 12 Stage 3 experts with them. They also have one Stage 4 swordswoman at their disposal. The boy was referring to Vivian. It said that circles in mages are the same as stages in mana users. It would take 5 people to overcome someone who outclasses you by a level. So, for a young man with his second stage to overcome a 5th circle mage, it would take 100 people like him. The young man thought that if he were to engage Elfina in a fight, he would have no chance of winning. He must do it using the surprise factor. The timing must be right. Suddenly, the puppy jumped from Chloe's hands into Vivian's and started playing with her. Vivian said she'd hold him now. Elfina said they have a sweet spirit. She would like to hold him in her arms too. Tiny said that was fine with him. A young man took the puppy from Vivian and wanted to give it to Elfina. Elfina said she would not refuse and held out her hands to take the doggy. At that moment, something incredible happened. The silver wolf spirit increased in size and roared loudly at Elfina. The young man drew his mace. Vivian wounded Elfina in the torso with her sword. Blood appeared on her face. The wound was not fatal. Elfina activated the spherical defense around her. The guards realized that they would have to deal with demonic energy. Everyone guessed that Elfina was a dark mage. Elfina was angry at the young man who had figured out her scheme. Elfina, being protected, asked when they had figured her out. Chloe thought she had done the right thing by trusting the young man in everything. The girl realized that she was dealing with a high-level dark mage. Vivian was right to attack her. This conflict could lead to a conflict between the races. Now it's clear what position Chloe holds. The young man thought that she was supporting Lord Phyllis. If they don't attack suddenly, they will be in trouble themselves. Chloe decided to take responsibility and give her life if necessary. Vivian took the puppy in her arms. It was a special strategic move. The girl knight and the young man continued to attack Elfina. Elfina used her protective armor. After the first attack, when Elfina was injured, the young man thought that it was a waste that they couldn't hit her heart right away. Elfina immediately activated her protective shield and became less vulnerable. Though the wound was making itself felt, Vivian shouted that now they should all attack at the same time, and everyone must listen to her command. The knights prepared to attack and defend their mistress. Elfina realized that now she would have to defend herself. The opponent used her magical internal energy, which she directed at her opponents. Elfina had no way of knowing where she had gone wrong. How could they have guessed her essence? The young man said that there was nothing complicated about it. Their rival reeked of vile power. Everyone could see that. Elfine knew it was all Tiny's fault. If it wasn't for the young man, she would have succeeded. The girl continued to exude her dark energy on her opponents. At one point, the concentration of energy was so great that it exploded in Elfina's hands. Everyone around them squinted at the huge flash that followed the explosion. The young man closed his eyes and used his iron body to protect himself from the powerful energy coming from after the explosion. The explosion was so strong that the young man was thrown backwards by the blast wave, and the young man fell down. The boy said it was the first time he had seen the use of such a technique. The effect was impressive, but Elfina survived. Vivian said her shield weakened and they must destroy the demon servant. The girl rushed to the attack. The young man saddled his moonwalker and rushed at his opponent as well. The boy held his mace in his hand. He wanted to break Elfina's protective shield to make her vulnerable. The young man struck his opponent's protective sphere with all his might. The sphere cracked. Vivian and the other knights arrived. They began to deliver powerful blows to Elfina's protective shield. The cracks widened. Elfina blamed only one person for what was happening. The girl decided even though it was one person's fault, she would destroy all opponents. Vivian stated that the opponent hoped in vain to win. They would destroy her now. The guy climbed on Elfina's protective dome and with all his might delivered a crushing blow. The opponent was doomed. There was another huge explosion. The blast wave threw back Vivian and the other attackers. Elfina was stunned. The defense shield was completely covered in cracks. Mage Elfina could feel defeat approaching. She screamed, "How dare this young man organize an attack on her?" After a series of several attacks, the protective dome was barely holding, but they never injured her, except for Vivian's first hit. Elfine screamed that she would not accept defeat and would fight to her last breath. Elfine was surrounded by the advancing knights. The circle of attackers was narrowing. There was no chance of escape. Elfina noticed Chloe and decided to attack the unarmed girl. Chloe screamed in fear. Vivian was able to protect her mistress at the last moment and stand between her and her attacker. The girl knights shouted that everyone should hold their ground. The opponent, out of desperation, went on the attack. The young man developed tremendous speed and moved towards Elfina. He was accompanied by a powerful energy. The guy thought that he was able to completely block the fire. Thanks to the alteration technique, the iron divine armor was now much better than in his previous life. The girl knight stood in front of her mistress with a naked sword and was willing to give her life to save Chloe. The young man approached his rival. He decided that he would use all his strength to tear her apart. The young man made incredible efforts and struck another blow at his rival. There was an even more powerful explosion. The boy thought he had succeeded. Elfina's protective sphere had been destroyed, and she was now completely vulnerable. The wound was making itself felt, and it was bleeding very badly. Guy, riding his silver wolf again, tried to launch another attack on his opponent. The silver wolf accelerated and rushed straight towards Elfina, who was also defenseless. Vivian advanced towards her rival as well. Elfina screamed, "How dare they attack her defenseless?" Elfina screamed that they were all ruthless and despicable people. Vivian was surprised that this elf still had so much strength. Where does she draw them from? Tiny decided that victory was not far away. One more attack should be made. He rode his silver wolf up to his opponent and gave her another crushing blow with his mace. Vivian ordered one of the knights to finish off this Elfina. Elfina, terrified of defeat, was able to escape the encirclement and run a decent distance away from her attackers. The young man noticed Elfina descending to the ground accompanied by her powerful magical energy. Tiny knew it was a technique, a last resort of the demon's followers. They sacrificed themselves to enhance their own mana. Elfina decided to sacrifice herself in a fire sacrifice and said, "Let the place burn to the ground." There was a massive explosion and a huge flash of flame appeared. The knights defended themselves from the fire by putting their shields forward. Everything around them was burning to the ground. The young man continued to ride his silver wolf and look for the most vulnerable spots of the enemy. The young man realized that the knights were at their limit. However, they needed the strength to defeat her now. The boy said that they had bought enough time. Now it was Chloe's turn to come out and show her skill. Chloe put her hands up in the air and said, "Let there be light." The power given through repentance and blessing is a sacred power. A person who has repented and been baptized and become a priest will begin to have anti-demonic power. There are people who have this power from birth. They are messengers of God, holy heroes. In the rarest of cases, those who didn't become priests became priests. Chloe channeled her holy energy towards Elfina to defeat her. The holy energy and black energy collided in a confrontation. The knights saw this and couldn't understand how it happened. Did Miss Chloe really possess holy energy? The young man thought that the girl was hiding her power even from her own knights. The almighty Sword Emperor was afraid that she might be taken to the church. The guy had never seen a priest stronger than Chloe. She possessed tremendous strength. Her level of energy possession was quite high. Elfina couldn't handle the huge onslaught of holy energy and decided that it was impossible for her to defeat her opponents. While everyone was marveling at Chloe's might, a young man walked up and made a decisive strike at his opponent. The guy said that everyone around him was shocked. That's why he had to deliver the decisive blow. Chloe said he shouldn't have done that. The young man asked why. The girl stated that she should have been questioned. The young man did so due to his inexperience, which he admitted to. Chloe said that even if she was a priest, she couldn't sense Elfina's demonic energy. Therefore, she would like to question her. The girl said that in this case, Her divine power would not cure her rival. The young man said that there was no one to heal now. The girl admitted that unfortunately they had no choice. The young man thought that they had destroyed a high-level dark mage. The knights were horrified that their mistress turned out to be a priest. It was unbelievable. The girl was saddened that her secret had been revealed. Chloe asked the boy, he knew about her secret, didn't he? He was the only one who wasn't surprised to see her power. Tiny said that he knew about it. Chloe was surprised. Not even all her relatives were aware of it. The young man said that for now he couldn't confess. But one day the girl will know everything. The young lady agreed to wait. The guy stated that he would take responsibility for what happened to the dark magician. The young man stated that he was the reason they were in big trouble, kind of like the one that would follow what happened to Edmund. The young man stated that his actions had surely put Chloe in danger. The girl said that the duty of aristocrats was to get rid of demons. If she died, it would only be because of her weakness. Therefore, she had no reason to blame the young man. The young man thought that the girl was the same as before. She had not changed at all. Lavushka wondered if the young man was worried about it. That's so nice of him. Vivian said that the young man liked being treated like a child. Tiny replied that he was an adult. Vivian said that Tiny is just like a baby, although he acts like a mature warrior. The girl knight stated that people the young man's age don't like to be called cute. Turns out he has a human side as well. The young man said that he shouldn't be treated like a very young child. He has a fighting weapon and a spirit of his own. Chloe decided she had to tell her father as soon as possible, so that he could take some action. The young lady decided to send her father a message from the nearest town, the main gate of Tyvan. The young man knew that the Sword Emperor had a heart for his daughter. The girl blushed with embarrassment, covered her face with her hands, and said why her father did this. Everyone around her was stunned. It turns out that the rumors were true. The entire order of Blue-Winged Knights lined up to meet the girl. The head knight's armor shone with gold. The young man thought they were powerful. They are worthy to be called the elite of the Duchy of Valentio. The young man noticed that everyone in their group was at least of expert rank. There was no one stronger in the empire. The head knight introduced himself and said that he was the vice captain of the Blue Wing Order, Garen Kleiman. He has all of his 100 comrades with him. They are paying their respects to Lady Chloe. All the knights kneeled before the girl. The girl thanked everyone for coming and asked everyone to stand up. The captain said that they were all happy to see the young lady. Their master was very worried about his daughter. The girl was embarrassed and said that she had written in her message that she was fine. There was no need for them to meet her. The captain said that they had been attacked by a dark mage after all. They were ready to set off immediately if they hadn't gotten the message that the danger had passed. The girl looked at the captain of the knights in surprise. The captain said that about a month ago, the family jewel, Tempest, had suddenly disappeared. Chloe and Vivian were horribly surprised. The girl's father had always carried it with him. When he woke up in the morning, the jewel was gone. The young man inquired what kind of Tempest were we talking about. The boy suggested that it was most likely an artifact. The girl confirmed it. Chloe explained that it is a secret that only priests know. The young lady said, she can only assume it's a powerful artifact. Tiny stated, he knows why this artifact is missing. Everyone who heard him wondered, how could the young man know this? The young man asked to meet with the Duke. He said he would try to explain everything to him. The carriage, accompanied by guards and the captain of knights, proceeded towards the Duke. The captain of the knights asked who the young man was. He was told his name was Tiny. The captain thought he had heard that name somewhere before. It was explained to the warrior that this was an incredible young man. His contribution to defeating the dark mage is very great. One of the guards said, rumor has it that this guy is about to become an expert. The captain wondered, how could one become an expert at this age? Captain Clayman thought even the 7 great knights at his age weren't that talented. He must be a genius, or maybe even a monster. The officer thought that he should bring this young man into his family. After a while, Captain Kleiman remembered that this Tiny was sending letters from Phil's. His name is very rare, that's why he remembered. Chloe looked out of the window and was greatly pleased with the view that opened before her. The girl saw right in front of her eyes a huge flower meadow. It was an amazing sight. The boy asked, Chloe must like lilies if she has such a reaction to them. The girl said that of course she liked them. Her parents had always loved those flowers. They even called her that as a child. The young man said that the girl would suit this name. Vivian said that the love story of the Duke and his wife is very famous. She is the only woman he ever loved. The boy said that he seemed to have heard about it once. The young man remembered how in a past life He had been told by the emperor, though he didn't like this flower that much. It was the most important part of the secret, and the lad must not forget it. The young man thought that it was not surprising. The Sword Emperor kept it a secret. The lad also thought that the Duke probably didn't remember his past life. The young man thought if the Emperor asked to track him down as soon as possible, he had a way to make the young man stronger. Tiny decided that he owed it to him to meet the Emperor and start training again, and find a way to become an aura master. The young man's main goal is to gain more strength. After all, without aura, he wouldn't be able to even leave a scratch on monsters with the level of a corps commander. The guy thought that in this life, he would definitely break all of their arms and other limbs. Valentino, the land of Duke Valentia, one of the largest cities in the kingdom of Aslan. The knights rejoiced they were finally in Valentino. This is their homeland. Chloe asked if the young man had been here before. The young man said that it was his first time here. The girl heard someone shout her name loudly. It was very unexpected. It was Chloe's father who shouted. He asked if she was hurt. He missed her very much. Tiny looked at the man with interest. He had waited so long for this meeting. The old man spread his arms and rushed towards his daughter. He wanted to hug her quickly. At the last moment, the girl dodged her father. The man flew past and stretched out on the ground. The Duke got up, shook himself off, and asked why his daughter had done such a thing to him. Chloe said that people are watching them. A father must remember to keep his dignity. The man said with tears rolling into his eyes, "Is it wrong for a father to worry about his daughter?" The girl said not to push pity on him. The Duke thanked the knights and said that they all did a good job. Thanks to them, Chloe had returned unharmed. The man said for them to accept his thanks, not as from Duke Valentio, but as a loving father. The man said he had already prepared a feast and they could enjoy themselves properly. The knights, led by the captain, knelt before the Duke and said that everything would be fulfilled. The Duke, looking at the boy, asked his daughter who the child was. The young man thought that the Duke didn't recognize him after all. The young woman reminded him that she had written in her report about this young man. He would appear as a witness in the case of the Dark Mage. Father said he must have forgotten. The young man turned to the Duke and said he had something to tell him. His information concerns the Tempest. The old man was very much surprised and thought he had a very brave boy standing before him. The Duke at the same instant exerted a strong spiritual pressure on the young man. The young man crouched under the weight of this load. The boy thought that the Sword Emperor also had a lot to learn. The young man couldn't believe that the Duke's skill was at the level of an aura user. Astina, who is also one of the 7 great knights, is a superior aura user. Zorik most likely won't be one anytime soon. Guy thought that he could overcome the Duke's pressure by using the spirit power accumulated in his past life. The boy stated that he could tell everything right here. The girl intervened and told his father that the young man, due to his age, did not have enough education yet. The old man thought for a moment. He decided that the young man would not behave like this because of ignorance alone. There is something else here. The old man decided to talk to the young man himself. The conversation was continued in the Duke's office. The man asked what the young man knew about the disappearance of Tempest. The lad told his interlocutor that he had only a guess, which he was willing to share. The Duke said he was curious to hear what concerns the lad had. The young man thought that Tempest is one of several ancient words he knows. Tempest means time or opportunity. The young man speculated that if this jewel had gone missing somewhere a month ago, perhaps it had the power to reverse time. The Duke listened intently to the young man and told him to continue his story. The boy said that it all started with an incident that would happen 20 years later. The Duke continued to listen to the young man carefully. The boy was very engrossed in his story. The man stated that the young man's story was too well ordered. A child would not have made such a thing up. The Duke repeated, "Guardian of the World Tree and the first hammer of the dwarves." The young man even knows the name of the great warrior of the Orc tribe. The little man said they were all comrades for a year. The man was surprised. They are not comrades. He has been fighting these foes for a long time. The landlord got up from the table and repeated, "Tempest, it means time and opportunity. Tempest can only transfer the past of one person, taking the life of a superhuman as a sacrifice. The descendants used it very carefully and wisely." The man continued, "This information was passed down from generation to generation with him, but to be honest, he never believed in its veracity." The Duke stated if the young man is not deceiving, then this is all very interesting. The man could faintly believe that he had made such a decision then. He had relied on the young man's talent and sent him back in time. If he came back, he would be able to benefit from his past life. The Duke said that he would train the forces of humanity to fight against the Demon King's army. The Duke was perplexed. If all this was true, why did he send the boy and not himself? The boy tried to explain his point of view. Because the Duke will become like this as he is now. Will talk, incomprehensible what, and call everyone to save the talent. The boy said he thought the Emperor was senile. The man said there was no way to know in advance how far back in time someone could be sent. The boy said the Duke used a power he wasn't even sure he had. Duke agreed. Where was the certainty to come from if he had never done anything like that? The man assumed that he had told the boy at that moment that he would be sent back at the moment when the effect on his soul was the strongest, the moment when his personality was formed. That was probably what he had predicted in the future. The young man only now realized why he had traveled back to the day his sister died. The Duke asked the young man what he thought about this assumption. The young man, clenching his fist, said he thought the Duke was just right. He opened the young man's eyes. The boy calmed down a bit. The Sword Emperor's fault is not here. He should be grateful already for being able to see his sister once more. The Duke said he had one last question left for the young man. The man asked if all he had asked the young man to do was to look for him. He had to tell the young man something to gain his trust. The boy remembered and said his daughter's childhood name, Lily. The Duke had chosen it because he and his wife liked that flower. The man said that everyone knew about it. The boy continued, however, the man did not actually like the flower. The Duke shouted loudly upon hearing these words from the young man. The man stated that he could have said such a thing. Even after his wife died, he couldn't admit it to anyone. Therefore, he did not tell anyone. The Duke was discouraged. It turns out everything the young man had told him now was true. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man stated now it was clear to him why his family's jewel had been stolen, right out of his hands in his chambers. The young man noted that the Duke was more cranky now than when they met last time in the future. The Duke said he still needed special proof and ordered Sir Lawyer to be summoned here. The young man asked why they needed another man here now. The Duke said he made sure the young man had traveled back in time, but he wasn't completely sure about the young man himself yet. Duke asked, the young man claims his name is Tiny, and he is one of the 10 future great knights. The man said he needs proof of that claim. The boy must tell of his future ability, which he would appreciate. The boy and the Duke stand on the threshold of a large, majestic palace. The young man thought it was unfair. The Emperor had asked to find him, and now he was giving him tests. Tiny decided to play a trick on his interlocutor. He asked him if he was curious about the future. The old man said that he would love to familiarize himself with this information. The boy offered to tell the Duke a little about his family. The Duke said that he did not want to know such information. The man explained he was interested in foreshadowing a disaster in the future. The Duke said that aside from that information, the young man should not tell him or his daughter anything else. Duke said that people grow through mistakes and blunders. The Duke was proud to have raised a daughter who would not be discouraged or broken in the face of adversity. The man asked the young man not to take away his daughter's opportunity to develop. The little man said that just about his daughter he knows very little. About the Duke's family he knows nothing at all. He was trying to save himself at the time. Therefore, he was not interested in the affairs of the Emperor. The man was disappointed. The boy was in the future and did not find out anything. The Duke shook the young man. Doesn't he know where their world will roll next? The young man stated that he only knew which incident would lead to a huge commotion. The old man said that in the future, there would be people who would unite the army the lad spoke of. He must know what happened before that. The Duke shouted loudly. He was amazed that the young man had not gained any information. The young man thought he was crazy. The old man grabbed the boy by the ear and dragged him behind him. He said he advised him to hurry up and remember before he wiped him out. The old man led the young man into an empty room. There was no one else here but them. The place was like an amphitheater. The boy asked why there was no one here, and why was he brought here? The old man read the information. More than 10 tribulations had passed, but the young man remembered only these. What happened to the others? The lad said that apart from this information, he had heard about other events, either from gossip or from his comrades. The Duke menacingly asked the young man if he had other valuable information. The boy thought that he should grow up sooner rather than later. In their past lives, they had communicated with each other as equals. The man stated that the only useful thing here was that the hero and the saint appeared according to prophecy and went to war. The Duke said his name is Crombell, he is 20 years old. We should find him soon and train him. The boy said the hero was 20 years old then. The man was furious. He didn't understand why such an ordeal had come upon him. Should he blame himself in the future? This young man was of no use to him. A servant appeared and said that the Duke had summoned Sir Lawyer. He would be here shortly. The Duke shouted that he must now bring Drexler instead of Lawyer. He would have to teach someone a lesson. A knight appeared and reported that the vice captain had arrived. Vice captain of the Order of the Blue Wing, Drexler Einen, 5th stage, highest rank. The vice captain, holding a huge sledgehammer in his hand, said that he had arrived on the Duke's orders. The vice captain bowed to the Duke. The Duke said he was pleased to see Drexler. The Duke said he wants the knight to give this young man a test. We need to see if he has any bragging rights. Drexler asked the Duke, would he really have to fight the kid? The Duke said, exactly. The man was astonished. Why would the Duke call the vice captain to deal with a little boy? He's already on the verge of demotion. The knight thought that if he lost his salary, he wouldn't be able to maintain his estate. The Duke said to Drexler not to think unnecessarily, but only follow orders. The Duke said that he had given the vice captain an important assignment. He must fight the boy and test his fighting ability. The knight and the boy stood against each other. To an unprofessional observer, it seemed that they were not equal opponents. The knight sized up the young man. It was a 2nd stage, bordering on the rank of an expert. He looked to be around 10 years old, so how did he manage to pump himself up? Tiny asked the knight which blacksmith forged this hammer for him. The boy stated it would be much better if this hammer was a bit bigger, and the little boy gave advice on how to reconstruct this hammer. The Duke told the young man to concentrate. If he didn't take it seriously, he would be breaking their agreement. The Duke told Drexler to do his best. The most important thing was that he didn't kill the young man. The man told the young man that he had not promised to help the boy. Everything would depend on this fight. The boy asked the Duke, does he really want him to defeat this vice captain? The Duke said it may not come to that. The Duke stated if the young man could land even one blow, he would recognize his victory. The young man agreed to such rules and said that he would participate in this tournament. In the arena stood the vice captain with his sledgehammer and Tiny with his mace. Duke was the observer. Duke thought that his way of using mana was unique. The man decided that judging by the harness, this kid was a real genius. The Duke was in thought the whole time. This young man must have something else. There must be some good reason why he brought this kid back from the future. If the Duke ordered this boy to return to the past, then he must have an outstanding talent. The man couldn't understand what he saw in this person. The Duke said that opponents should try their best. The young man decided that he would prove himself once again, announced to the Sir Knight that he was ready to begin the fight. The spirit of a silver wolf appeared beside the boy. The young boy saddled his wolf. The boy said if the opponent doesn't want to attack first, he will take the initiative. The vice captain saw the spirit of the silver wolf, was surprised, but said that the young man didn't stand a chance anyway. The vice captain threw his hammer. The young man dodged gracefully. The hammer flew past. The boy dodged his opponent's blow and rode his wolf a little to the side, striking the vice captain in the process. The knight thought that after this attack, he didn't even inflict a single scratch on his opponent. The guy thought that the knight specialized in both attacking and defending. The vice captain found this confrontation very entertaining. It was his first time fighting the kid. The knight jumped up and wanted to deliver a powerful blow with his sledgehammer on the young man. He said he would try to hold back so that the young man would survive. The boy decided not to wait for his opponent to deliver his blow. The young man decided that he would then surpass his opponent in speed. The vice captain made his strike, but the young man on his wolf was already elsewhere. The wolf was so fast that the captain didn't even have time to swing before his opponents were off elsewhere. The knight was swinging his hammer, and it seemed as if this hammer weighed nothing. The guy thought that he was wielding a hammer that was longer than a sword and a half while holding it with one hand. So in the other hand, he usually held a shield. The young man assumed that his opponent's defense was better developed. He decided to take advantage of that. The knight tried to catch up with his opponents and yelled, "How much longer are they going to dodge?" The vice captain shouted that the young man and his wolf were running well. Duke noticed that the young man was reading Drexler's movement. The Duke thought that apparently the young man was not without his past experience from his 10 years as a knight. The boy is talented, but it's too early to decide. We must see what else he can do. The Duke shouted that Drexler was embarrassing him. The more the Duke shouted, the more the vice captain got nervous. That said, there was nothing he could do about the young man. The Duke assumed that the vice captain wanted to use his spiritual weapon. The old man shouted that he must stop him. The vice captain's spiritual weapon against the young man's spiritual weapon came into play. The Duke saw a powerful explosion. It was a confrontation of two powerful energies, a confrontation between two spiritual weapons. The young man was so young that he couldn't stay on his wolf, flew off and started falling down. The Duke and vice captain rushed to the young man's aid. The captain shouted that he had forgotten himself. The Duke said he was supposed to be demonstrating his talent, but not bravery in any way. The kid said he had won. The kid was smiling. The Duke and the vice captain looked among themselves. The Duke thought that the youngster had managed to land his blow at the last moment, so he had won. The old man realized where he was aiming. The Duke shouted, the young man could have died. Why would he do such a thoughtless thing to win a sparring match? The bruised young man stood up and said, he didn't die. He even won. The Duke asked if the boy had been as reckless in his previous life. The young man said he had been obvious things. The boy said if he hadn't behaved like that, he wouldn't have accomplished anything on the streets. He was bound to win at all costs. The boy added that it was because of this approach that he was able to survive. Kid asked what the Duke thought of that. Did he justify his wish? The Duke replied that he would not have done that if he were him. It was very reckless. The man thought that in the future he believed in the guy because he was reckless. The Duke said he would keep his promise and give him what he needed most. The kid smiled and thanked the man. The boy lay there, unconscious. Two grown men stood in front of him. The young man woke up in a large bed. He asked, where was he? Duke said the young man had recovered faster than he expected. The Duke stated that they had much to discuss and told the young man to follow him. Tiny asked how long he had slept. The man stated that it was almost half a day. The young man wondered where they were going. Perhaps the Duke had summoned a high-class priest for him. The Duke's daughter appeared in front of them and said that she had prescribed more rest for the young man. He had just come to his senses. Where is his father taking him? The girl wondered if the father was going to hurt him again. The man said the young man had asked for it. He would not harm his daughter's savior. The boy thought that, in fact, he was Chloe's savior. The girl said she thought it was the other way around. He had just woken up, having had one foot in the grave before. The kid stated that it was all the fault of his excessive ambition. The young man apologized for making everyone worry. Chloe smiled and told the boy not to be so serious. The young man was amazed to see that look. The Duke said even if he's a child, he already knows about beauty, so he wouldn't dare flirting with his daughter. The kid laughed and said he was just surprised when the Duke called him the lady's savior. The young man said that last time he didn't catch the dark mage, and he didn't save the mistress. Duke thought it was a new experience for him. Chloe asked what did he mean. Her father told her not to fill her head with it. He would tell her everything later. The father said that his daughter should concentrate on the coming-of-age ceremony. It's coming up soon. He's prepared everything. She'll love it. The girl said she would do everything as her father told her to do. The Duke announced to the young man that he wanted to give him some important advice. From now on, the fact that the young man had returned to the past must be kept in the strictest secrecy. The boy agreed with his interlocutor. The man said that especially the priest should not know anything. The flow of time and space is the core of the faith spread by the Creator. This power, even the goddess, mistress of all things, cannot be resisted. A mere man who goes against the established order is called a blasphemer. It is for this reason that their family hides the tempest. The young man asked if the goddess was not the creator. The Duke said that of course not. That information has been removed even from the scriptures in the temple. Duke added the actual scripture was only passed down to the ancient clans. The man said, we need to minimize the number of knowledgeable people. Only the 10 great knights can know about this secret information. The boy must not tell anyone about the hand of God. It is pointless to argue with fanatics. The young man declared that he would apply the abilities he had mastered in the future. The Duke praised the young man and asked what those abilities were. The young man asked his question. What was it about the thing the Duke wanted to give him? The boy almost cried. The Duke must first give back what he had promised him. The boy added, has age made the man an old merismatic? The Duke was angry with the young man and struck him on the head with his fist. The boy screamed, cried, and asked why the man hit him. A huge lump formed on the boy's head. The old man said nothing in reply and only smiled, adjusting his tie. The Duke dragged the young man into the amphitheater again. He said that the boy should first of all be taught manners. The boy resisted and shouted that he was an adult at heart. The man said that if he had promised, he would have to fulfill what he had said. The Duke stated that he would share with the boy the special knowledge of the head of the Valentia family. The man asked if the young man had ever heard of the power of gravity. Tiny did not listen attentively to his interlocutor. The boy had a grudge against him. The Duke hit the young man on the head again to get his attention. The young man screamed. The little boy told the man to stop killing him on the head. This is hurtful and not pedagogical. That's no way to treat children. The Duke said, in that case, the young boy should listen to him carefully. Their family secrets are represented by 4 techniques. The mana training technique, the sword defense and attack technique, the technique for obtaining 3rd stage internal skills, and the technique of obtaining special skills to reach the 7th stage. The young man said that he didn't think the Duke's family was the best for nothing. The old man said that everyone in this region considered his family to be the best and the most educated. The Duke asked the young man. The young man said that he uses striking weapons, which means the need for an attacking sword technique he has no need for. The young man replied that a fragile sword is no match for a strong hammer. The man was surprised. How can a sword be called fragile? The young man said he was interested in something completely different. The young man thought that it was incredibly defensive power. With this power, his attacks and defense would become perfect. The Duke said that of these secrets, the most important ones were the techniques to obtain internal and special skills. The interlocutor said that right now, he would teach the young man one of them. It would be the technique for obtaining the inner skill. Tiny hoped that the Duke would teach him the defensive technique first. Irina was dead. She was the blade piercing the heart of Elfheim, a resource that could not be lost so easily. Won-hyung, the expected heir to the Morse family. We need to gather data on him, but without the kingdom knowing anything about it. The subordinates said that everything will be done. The elder finished his wine and put his glass on the table. He said he would wait to receive the information. The man warned that everything had to be executed perfectly this time. Tiny said that the assignment in Karuna is more important than anything else right now, and the Duke suggests him the technique of getting the inner skill mastered. The boy said he knows which skill is right for him. Just like in his previous life, it will be the 3rd stage explosion. Duke said he had already analyzed everything while carrying the young boy's collapsed body after the fight. The man noticed that even if Tiny is a child, but he weighs more than many knights, surely he must be using some secret to do that. The Duke said that the boy should think about what he was about to tell him. Tiny reminded him that in his past life, he too had worn very heavy gear. That gear was, even for the dimensions he possessed, unrealistically heavy, and yet his body had weighed more than it did now. The Duke had noticed that the more energy he had, the more axe-like his movements became. Some mages call this law of the universe, gravity. If the young man can master it, the heavier his body is, the faster and stronger it will become, the amount of energy will increase. The man told all this to the young man and asked him if he was impressed by this information. The young man's interlocutor added that the result of an expert who mindlessly chooses internal skills would not compare to this. The body has a power that moves it. The young man thought that the more he listened to the Duke, the more he liked it. The Duke said it's all about mass. Every body has its own weight. The young man couldn't understand anymore. That's what he told his interlocutor. The Duke was furious that the young man was either not listening attentively to him or unable to understand such simple things. The man tried to explain again. There is a force that presses down on everyone from above. The boy looked up and saw nothing pressing down on him. The young man decided that his interlocutor was out of his mind. The boy said that if that were the case, all the people would be pressed to the ground by now. After all, it was obvious. The Duke asked the young man, then why do all objects fall from a height? The boy said, because that's the order of things. The man began to get even more wound up. He asked the young man to explain to him what exactly causes this to happen. The kid thought his interlocutor was some kind of weirdo. It just happens because it has to happen that way. There's nothing to explain. The Duke yelled that the young man wasn't even trying to understand what he was being told. The child said that for some reason his interlocutor was trying to complicate things. Tiny was not interested in continuing this boring conversation any further. He said that if a man doesn't understand something, he should just get over it. The Duke shouted in anger that the fool had his own views on life. The man said that no one would help the young man now. Now he'll have him out of here on his own, Tiny asked. Where is he going to fly out of here? The Duke climbed up the tower with the young man. The man put the child in front of him and told him that he would have to learn by experience. The boy thought that there would be a mana freeze now, but he didn't want to learn from his own experience that way at all. The old man said he would ask the young man again, why do things fall from heights? The boy began to think faster. Could it be that it was all about gravity, he asked? The Duke let go of the young man, and he began to fall downward. The young man thought it must be gravity pulling him toward the ground. The Duke yelled for the young man to feel the gravity on his own body. The boy shouted that he had messed with a crazy old man for nothing. He didn't like such experiments. The kid thought that it was not difficult to die this way, and he tried to quickly activate the Iron Divine Armor. Tiny screamed with all his might, a human wolf. He hoped the spirit would come to his aid, and so it did. At the same instant, a silver wolf appeared and tried to save its master. The boy noticed the animal and thought it might help him and soften his fall. The young man managed to scream for the human wolf to forgive him. It ended with the young man landing right on top of the animal, which cushioned his fall. The boy lay on the soft body of the silver wolf. He was saved, and said he was really sorry his friend had been hurt. The Duke appeared above the young man. He asked if the young man had felt the power of the great gravity. The young man said he had felt it with every inch of his body. It was a very refreshing sensation. The Duke said that falling from such a height would not have done anything to the young man anyway. The man asked if the young man would have been able to control gravity, and decided that it was necessary to repeat the experience. The boy objected and said that a verbal explanation would be enough. The Duke said it was much faster to learn by practice, and so it happened again. The young man came to his senses again on the bed. He thought, where was he? In front of him was Chloe, who rejoiced and said that the young man finally woke up. The girl stated she had heard that the young man had become an expert already. That's amazing. The boy was surprised. Is he really an expert already? The young man remembered what he had just done with the girl's father. Could it really work, he thought. Chloe asked why the young man had practiced so hard. Being her father's apprentice was a great joy, but it wasn't worth it. The young man thought, was it really all training? Chloe cheerfully stated, it's great that the boy has become an expert. Everyone in the Blue Wing Order went crazy over this news. Tiny asked Chloe how her father would feel about her being here now. The girl must have a lot on her plate because of the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Chloe said that all she had to do was work on etiquette, so there isn't much to do. The young man looked the young lady in the eyes and said, he is sure that the girl will definitely manage. Chloe asked, what will she definitely handle? Tiny replied, she will handle the upcoming ceremony. The young people discussed all sorts of little things for a while longer. The girl stated that she would be the main star that day, and all the attention will be focused on her. Chloe stated that she was a little worried. Tiny said that everyone the girl is close to must have noticed that. The young lady said that the boy was like family to her now. The young man was surprised. The girl explained, if her father is training the young man, then you can say they are family, and from then on he could call her sister. Chloe did not like the young man's reaction to her words. She said that, after all, she's the daughter of the Duke, and she sees nothing funny in it. The girl asked the guy to keep this conversation a secret, since they were family. The young man promised not to say anything to anyone and smiled back. Chloe said that Sir Drexler was looking for a young man. She forgot to mention it right away. Knight Drexler asked the young man, they say he became an expert. The young man asked why the knight had called him. The young man thought that none of this was like a normal meeting. There were people present on the bleachers. Drexler told the young man to ignore them and concentrated on the answer. The knight asked what the young man thought about a rematch. The lad asked if the rematch was with or without weapons, and thought it was because of the past sparring. The knight thought he'd lost his mind in a fight with a child, and thought it was unworthy behavior for a knight. The knight shouted that the young man could attack him and fight as he pleased. He would now help the young man get used to his new power. The young man smiled and said if the knight so desired, he would agree. The boy shouted that he would not refuse and jumped up to deliver his blow. Tiny swung his mace at his opponent. The knight managed to get his shield up in time. Drexler felt his opponent's powerful blow. How is this possible? Was it definitely the same young man from last time? The kid was much faster and stronger than the last fight. It was harder for his opponent to contain the young man's onslaught. The kid was regularly striking his opponent with his mace. The weapon was as if charged with powerful energy. Even a powerful touch could lead to a strong injury. The opponents decided to launch an attacking strike at the same time. Drexler's iron fist collided with his opponent's mace. After a head-on collision, the opponents flew off to the sides. The knight thought that the young man had a very strong punch. The man couldn't realize what was happening. His opponent accelerated very hard. The young man was striking with lightning speed. and he was moving like lightning. The young man circled around his opponent like a butterfly. He did not linger in one place and struck striking blows. Those in the stands thought that the young man's mace looked quite heavy. However, he wielded it with great speed. Knight Drexler thought that there was no point in holding back. The young man stated that this was what he had originally wanted. The little guy thought that he was mastering it better and better with each strike. However, he had to stay alert the whole time. The kid decided that he needed to swing a little lighter, so that the blow would be smoother. But the young man decided to hit much harder, to maximize the effect. The young man wanted his manatee to get used to this style of fighting. After that, he decided that it would be possible to release all the power. The boy applied Tiny's first fighting move. It was a very powerful punch. The people watching shuddered. One of the spectators thought that such power was only reserved for an expert. After that punch, the arena appeared to be destroyed. The knight said, obviously there was no more reason to spar anymore. The young man thanked Drexler for his help. He said it was very enlightening for him. Knight said he was giving in to the young man in this fight. Tiny stated that he was giving in a little bit tonight as well, and was not fighting at full strength. The boy reminded that he was a true spirit summoner, after all, and he could use the help of the silver wolf spirit. The knight said that the young man passed the test this time, and added, welcome to the Blue Wing. Everyone watching began to congratulate the young man. The young man said that he didn't plan to join the Order of Knights. Didn't the Duke say so? Drexler was very surprised. How could the young man refuse to do so? After all, he had studied the Valentia family's secret technique. The Duke, apologizing, said that he forgot to warn the knight about it. The young man said, someone who is going to travel the world better not join any order. The Duke said that the young man had done well and had exceeded his expectations. He was very pleased with the young man. The young man thanked Duke Valentia for his help and said that he would never forget it. Duke Valentia said that the preparations to settle the first calamity are almost complete. The man said that he would make a very important artifact for the young man. It would be a warhammer. An artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. Artifacts come in different values. The value can equal a knight's income for several years. The young man said it would probably take a long time to make. The Duke countered, this artifact has already been made for months. The man added that it was supposed to be a gift to Drexler for his long service. Valentine's best forge, Rendel's hammer. The blacksmith told the young man that the Duke had asked for the hammer to be customized to the young man's dimensions. The blacksmith was the dwarf Rendel. At first, the blacksmith refused and said he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. How dare he treat his creation like a child's toy? A dwarf will always find a suitable owner for his weapon, even if he has to take a loss. He's just like Heinen. Tiny thought he should prove to the gnome that he was worthy of the weapon. The young man said he was the best top-level knight, and the blacksmith could have no doubt about that. He had just confirmed it in a test with Knight Drexler. The guy added that at this age, he is already an expert. That's saying a lot. The dwarf thought that this shouldn't sound like a trick. The young man must be telling the truth. All dwarves have a special skill. It is the eye of truth. A skill that separates truth from lies thanks to the waves of emotion in the voice. The gnome relented and said, the young man probably isn't that bad. We'll have to work with him. The blacksmith told the young man not to leave and to wait a bit. The master of his craft showed the young man the work of art. The hammer was perfect. The boy wondered if this weapon was already ready. The blacksmith said that he had to adjust it a little more to the young man's dimensions. Also, the automatic recovery of the strike amplification needed to be fixed and add defense magic. The boy asked, what about offense magic? The dwarf wondered if the fans of simple weapons are not interested in defense at all. The young man said that the artifact hammer is an unusual thing. One could even say it was very rare. Therefore, it was a sin to refuse the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. The blacksmith stated that he actually had another hammer. The young man was interested and asked to see it. The blacksmith said that that hammer was made of pressed black iron and has a rune to increase its weight. Because of that, that hammer is hard to carry. The knight for whom the hammer was intended refused it because of its weight. His shoulder got sore. The boy was interested in that hammer and said it sounded marvelous. He asked what features it had. The gnome replied, there is an automatic blow amplification feature and self-repair. Tiny wanted to see this hammer. His eyes lit up. He had never seen anything more magnificent. The young man decided that having such a hammer would be a great honor. The blacksmith invited the young man to take the hammer in his hands and told him that it weighed over 100 pounds. The boy grasped the hammer and said that it was very heavy indeed. The young man swung and gave a very powerful blow with his hammer on the ground. A good crater was formed. The blacksmith was outraged. This young man can destroy everything here. Tiny hugged this hammer and said that it was very cool. The blacksmith thought the young man was crazy. The warrior thought this hammer was a little short, but it looked like a nocturne he had used in a past life. The young man asked that the blacksmith adjust the handle so that he could use it when he grew older. The blacksmith said that the young man must first pay for the damage he had done, and pointed to a crater in the ground. The lad said the dwarf could ask the Duke for double payment. The young man asked if the hammer had a name. The blacksmith tried to think of a name, and thought that a double allowance was a good thing. Duke Valentia was very surprised when he learned that the blacksmith had a different hammer. The man stated that even Dexler would be satisfied, because he would have his own hammer. The kid said that it would take 2 weeks to remake the hammer for him. All this time, he will be practicing hard. The kid added, he didn't even think he could become a superhuman someday. The Duke wondered where the young man had picked up Western words from. Tiny explained that because of his appearance, he decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary. After all, he has dark hair color. Many people say that he is from a mage clan. The man smiled and said that his interlocutor was very entertaining and well thought out. Using foreign words is very cool. Everyone would be sympathetic to his peasant hair color. The boy decided that his interlocutor had a very nasty temper. The Duke thought that in 2 weeks his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony would be over, and the young man would be gone by then. Tiny asked if the Duke still wanted to announce it. The Duke said if the young man has a relationship with the royal family in mind, he can't cancel the engagement to the crown prince. The lad said the crown prince will die the day after the wedding. Why would the Duke want to do that? Next summer, all the direct heirs to the royal family of Aslan will die during the second calamity. Because of this, the strongest kingdom will fall apart in internal strife. After that, the princess will become a widow, and she will be known as the unlucky crown princess. Duke Valentia said, if he knows about all this, he can prevent it, so there's nothing to worry about. The young man stated, he also knows that the second outlaw prince will die too. The boy recalled how Chloe had suggested calling her sister. The young man said that in his past life, the emperor was unable to help her. They don't know any details now. The man said that his daughter is a bright child. His daughter's character and abilities are brighter than her appearance. People don't even realize it. The young man said that sooner or later people will know about it. The father will help his daughter, but eventually she alone will have to settle things in the kingdom. When the warrior met the girl, she did not seem happy. The Duke stated that for his daughter, that for the world, he would definitely choose the best path. The man stated that it should be prevented. The young man agreed and said that he would not interfere, but if anything went wrong, he would personally save Chloe himself. The old man became nervous. The young man called his daughter's name in a friendly manner. Did he really have feelings for her? The guy thought that when it came to his daughter, he was clearly going crazy. The young man's lump ached again. The young man screamed for the Duke to stop hitting him on the head. The man stopped, apologized, and said he had gone a little overboard. Many people were wondering why so many people had gathered. It was explained to them because the Duke's daughter's coming-of-age ceremony would be held soon. The coming of age would be very soon. Many people had put their heart and soul into the preparations. The passers-by decided that it should be a very spectacular event. Looking out the window from Duke Valentia's office, the young man noticed that more guests than expected had arrived for the coming-of-age ceremony. The young man said that their family was respected by everyone in the neighborhood. The captain of the Blue Wing unit, Zenas Frivel, said they would try to make sure everything went smoothly. Duke praised the captain. The captain said there would be a representative from the Rochters as well. Duke thought that their vile third son would probably be present. The Rochters, they are also a family of dukes. They have a lot of influence in the kingdom. They have been feuding with the Valentius family for generations. Herzog Valentius asked the captain to remind the Roeder family representative that he was on his lands and not at home. The captain stated that they had prepared for everything. The man thanked the captain and said that he could be relied upon. The Duke asked the young man an unexpected question. He asked if by any chance the young man had a disease that he had concealed. The lad asked why all of a sudden the Duke was asking such questions. The Duke told the young man to forget it. The man announced that the young man didn't need to bother so much with organizing the ceremony. The captain said Miss Chloe was like a niece to him. The man remembered that the girl was always following the young man around. It felt like she had 3 older brothers. The Duke asked another immodest question. Is Xenos going to get married? The captain said he wasn't yet, and reminded him that the Duke had promised not to ask about it again. The man apologized and said he had forgotten. Xenos noticed that the Duke was acting very strange today. The man explained it was because he was nervous about the upcoming ceremony. The Duke let the captain go and said that he probably had a lot of things to do today, and the young man must finish them. The Duke would do without him now. Xenos Fravel became captain after his father died. The young man thought that was strange, because he had never heard of him before. The boy thought maybe the captain was already at the level of a challenger. Why did he still know nothing about him? Could Xenos really go to someone else's side in the future? Neither illness nor bad habits would be a reason for dismissal. And in a normal battle, a six-circle mana user can't die. The Duke concluded that it was most likely about the second calamity. Tiny thought that there was a reason for the old man to worry. Something would probably happen at Chloe's ceremony. The young man thought that a lot of people would be involved in the incident. Someone called out to the young man. The boy looked around and saw that it was Miss Chloe and Vivian. They took their time approaching the young man. The young man wondered if perhaps Miss Chloe should be somewhere else right now. A lot of ambassadors had already arrived. They might be upset if the girl wasn't in her place. Vivian said that she had tried to reason with her mistress, but all in vain. The girl noticed that the room was too stuffy to stay there. Chloe told the young man that she is always interested in talking to him, and she could also see the silver wolf. Tiny said that he could lend the girl this wolf for a while. Chloe was very excited. The girl declared to the puppy that he would be much more interesting with her. The young man thought that they had already become friends. Someone stealthily approached the young people and said that the angel of the family Valentia, irresistible. The girls looked around and saw the young man. He said that Miss Chloe, the most beautiful of all the women he, Roller, met. The girls were very upset when they heard the young man's name. The lad said he was from a family that rivaled the Valentia family in good faith. Chloe greeted young Mr. Tebron politely. Tebron asked for some attention so that their first acquaintance would stick in his memory. The girl said the young man was making indecent innuendos. The young man winked and smiled and said maybe they would be friends for life. Tebron offered to chat with the girl and said he had even brought drinks with him for such an occasion. Tiny thought, what's wrong with this guy? How dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who was about to be betrothed? Vivian intervened in the conversation and told Mr. Tebron to step aside. Her mistress cannot accept his offer. They need to get back to their guests. Tebron wondered, how dare a night woman get in his way? He could not tolerate such a thing. Tebron called for his assistant Graham. Graham walked over to Vivian and stood in her way, making it clear that he was ready to stand up for his master. Graham told Vivian to stay out of the way of the young men's conversation. Vivian remarked that what was happening seemed very absurd. Graham told Mrs. Chloe that his master was speaking sincerely. He had been waiting for years for a chance to meet the girl. Graham asked the girl if she would give his master another chance. She apologized to him for being disrespectful. The Silver Wolf did not like these young men very much. Tiny watched as Vivian defended her mistress's honor and dignity. Tiny thought it was Tebron smirking. He seemed a suspicious type to the boy. The boy thought it was time to prove himself, so he decided to step out of the shadows. The young man approached Chloe and called her his sister. The boy asked the girl who these strange men were. Tebron wondered, who is this strange boy? Also, he has dark hair. Tebron told Graham to get this boy out of here. The young man didn't like the way Tebron was treating him. The guy didn't think long and charged at him from his right foot. The representative of the feuding family flew upwards and flew far away from this company. Accompanying this flight, Tiny pronounced that a scavenging was taking place. After not a long but very effective flight, Tebron also landed spectacularly. After landing, his face was all bruised. Graham decided it would be a good idea for him to put this young man in his place and avenge Mr. Tebron. He looked aggressively in Tiny's direction. The young man took that look as an act of aggression. He immediately slapped him hard. Graham repeated the flight of his colleague, Tebron. Graham's flight was watched from the window of the Duke's castle. It was a spectacular sight. The officers thought, how could such a knight be put down with one blow? The young man was pleased with himself. He stood victoriously over the two men who were squirming in pain, lying on the ground. Graham was puzzled. Bleeding, he thought. Why did things turn out this way? The master told Graham to take Tebron to Miss Chloe, that he would make a scandal there. Graham replied to his master that this would tarnish the name of their entire family. The master said that Tebron would soon be banished. The man stated that settling their main problem and losing only one lowlife was a great trade-off. Graham must accompany him and keep quiet about this plan. The young man wondered who this boy was. Where did he come from? The man assumed he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales. Or maybe even he is a monster. The interlocutor replied, "So Duke Valentius is raising a monster." The man wanted to meet this young man. The man stated that this old Duke von Roller plans to keep interfering with the royal family. The interlocutor suggested that perhaps he wants to stay in their sight. Most likely his goal, to break the bond between them and the Valentia family. The man said it's all a pathetic attempt. Can the Rollers compete with the Valenti? Many years have passed since Duke Valentius became an aura user. The interlocutor said that Roller doesn't want the V Valentius to surpass him. The man assumed that must be the case, and the topic could be discussed no further. Both interlocutors decided that they should deal with the two guys first. One of them said that most likely it would not be them who would have to do it. It is said that the young gentlemen of the Valentia family adore their younger sister. It is said that the two men have already returned home, and they are very reverently ready to defend Miss Chloe's honor and dignity. The Duke said he heard that Tibrin had caused a stir. Thanks to the fact that he turned out to be the instigator, the young man won't be caught for assaulting a nobleman. The young man said that this was a great relief to him. The old man stated that it wasn't a relief, it's just that the boy was lucky. The young man should stay out of the way, shouldn't be swinging his fists forever. The Duke asked if the young man really wants to go to jail before the Demon King's army arrives. Tiny said that those guys had themselves to blame. They were acting strangely. The Duke agreed with the young man's assertion. He had expected something like this. The man stated that Tibron had gotten a bang for the buck. The Duke's eyes glowed with hatred. The boy could hear the old man's indignation. He shouted that the scoundrel dare not come near his daughter. Let him get in his face again, the young man thought, and told him to stay away. The boy heard some noise. Someone was shouting and about to give someone a beating. It was Chloe's brothers who resented Tibron looking at their dear Chloe. They wanted to teach him a good lesson. The young man saw them and thought they were familiar faces. The young men came close to Tiny. The boy had to push one of them away. He flew off and fell to the floor. The young man watched as Tren, one of the brothers, stretched out on the floor. The one screamed in pain. The young man thought that this Tren is an expert, but still, he's kind of strange. The other brother was surprised. How could this little boy push away such a grown-up guy? The young man asked, "Is the young man's name Tiny?" Tren asked, "Was he really the guy who fought Drexler?" The young man said he had the honor of fighting Drexler, but the knight gave in to him and did not use his spiritual weapon. The youth decided that the rumors were true. This guy really does have quite a high level, and he could learn their family's secrets. The brothers said that the young man was amazing. They met at an inconvenient time because they have an important business to attend to right now, but they will definitely see each other later. The brothers ran on, saying that that rascal Tibron would pay for it. They will personally kick him out of this duchy. The boy thought that Tibron wouldn't get off that easy. The boy thought that one of Valentius' heirs was named Aaron. Not surprisingly, his face seemed familiar. The young man wondered who was around along with Iran. In the future, there was only one young lord in their family. The lad thought sadly, would Zenus's fate await him? The young man walked down the road and scolded the royal family of Aslan. Something did not suit him. The members of the ruling family considered their Aslan clan to be the most aristocratic, so they only allowed those with blood ties to them. Therefore, even in Valentia's family, not many people can socialize with them. This will lead to unhappiness in the future. The young man scolded the aristocrats for their kinship with the Golden Dragon. The young man heard someone smirk while calling him a young knight. The young officers said it was better to say such things when no one was around. Tiny thought they were aristocrats. He asked who they were. The young man thought the ugly fake face was made by magic. One of the strangers said he forgot to introduce himself. The man said he was Baron Randall von Narshov. Came here as a guest for Ms. Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony. Baron Narshov said that he wanted to meet the young man after he heard that he had defeated the knight. Is the young man related to the Valentius family? Tiny said he was a guest in the house and a debtor to Duke Valentius. The young man suggested that the Duke was a short-sighted man. The boy said that the young men were now in the Duke's territory, so it was not very kind to speak of him in that way. The interlocutor said the young man was right, and now they were even. The boy thought, what is wrong with this man? The man said that they give each other advice like true friends. The man continued and said that in honor of their friendship, he would like to treat the young man to lunch. The man said not to let the young man refuse. They would have fun and continue their conversation. The boy thought maybe he should pounce on this man and find out who he really was. Interrogate him beforehand. The young man remembered the Duke telling him that he was just lucky. He had asked him to stay away and not to swing his fists forever. The boy decided that for now he would just keep a close eye on this man. The interlocutor asked the young man if he was really close to young Miss Chloe. The man asked Tiny to arrange a meeting between him and the girl. The boy found this request very indecent and immediately gave the interlocutor a powerful slap. The opponent, traditionally from such a blow, flew up and landed far from the place of takeoff. The young man thought that it happened automatically. He just didn't hold back. The boy thought that he might get hurt badly for this. The second man immediately wanted to hit the boy, but Tiny managed to dodge the blow in time. The man decided that this was a very insolent young man, and he had no right to behave like that. The officer yelled that he was going to tear this guy apart. You could see in his eyes that he was ready to keep his word. The young man blocking his opponent's blows did not understand why he was so aggressive. The opponent was not relenting. He had a huge sword in his hands. The young man realized that he needed to urgently turn on the control of the mana territory. That's what the young man did. After that, the opponent's sword was not afraid of the guy. Tiny calmly blocked the blows of the sword, exposing his hands for resistance. The man thought that this boy had the level of a challenger, but he said he would chop this boy's hands off first. Tiny realized that his iron divine armor was helping him out right now. Suddenly, the spirit of a silver wolf appeared and decided to help its master. The man decided that it was impossible. Why would such a boy have such a huge wolf spirit? The man logically assumed if the boy had a mana wolf spirit, then he was a summoner. At some point, the opponent opened up. The young man decided that this was his chance, and he mustn't miss it. The boy swung as hard as he could. The young man struck his opponent with all his might right in the bridge of his nose. It was unbelievable. The young man noticed that his opponent did not move an inch. The man angrily grabbed the young man's chest. The officer swung around and tossed the boys aside as far as possible. The boy landed on his feet and barely managed to slow down. His opponent swung his sword and wanted to crush the young man with all his might. The boy put his hands in front of him, and at that moment the spirit of the silver wolf appeared between him and his opponent. The warrior brought his sword down on his opponent. The youth and the wolf flew far away. The man got close to Tiny again, swung his sword, and said that the young man had lasted long enough as it was, and he would end his suffering now. At the last moment, the man was stopped by a shout. Someone shouted for him to stop immediately. The young man turned around and saw that it was his co-worker, who was yelling that it was his own fault. Tiny is sitting at his desk. Across from him sits a young man, who said that he had wanted to see the young man for a long time, but he didn't realize it could happen like this. The guy told the boy that he was being very oversuspicious. The guy said that his coworker will forgive the young man, so the case will be closed. The man added that the boy should keep in his mind that Valentino is no place for fun. If a man hides his identity with magic, then he has permission to do so, one that was signed by the man in charge. The little boy nodded silently in response. He thought that the energy of his interlocutor was frightening. He didn't even want to object. The man stated that people expected a lot from Tiny. The boy should not let them down. Tiny should be a little more restrained, and then he will be great. By the way, that's what the Duke said. The man said he has a lot of things to do, so he has to leave. The boy said he wanted to ask one question. The child asked, "Who is Randall?" The interlocutor said that this is classified information, therefore he cannot divulge it. Tiny realized that means he is connected to the royal family. The man said he must not tell the young man anything. The boy thought that was logical since his knight was on the level of a challenger. Tiny thought it had to do with Chloe's fiancé, who would come from the royal family. Soon it would be announced, her engagement to the crown prince. It's been 1 week. The day of the ceremony, the young people are walking in the park. The young man in the banquet hall silently observes the guests. The boy notes to himself that my lady is not there yet. The young man remembers his sister Chloe as a child. Guy did his best to make today the best day of her life. At this moment, Tiny was consuming the delicious food he had purchased from the banquet table. The boy asked Sir Zenas, what kind of food was it? The young man told the boy to calm down. The young man asked Tiny to eat a little slower. There was enough food for everyone. The boy didn't want to stop. The child chewed his food and said he was already eating very slowly. Zenas stated for the young boy to stop stuffing his mouth or his jaw might fall off. Tiny, having stopped finishing his meat, inquired what his interlocutor had said to him. Zenas figured the boy was at an age where he should eat more to grow up. The young boy heard someone address him and call him a young knight. The boy tried to swallow his food quickly. The new interlocutor said that Zenas is a busy man. Therefore, would the young man mind talking to him for a while? The boy said he was disgusted with his behavior last time. Tiny lowered his head and thanked his interlocutor for being magnanimous and being able to forgive him. The man said he shouldn't have made such a request of the young man, but the boy's strength impressed him. The man said if he said something rude again, the boy might hit him. The boy said he would do it if necessary, from the heart. The man in the audience said it was time to welcome the star of today. Everyone looked at the man, and he introduced Chloe von Valentia and her father. Duke Valentius and his daughter Chloe appeared in front of the guests. The girl sweetly greeted everyone present. She was gorgeous. Tiny and his interlocutor opened their mouths and looked at the young lady. Everyone thought that the girl was statuesque and very beautiful. The boy thought, surely it was okay for this man to say that about Chloe. Everyone present thought that this was the angel of the Valentia family. The men remarked that the girl was very beautiful. Chloe lowered her eyes out of modesty. The girl did not know what to say to her. The young person thought that now it would not be like before. She was all grown up now. Chloe's brother and Tiny looked at the girl with admiration. The boy remembered again how the girl had asked him to call her sister now. The young man thought that in this life he would pray for her happiness. Following the girl, the spirit of a silver wolf appeared in the hall. The wolf jumped into the girl's arms and began to lick her. Duke thought, this is Tiny's wolf. Chloe sat down in her seat. The wolf climbed into her lap. The old man couldn't understand why the girl was now with the wolf. Was it really so intended? Suddenly, the wolf began to increase in size. Chloe was frightened. The wolf jumped to the floor, continuing to grow. When it grew, it was huge, much bigger than the girl. Everyone looked at this picture with amusement. There was a young lady sitting on the throne. At her feet was a huge silver wolf. Everyone assumed it was an angel, along with a divine creature. The man remarked that it was very elegant. It is a true spirit form. The guests thanked for the brilliant performance. It was very touching. The boy thought, who does this guy think he is? To thank him for that. Tiny noted that the man was suspicious too. I should hit him again. The Duke thanked his daughter for growing up to be so wonderful. The man said that if her mother could see her now, that would be wonderful. The girl's mother had always wanted her daughter to become what she was now. Many, hearing the Duke's words, wept. The boy wondered, don't they know the history of this family? The Duke took out a ribbon with a pendant and put it around her daughter's neck. The announcer said that the main event of the ceremony would now take place. It's time for everyone to introduce the young lady's groom. The Duke said that he would now announce who would be his daughter's husband. The Duke said that his daughter's husband would be that man over there and pointed his finger at him. A mysterious yellow mist began to come out of the Duke's finger. Everyone froze with excitement. The guests thought it was a magical projection. The image of a young man clearly began to emerge from the yellow mist. The young man introduced himself. He said his name was Brad Lee von Aslan. The young man announced that he was incredibly happy that the angel of the Valentia family would be his companion. The young man apologized that he was unable to attend the ceremony in person on this joyous day. Vivian was amazed. This is a straightforward reincarnation of the wise king. The boy thought, wise or not, he had died in vain in his previous life. The man who was standing next to Tiny said that it was time for him to speak. The boy took the man's hand and asked where Baron Nalsa was going. The boy added he very much doubted that this was the time for the Baron to speak. The Baron patted the boy on the head and told him not to be nervous. The man said he understood the boy's concern, but the lad should not be wary of him. The Baron suggested that the young boy read the word Nalsa backwards. The boy was surprised. The young man realized that he would get the word Aslan. As he left, the Baron told the young man that they would see each other again. The young man was surprised. It was His Highness, the Crown Prince. He had personally come to the ceremony. The boy was horrified. It turns out he had punched the Crown Prince in the face. How was he supposed to live with that now? The young man realized that he had gotten himself into an unforgivable situation. The young man wondered if he should let him die at his wedding next year. Zenas asked, what was Tiny thinking about? The young man, to distract himself, said that it was very hot outside today. The interlocutor said not to worry about that. Zenas said that His Highness had already forgiven the young man. But even if he remained displeased, the young man would be safe in the territory of the duchy. The one who went against the will of the emperor, who chose Roller and insisted on this marriage, was the Crown Prince himself. The young man realized that this was done in order to unite with Valentia. Zemna said that his lordship had asked him to give something to the young man. The boy said that the preparations were complete, and after the ceremony, the Duke should come by. Tiny approached the Duke. The man prepared some documents for the young man. The Duke first of all thanked the young man for the silver wolf spirit. He was able to calm her down a bit. The boy said that it was nothing. It wasn't difficult. The Duke said he still couldn't believe that the young man had a spirit of his own. The man said that Karun's feminine artifact, the Humanitas, would disappear, and a sudden attack of magical monsters, the Krakens, would leave the capital city of Ortis in ruins. Why of all the monsters, why the Krakens? The boy said they would have to find out. What about the Warhammer? The Duke said that this hammer has already been finished. The man added that the blacksmith is expecting the young man at his forge tomorrow. The weight is greater, the efficiency is higher, and it is self-repairing. The blacksmith said he has corrected all the manivolts to customize the hammer to fit the young man. The blacksmith said he has been observing the young man, and he seems strange to him. What is this young man made of? The boy looked at the hammer with delight, said it suited him very well. The blacksmith suggested that the young man swing this hammer, to test it in action. The boy took the hammer in his hands, swung it a few times, and said he felt very strong. The young man saddled the silver wolf spirit. He had a battle hammer in his hands. The guy threw this hammer forward with a swing and said, "This is it." The young man said that this hammer was much better than he expected. He decided to thank the blacksmith Randall. At that moment, the silver wolf spirit sensed something and roared. The young man assumed something was wrong. The guy on the wolf with a hammer in his hand went to scout, to check how things were going. The young man soon realized that the spirit was behaving this way, most likely because of the moonlight. Tiny told his wolf that he was hopping like a rabbit today. The boy was pleased with the wolf's speed. He said, "Everything is fine. This way they can reach the port city of Anicaps in a week." The man is arranging the figures on the map. It's a very important map. An aide comes up and reports that the boy has left the duchy. This boy is traveling on a spirit beast and his speed is 4 times faster than the palanquin. The man asked where the young man was going. The aide reported that the young man was traveling to the nearest town towards Karun. Everyone realized that the city in question was Anicaps. The man ordered that the opportunity be taken to get rid of this young man. The man ordered that a tamer be summoned. Tiny slowed his wolf down. The armed men blocked their way. The young man asked who they were and called them all a dirty word, making it clear that he wasn't afraid of anyone. They were bloodthirsty brigands. One of them said, "The guy doesn't seem to realize the position he's in." One of the brigands said, he heard that the boy had become an expert, but there are 5 of them here with the same level. And the young boy believes in his own strength, having only a spirit on his side. The young boy was about to go on the attack and move further into the breach. The bandits decided that they would not let the young man go and would try to capture him or destroy him. One of the thugs said that the children should be beaten to bring them to their senses. There was even one archer among the brigands. The brigands said they were black knights and would now give the young man a lesson. The bandits decided to attack the young man. The archer let loose an arrow aimed right at the young man. The boy wondered why they called themselves Black Knights. The young man easily repelled the arrow with his hand. The bandits were stunned. This boy had just pushed the arrow away like that. How could this be? Is he really the level of an expert? One of the brigands shouted that there was no need to be intimidated by him. What the young man is using is probably an illusion, and they're about to see for themselves. After all, he is outnumbered. The lad said to guide these brigands to the path of truth, he prescribes them a hammer blow. The young man delivered a devastating blow. The brigand thought that this was indeed the level of an expert. The blow was so strong that one of the brigands could not hold on and fell down. The villains from fear began to shout loudly and call for help. The young man said, "So much for the great Black Knight." The young man declared the attackers to be vermin and servants of the demon. The brigands were frightened, turned around, and began to run away. They said he was completely misdescribed. The boy gave chase. The bandits scattered. The young man shouted loudly, who gave them permission to leave. The young man swung his mighty hammer and shouted that all the bandits were dead and called them pathetic mediocrities. The young man decided to mimic a thunderclap. Lightning flashed all around and the bandits began to run away even faster. The bandits were afraid of the consequences, stopped, dropped their weapons and raised their hands. They were ready to surrender to the victor's mercy. Tiny gave another blow of the same kind and all the bandits were struck. None escaped retribution. The young man, pleased with himself, said that everything had worked out perfectly. The young man, looking at his weapon, said that he would crush everyone with this hammer. As the young man continued on his way, he thought, how could these villains know that he would be passing through here? The boy thought for the future that in such cases, at least one should be left alive. Tiny sensed that someone wanted to attack him again. What could it be? The young man thought. The young man saw a two-headed giant peeking out from behind a tree. Its four eyes shone brightly and intimidatingly. The boy thought that a two-headed troll was standing in front of him. It was the scariest thing he had ever seen. The two-headed troll shouted in two voices. The young man thought that he was in for a severe ordeal. The young man could not understand why a monster of the highest level had appeared here. The monster continued to shout and swung its cold weapon at the boy. The level of monsters is determined based on how their strength correlates with human strength. A level 5 monster corresponds to a 5th circle mage, or a superior level mana user who can handle it. Tiny still had no way of understanding why a level 5 monster came after him. Tiny, thanks to the wolf's quick paws, was able to evade the huge axe of the two-headed troll. The young man saw that someone was controlling that troll. The man was ordering the troll to destroy the boy and his wolf. He was saying that the boy was just a worthless boy who was hindering their organization. The stranger shouted for the troll to strike until there was nothing left of him. The boy ran away to a safe distance, stopped, and got off the wolf. He wondered where the troll had come from. It turned out it was all about the monster tamer. The young man ordered his moon wolf to grab it, and the wolf rushed to the attack. The villains shouted that nothing would work out for the young man. The troll, glaring with red eyes, did not calm down and did not lose hope to destroy the young man. The monster once again swung his bloody axe. He let out a hunting cry in two voices. The monster struck blow after blow. The young man managed to evade his opponent's axe all the time. The monster never struck the boy, but there were many chopped trees in the neighborhood. The boy thought that this terrible troll had gone on a rampage. It would be hard to fight him. The boy couldn't catch a break. The monster kept chasing him from one place to another. It was starting to piss him off. Strength and regeneration, annoying abilities that are enough to make a troll a level 5 monster. However, his rage has a limit. One only has to be patient and pick the moment. The young man realized that he had to hold out, and at the right moment, he would be able to attack. The monster emitted poisonous smoke. The young man tried to run away to a safe distance. The boy decided to use mana to overcome the smoke. The young man tripped and fell. There was less and less strength left. The monster swung his axe. At some point, the monster swung his axe, and the young man realized that he could not dodge now. The boy activated a large blob of energy and directed it directly at the monster. Once it came into contact with him, the energy produced an explosion. The monster screamed. In the next instant, before the monster could come to its senses, the young man jumped high and delivered a crushing blow with his hammer on the troll's leg. The blow was of terrible force. The troll felt the full force of the crushing hammer. The young man noticed that the force of the blow had become much more powerful. It was amazing. The monster screamed loudly, but could not oppose our hero with anything. The young man noticed that the troll's leg began to recover. A little more, and there would be no trace of the wound. The boy jumped up, hoping to come up with a new maneuver and give the enemy an even more crushing blow. The monster continued to swing his axe and demolish the trees one by one. The young man saw the enemy's vulnerability and decided to attack him. The boy swung his hammer. The stranger, watching this battle from the side, stood and smirked. He couldn't figure out how much longer the young man would be able to run away. The stranger thought that the young man would be finished as soon as the troll caught up with him. The troll could not solve this problem. At some point, the young man found himself at a dead end. There was a wall behind him, and there was nowhere to retreat to. It seemed to him that this was a trap from which there was no way out. Would he have to take a direct fight? The troll shouted loudly and swung his axe. The next moment, something happened. The two-headed monster froze. The stranger, watching this, came to be horrified. Had the rage mode already subsided? The young man thought that the troll had reached its limit. Constant regeneration is very exhausting. The stranger finally realized what the young man was trying to accomplish. He was simply stalling for time, and he had succeeded. The silver wolf immediately sank its teeth into the stranger. The man screamed loudly in pain and fear. The wolf continued to gnaw on the stranger. The stranger continued to scream even more. The guy said his moon wolf did a good job. He knows his business. The boy told the moon wolf to keep holding the stranger down and decided to finish off the two-headed troll. The boy swung his deadly hammer high and delivered a lightning strike. The troll had no chance of escape. When the fog cleared, the small man could be seen dragging the two heads of the defeated monster with him. The young man walked closer to the stranger, threw the monster's body parts at his feet, and said it was time for a straight talk. From the stories, the young man understood that the headquarters of the organization is located in the lawless city of the Alliance. Its head is the mayor of this city. The man confirmed all of the above and hoped for leniency. The young man said he believed nothing, and it's all lies. If it was as the man said, they would have put a speech control spell on the chained dog. But the man turns out to be quite talkative, even though he is a level 5 magical beast tamer. The boy asked, is it true that they are planning to steal Karun's divine artifact? The stranger kneeled down and shouted that they were planning no such thing. The boy said that here he would believe him. The young boy asked another question. He was interested in the name of the man responsible for this assignment, and after that he promised to let the stranger go. The young man advised him to think carefully before answering. The stranger asked if he was sure he would be released. The boy said his interlocutor had heard of people dying when their skulls were crushed, right? The young man added that the likelihood of that was much higher than him finishing the man off with his bare hands. The port city of Anaxon. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a bright flash. What could it be? Perhaps someone had set off fireworks. The young man remembered the Duke's words. The man had said that everything was ready. The young man would be waiting for him at the Anaxon's pub. The young man walked up to the pub. This is the place, he thought. This is his meeting place. Tiny stepped inside and was amazed. Would this man really be helping him? In front of the young man stood the Sword Emperor himself. How was this possible? The boy closed his eyes. After the young man opened his eyes, a completely different person was standing in front of him, who said that they don't sell alcohol to children. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. Why did his face immediately change? The little boy realized that it was not because of the masking magic. He doesn't feel the presence of mana here at all. The kid thought he was just imagining it. The innkeepers at the pub said this was no place for small children, especially not black-haired ones. At the same moment, the spirit of the silver wolf appeared in the room. The men said they'd lose all their customers that way. They were frightened. The wolf opened its huge mouth and roared loudly. The men screamed with fear. The spirit of the silver wolf went all around and approached Tiny. The wolf stood beside the young man. The boy said, why does he keep having to put rude people in their place? The man said, so this is the young man who is the summoner. So it's you, the customer, who created the special order. The man bowed to the young man and said that he apologized for not recognizing him right away. The young man was asked to go to another room, where everything was ready for him. Tiny was taken to a separate table on which were 2 books. The boy held out his token. The man looked at the token and saw that it was indeed from his lordship. There could be no mistake. The man determined from the token that it was Valentine's secret organization, the Black Wing. Its men were not only impeccable with the sword, but also unrivaled when it came to finding information and making connections. The man told the young man that he was the commander of the Black Wing. His name is Jay. The boy immediately realized that he was in charge. He said he had a question. The young man said that as the leader, his interlocutor should be at the level of a blader, but he did not feel the presence of mana in him. The boy asked how the man could hide his abilities. The man said that his mana had not awakened. Tiny was very surprised. The young man noticed that his interlocutor had strange changes on his face again. The man said if you try to hide your mana, it would be hard to disguise yourself like that. The boy noticed that the Sword Emperor had reappeared in front of him. Some kind of strange transformation was taking place. The kid realized that it was just the most ordinary disguise, and there is nothing supernatural here. The interlocutor was glad that the young man understood everything and said that it was like that. Tiny thought, that means he didn't imagine it then, but it looked very risky. The man said it wasn't risky, but rather exciting. The man told the young man that he had better think about his important assignment now. The boy was surprised. The man said that the magician, Gail Anderson, who was supposed to issue the recommendation, was missing. The boy wondered again, how could the mage be missing? What was going on here anyway? The title of mage is given to those who reach the 7th circle. Considering that Gail Anderson has the power to control the waves, he has no equal in the sea. The man said, but they can't locate him, and he should have been back 2 weeks ago. The boy thought that obviously it would be very difficult for him to get a reference. The man pointing to the badge said he had a plan B. The man suggested that the young man get to know his new identity. The young man was very excited. He thought that this time the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. Tiny asked that his interlocutor find out something about Hassel. The man asked who he was. The young boy explained that he was a follower of the demons responsible for the Karuna incident. The boy said he was absolutely sure of that. Otherwise, the informant's head would explode if he lied. The man assumed it sounded like the name of either a beastman or an orc. He said he would keep it in mind. At that moment, the man was called out by someone. He said it sounded like he had to go. He had to excuse himself. The man said a big fish showed up this time, and he couldn't ignore it. There were new customers in the pub. The man had to react to that. The young man followed the man out and looked around at all the people present. It was the big fish that interested him. A man with trays was running around the visitors, fulfilling all their orders. The young man thought that the big fish was just an influx of customers. The young man didn't understand what he should do now. He was left alone, and the pub appeared to have a lot of new customers. The young man thought, why is this fake pub doing so well? 2 days passed. The ship Flagstaff, it is a large sailing frigate. In the harbor, a man said that the flagship was leaving soon. The stranger asked, is this flagson going to Corin? The man asked if the little customer could show his identification tag. The stranger turned out to be Tiny. He decided to show his token. The boy held out his new token that he had gotten at the suspicious pub. The man saw this token, excitedly shouted, so this means this little customer is an aristocrat. The man thought, why is this aristocrat unaccompanied? He asked the young man to apologize for his unsteadiness. The young man said it's okay because he is a former aristocrat. The man escorted the young man with a look and said, have a good journey. The huge hammer did not arouse his suspicion. The young man remembered the man in the pub telling him that there was a family of aristocrat Morse. They had been mistakenly recognized as followers of a demon. They disappeared 40 years ago. The black hair and eyes are the traits of an heir of the main line. Without heirs, they were never reinstated. From now on, Tiny will be the heir to the Morses, the child of the noble elves. The young man thought he was okay with being an inductee, but an elf, that's a bit much. The boy became a little alarmed. He began to feel the mana emanating from the ship. The young man looked around. He didn't see anyone he knew. It seemed to him that there was an evil energy here. The young man noticed that the evil energy was not coming from just one or even two people. Tiny decided to be more observant. He wondered what was ultimately being planned here. The young man speculated that there might be a conspiracy here, and the ship wanted to destroy everyone on the ship. The stranger who was behind our hero discreetly pulled a knife from behind his back. The stranger swung the knife over the boy's head. The young man felt it all. Tiny dodged the knife, intercepted the intruder's arm, and blocked the blow. The boy, using his fighting skills, knocked the knife out of his opponent's hand and twisted that arm so that the villain screamed in pain. Everyone around took notice of this confrontation that was unfolding on the center deck. Those around saw that in the process of this struggle, one of the opponents had blood coming out. The sailors screamed what the little guy was doing. The intruder's arm was broken and bleeding. The men told the fellow to let the unfortunate man with the broken arm go now. He must be in pain. The knife was lying on the deck. The young man, without letting go of his opponent, planted the knife with his foot so that it flew upward. In the next moment, the boy kicked the knife, and it flew off and plunged into the villain's chest. All who saw it were amazed. The villain, bleeding, fell on his back and was defeated. Dark magical smoke began to emanate from the defeated villain. Everyone around him was frightened and thought, why is there smoke coming out of his body? It was a strange phenomenon. People began to pinch their noses and said that it stinks a lot. Some of them had heard of it. It was rotten smoke. One of the sailors thought it was a demon follower. That's why such smoke appeared. The sailor went up to the young man and thanked him. The young man had helped get rid of the demon follower that was lurking, but there would be some things to settle officially, and motioned for the young man to follow him. Tiny sensed something wasn't right here. The young man grabbed that sailor's arm and used a painful hold on him. After that, he kicked his opponent in the chest. The sailor flew far back, blood showing from his mouth. The young man said, first. The boy put down another sailor, who stretched out in the middle of the deck, and said, the second. The next villain had a hard time getting to the next one as well. Tiny grabbed his arm and said, third. The young man began gobbling up his opponents, using his immense strength, and using his excellent hand-to-hand combat skills. The villains fell one by one, unable to escape. Everyone who saw this incident began to scatter from the deck and shouted that it was a killer. The young man was mercilessly massacring his enemies. One of the retreating men looked back. What he saw stunned him. He screamed, "No way!" There was a strange dark smoke coming out of everyone the young man had defeated. They were all followers of the demon. The young man noticed an old sailor coming down the stairs to the deck. The man asked what was going on here, who allowed such a mess? Looking at the defeated villains and the boy standing next to them, the man asked, how was this possible? The man walked up to the young boy, lowered his head, and said that he deeply apologized for the hardship he had to face. The man continued, seeming to say that his subordinates had been bewitched by a terrible demon, and thanked the young man for his assistance. Tiny thought that this was a very terrific captain. He had never met anyone like him before. The boy, getting closer to the man, said that he was a pretty good actor. The captain was surprised. The guy, not thinking long, grabbed his hammer and delivered a killing blow with the hammer to the captain. The captain was once again surprised. This was his last surprise. The hammer blow was so powerful that the captain punched through the deck and, bleeding, flew into the hold. The passengers looked down at what was left of the ship's captain. The captain's body lay headless. The same dark smoke was coming out of what had just been the captain. That crew had been in charge of the Flexen for the past 5 years. The young man stepped off the ship and made his way to the town elder. It was reported to the head of the city that 5 sailors had low-level evil infestation. 2 of the navigators had expert-level infestation. The captain, a blader-level infestation. The town elder turned out to be King Ahmet von Karen. The king said that hundreds of living people, and then if you count the dead, then thousands, were offered to the demon. If the demons served by these believers in him, from a high-level evil clan, could pass through dimensions, then the sacrifices would strengthen the believers. And at the same time, the ceremony itself would endow their clan with great power. The young man stated that they were all like pests. The king said that he hadn't met them in 30 years. Therefore, he must have been too relaxed. The king thanked the young man and said that he was a summoner with elf blood. The young man prevented a major sacrifice. The king said that rumors had reached him that the young man possessed a spirit, and he would like to have a look at him. The king's servant said it could be very dangerous, even if the young man had elf blood in him. The young man decided to show his spirit, and a huge silver wolf spirit appeared beside him, roaring loudly for convincing. Tiny said that he would be only too happy to show his spirit to anyone who wanted to see it. It is a source of pride for him. The king said that this picture was simply magnificent. A little boy and his big silver wolf spirit. The old man stated that after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally believed in the young man. The king told his subordinates to wait outside this room because he wanted to talk to the young man alone. The young man suspected something was wrong. It seemed to him that something suspicious was going on here. The subordinates shouted for the king to rescind his order. A face-to-face meeting with a stranger, it could be very dangerous. The old man said it won't take long, so it's fine. The servants said as their master wished and left, closing the doors behind them. There were 2 people left in the great hall, the king and the young man Tiny. The king turned to the young man and told him that the young man didn't have to worry about their conversation being overheard. The old man said, "The young man lied when he claimed to be a quarter elf, didn't he?" The king said he wanted to know the true purpose of the young man's arrival in this place. The king said that having been in this position for quite some time now, he had heard all sorts of stories. The young man thought, where could he have gone wrong? The king continued, one such story being the idea that elf blood could not flow in a person with black hair. The old man immediately reassured the young man and said that he may not worry. Only members of the royal families know about it. Tiny lowered his head and said he apologized for saying the wrong thing. The young man confessed he came here to hunt down the demon followers. This is his secret mission. The young man said he must prevent the theft of a divine artifact in trouble in Karuna. The old man assumed that this kingdom is like a home to the young man. Somehow he was sure of it. The young man did not expect such an admission. He asked the king what was the basis of his assumption. The king said that Karun has a neutral position, but is in the kingdom's alliance. That put some weight on it. The man continued, it's hard for them to trust someone from another kingdom that is in conflict with the alliance. The king assumed that the young man actually had good intentions. But after all, he was hiding his identity. Tiny knew that the king of Karun was called Wise. The king thought he could trust the young man. The head of the city noted, for the young man is an invoker with a pure soul. The boy decided that even a wise king could not shield himself from stereotypes. Since summoners control spirits that are the embodiment of magic, they naturally become enemies of the followers of demons. It was because of this that the stereotype of the purity of the souls of summoners appeared. Tiny thought that in his past life, everyone thought exactly the same way. The boy said that he, in that case, would like to ask the king for a favor. The young boy asked that he be appointed guardian of the divine artifact. He would try very hard to take care of the problem in Karuna. The king looked intently into the eyes of his guest. He said that he approves of his petition, and he believes that the young man will be able to catch all the followers of the demon. The king said that he is not a follower of empty rituals and ceremonies. A servant approached with a sword and a token. The old man said he wanted to skip the empty rituals. The king took the token in his hands. The young man knelt before the king. The king declared that the young man had already proven his worth as a knight. The king announced that in the name of the royal family of Karun, he was appointing the young man, Tiny von Moors, as a knight. And this knight is hired by the king to protect a divine artifact. The young man thought that this is the first time he is given the title of knight. The young man thought of his sister Irina and mentally told her that he would start his life anew. This time it would be different. The young man stated to the king that he had something to say. The young man said that someone named Hassel was behind the incident. The boy added that the name is used by either orcs or beastmen. Knight Tiny asked if the king knew anything about this. The king asked if the young man was sure of what he was now stating. The young man was amazed at the look on the king's face. The young man said that the saint with the fifth circle had said so before his head exploded. The old man sent the young man away and said that he needed to think over everything he had heard from Knight Tiny. As expected, it was perfect. The man with the staff was underwater. Mage Hale is getting a hard-on. Hale looks at the child who can see through the veil. He says he will not let this plan come to fruition. Knight Tiny and the other knights are gathered in the shooting room. The knights discuss that this boy killed the demon followers in Flaxen. A member of the Divine Artifact Protection Squad, Mason stated that this boy is part elf. Therefore, he should not be underestimated just because of his appearance alone. Mason added that this young boy did well in that mission and was given the title of knight. The man remarked that this phenomenal guy was entrusted with the authority to join and control that squad. The men looked at the young man with disbelief. They didn't believe that this boy could be in charge of the squad. Who does he think they are? Tiny asked the king, could he really appoint him so easily? What if someone in the palace is against it? The king told the young boy not to worry. For hundreds of years now, the defense of Ortus had been handled by Karun's army. The divine artifact is now a mere symbol, and the position of its protector a boring job. The young man thought that this squad was made up of only losers. The boy looked at these warriors. They had no chance to become stronger. It was evident from the expression on their faces. The young man thought that even if there was no external confrontation, there would be a massacre inside as it was. The young man clarified, was this knight's name really Sir Mason? Mason turned to Sir Tiny and said, he didn't care which young man had the exclusive right. All they care about is the seniority system. Sir Tiny, on this occasion, decided to show who was in charge. He unleashed his spirit, a silver wolf, just in case. The knights were very surprised and understood. The young man said, he doesn't know what their seniority is, but who has the advantage in hand is immediately clear. The young man added that he was looking for followers of the demon, and he could use that as an excuse, so that nothing bad would be thought of him. The young man looked closely at each of those present and asked if there were any demon followers among them by any chance. The frightened knights said that there were no demon followers among them, nor had they heard of such. Knight Tiny suggested that the personnel try to serve as they should, so that there would be no complaints against them. The personnel said that they would try their best. The young man thought the king's reaction strange, and it interested him. It was possible that he knew Hassel. An officer entered the room and asked, had a new star arrived? The one who caught the demon's followers? The young man turned around and saw the man who said he was honored to meet the young knight. Standing in front of the young man was the captain of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad, Truman. The officer introduced himself. The young boy said he was honored to meet Truman as well. The boy thought that the man in front of him was just an expert. The captain said he had heard about the boy volunteering to join the squad. The man asked, is the young man interested in the divine artifact? Knight Tiny said, perhaps not. The boy wondered if this old man was connected to the coming disaster in Karuna. The captain said, since that is the case, the young boy has come to the right place. Tiny stated, everyone says the divine artifact, it is just a symbol. The captain said the holy power has only one purpose, to ward off evil creatures. The old man added that this power only works within a 1 kilometer radius and blocks demonic energy no higher than the first level. However, if the young man learns more about it, his opinion may change. The old man asks if the young man has heard about the promise in the Age of Mythical Tribes. If not, he recommends familiarizing himself with such books. Since ancient times, people considered divine artifacts to be jewels. The boy thought, "It's no wonder that demonic energy emanates from the old man." The old man continued, "They were created by the gods. Even evil orcs and those under their influence say it is better to learn by doing." Tiny listened intently to his interlocutor, but still understood nothing. The old man motioned for the young man to follow him. The captain promised to show the young man a real divine artifact. The captain and the young man went to the central part of the castle. The man asked, for the young man's name was Tiny. He added that the work of the Artifact Protection Squad was not appreciated by anyone. The boy suggested it was because artifacts are seen as mere symbols. The old man said the reason was even simpler and opened the door ajar. The captain and the young boy entered a room that contained a huge-sized crystal. Tiny knew it was a divine artifact, humanitas. This artifact needed no protection. The boy looked at this crystal with admiration. It seemed huge and beautiful to him. The old man did not understand why this artifact was able to float. The captain said there is a legend that an incompetent person cannot even touch it. That's why it doesn't need protection. The old man said he wants to see if the young man has enough skill to touch this artifact. The young man walked closer to the crystal and touched it. The old man was amazed. Could it really have a 7th level as well? A cloud of light that seemed incapable of harming anyone from this world had the power to reject anything foreign. The guy thought the barrier was talking. Tiny thought he was the only one who could hear it. It was because of its distinctive sensitivity to mana. The young man thought that the barrier itself was an artifact. It could even move around. The old man was very surprised. The young man had just communicated with a divine artifact. The captain said that the young man had a remarkable talent. He could surprise people. The man stated that he has been in this unit for many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a thing. The boy thought that this captain lacked strength, but at least he is proud of his work. The boy decided that the other members of the squad were not like the captain. A member of the kingdom's Order of Knights, Greg Simbo. The captain asked what business Greg was here on. The knight said he was not here to see the captain. Greg asked the young man, "Is he the holy half-elf?" Tiny said he was only a quarter elf. The boy thought that was still a lie. Simbo said he was the hero who punished the dark mages. How dare he lie in the royal palace? Simbo decided to attack the young boy, swung his sword, and said he would reveal his true identity right away. The boy said he did. You can't just take his word for it. At the last moment, the young man took a step to the side and Simbo missed and flew forward. The young man grabbed the knight's arm and pulled it towards him. The knight, losing his balance under the force, jumped up and flipped in the air. Simbo fell heavily on his back. He lay there swearing at the young man with resentment. The boy said, "Simbo is still able to speak. That means he's feeling fine." The young man grabbed the knight's arm a few more times and left him against the ground. The knight shouted that he now recognized the young man. The captain watched the young man finish off the hapless knight. He began to respect the tiny knight even more. The boy thought maybe he should show good manners now. The boy bowed to the lying Greg and said that he had learned a lot from him. The captain after that was imbued with a sense of deep respect for the young man and his intelligence. There was someone watching the captain and the young man from above. It was simply an amazing sight. One of the knights said that they had a very interesting young man. The knight introduced himself. It was Robert Dumble, a knight of the Royal Order. He was surprised that the young man was able to overpower Greg. Dumble asked that the young man show what he could do. The young man immediately showed what he could do and sent Double into a knockdown. 2 more knights introduced themselves and said their names. The young man, recognizing that they wanted to fight him, had to knock them out as well. Next was the vice captain of the knightly order, Randolph Granches. This knight had a sword in his hand. The vice captain said he wanted to test the young man's abilities and pounced on the boy with the sword in his hand. The young man quickly drew his hammer and repelled the vice captain's attack. The vice captain was also instantly stunned. The young man said they have a technique, hit and run. The lad asked, since they were fighting, maybe the vice captain knows who Hassel is? The captain replied that he had never heard of him. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. Why didn't anyone here know about him at all? Another knight came up and said that the young man had been ruthless with everyone. The young man thought, who the hell is this? The young man realized that his interlocutor was of the highest level, or an entry-level challenger. The stranger apologized. The young man raised his head and looked him in the eye. The man introduced himself and said he was Captain Liam von Peterson of the Royal Order of Knights. Tiny put his hand on his chest, bowed, and apologized to his lordship for his rudeness. The captain said there was no need for formality. He really enjoys watching young talent. The captain asked if the young boy would consider him skillful enough to give him a fight. The boy wondered. The captain said that if the young man would humor him with this fight, then he would get a prize. The man added that this prize would be useful information about Hassel. He felt that would be enough. Tiny clenched his hammer in his hand. He would be dealing with a man who had the level of a challenger. The boy thought also he might learn some useful information that he has been looking for a long time. Moreover, this captain with the information had come to him himself. The man said that the young boy would have to be determined because he might not be able to match his level. The boy decided that one would have to be quite unintelligent to turn down such an opportunity. The young man jumped up with his hammer at the same instant, eager to deliver the first blow to his opponent. The young man shouted that he gladly accepted the challenge. The lad was determined. The young man shouted that he should not underestimate him. He was about to demonstrate that. The young man realized that his opponent was in big trouble because the young man felt a lot of confidence in himself. The young man, using his fighting skills, leaned over and kicked his opponent's leg. The opponent's leg was very stable. The young man thought it was a stone attribute. The captain said that the young man was very persistent, and he was a pleasure to deal with in battle. The young man was a worthy opponent. The young man did not let the knight relax and struck him from all sides. Tiny didn't understand how this captain was able to hold his own against his onslaught. This is a challenger-level defense technique. The captain was strong and steady. This kind of knight is perfect for battle. The captain said as he took back what he said, that the young man is no match for his level. The young man's performance in battle is excellent. The captain attacked his opponent, thrusting his sword forward. The young man blocked the captain's lunge by putting his hammer under the sword. Sparks from the cold weapon flew in all directions. The captain was pleased with his opponent. He said he was having fun. The man was smiling. The knight thought that his opponent's technique was flawless. The young man only lacked experience and level. The boy remembered that this knight's name was Liam. We'll have to memorize it, the young man thought. The young man knew that when the going gets tough, you have to shift your center of gravity. After that, the young man decided to attack his opponent with all his might. This technique of shifting one's center of gravity and then attacking, it's quite a well-known fact. Using this, the young man was quite successful in his attacks. The captain said that the young man couldn't even be called a genius. His opponent is a real monster, the man added, or even a monster. The boy thanked his opponent for the compliment and delivered a very strong blow with his hammer on the captain's body. The captain managed to block the hammer with his sword. The knight said that was the end of it. He had had a lot of fun and discovered the young man's talent. Tiny, by inertia, couldn't stop at the same moment. The young man was pulled backward. The boy decided that he would not be able to stand on his feet. The knight took advantage of this and struck the young man's hammer with his sword. The boy received an acceleration, flew far back with the hammer. The flight was accompanied by a scream. The captain calmed down and said that fighting further was too much. The young boy stood up, leaning on his hammer, and thanked his opponent. He too had had a lot of fun. The man said that towards the end of the fight he was even surprised. It was a battle he would remember for a long time. Captain Liam said that as a token of gratitude he would tell the promised information. The boy thought, finally he will know it. The young boy wondered if this captain was actually Hasley. The boy stated that it was a very good sparring session. There are talented people in Karuna too. The captain stated that he will now share what he himself knows. There is a man named Littman. Though he is a member of the Knight Order of the Kingdom, he only takes orders from His Majesty. The captain continued. Not much is known about his work, but he is sure that he travels to different places. The captain is sure that Littman may know Hassel and should go to him for information. The captain suggested that the young man arrange a meeting with Littman. Suddenly a knight came running in and said that he had urgent information for Mr. Tiny. The knight said that His Majesty urgently wished to see the young man. The young man arrived at the king's reception. The king told the young man to say hello. He found the man he was looking for. His Majesty said that this man is very familiar with the East Coast. His name is Littman. The kid wondered, had he asked to find this man? The kid remembered how just now, Captain Liam had told him about a man named Littman. Littman had said he was glad to meet the young man. This was the man Sir Liam was talking about. Littman said he knew the young man was a hero who had killed the demon's followers. The man asked why the young man needed him. The boy scratched the back of his head and didn't know what to say to the man at the moment. He said he was honored to meet him. The king thought, why is this young man looking at him so intently? The boy thought if he wanted him to play along, there should have been at least some hint beforehand. The pause of silence somehow lingered. The young man didn't dare to ask anything. Lippman didn't know what to tell him. The boy was covered with sweat. It was necessary to interrupt this long pause. The young man came up with an idea because of his appearance. He thought he might be from the East Coast. The young man was at least able to get something out of himself. The young man continued. His Majesty inquired about his desire, and the boy said he would like to visit this place. He didn't expect the king to arrange it so quickly. Lippman said every time he found a new path, he was always lavished with gifts. The king announced that Tiny should not go to the east at once. The man must first fulfill his promise about the demon's followers. The young man said that went without saying. The young man wondered why the king had mentioned that. The boy thought that there was nothing wrong with the man. Otherwise, Moonwolf would have rebelled if the man turned out to be a follower of the demon. The young man thought it was maniform. Maniform is when both beast and man are one. The young man remembered Jay telling him in the pub that the name belonged to either an orc or a beast man. Lippman said the young man is very confident. He is a very trustworthy man. The king said that Lippman would come in handy greatly in destroying the demon's followers. Lippman asked what his Majesty had in mind. The man told the king that he had to go in search of Gale tomorrow. The king told him to cancel the event. The king added that dealing with the impending threat was now a priority. His Majesty called Lippman the most capable person he could entrust with it right now. The man said he understood everything, but he was very worried about Gale. Lippman said he would naturally follow the king's order. Littleman thought there was no evil energy coming from this man, but there is something wrong with him. Sir Tiny decided that the man was Hassel. The young man stated to the king that this man is not a follower of the demon. The king said it was better to be sure after all, and check him out. The young man asked, why didn't the king talk about him before? The old man said he had no choice. The boy asked, I guess it's because of the mana oath? A mana oath is an oath sealed with mana. Whoever breaks it will suffer a shock at the level of their circle. The young man thought that a third circle shock wasn't that dangerous, but not to an elderly person. The young man thought about the king. The boy wondered why the king would go that far. Sir Lippman seemed to have been loyal to the king for many years. The young man, on the other hand, was only meeting the king for the second time. The king decided to tell the young man a cautionary tale. In the Karun family lineage, as relatives grow older, they develop a strange ability to foresee the future. The king had a dream that a sacred artifact would be lost and the monster would destroy the capital. The king saw this many times. The old man stated that a young man came afterward and said that the artifact would disappear. The king continued, it better be a dream of a foolish old man. The old man continued, if there is a chance to prevent disaster by doubting a loyal servant, he would be only too glad. The young man heard the barking of the silver wolf spirit. The lad thought, is he about to see Hassel now? The spirit was giving him a sign. The young man thought that Hassel had just left the castle. The lad grabbed his hammer, jumped on the moonwolf, and galloped forward. The moonwolf didn't feel the demonic energy either. The real Hassel, it was someone else. The young man couldn't understand why this hustle took off and ran away. The answer was obvious to the boy, but he had to get proof. There's a cargo ship standing on the beach. It's being loaded with cargo. The foreman said to keep the movers quiet. They don't work at night for nothing. The men noticed that an unknown man who hid his face under a hood was approaching them. The men grabbed their swords, turned to the unknown man, and asked who it was. The unknown man lowered his hood. The movers saw who was standing in front of them. The men realized it was Hassel. Why is he here at this hour? One of the workers said they weren't expecting Hassel until tomorrow. Why is he already here? Hassel replied that something had gone wrong. Hazel stated that the king had ordered him to stay with that boy, and the man threw off his cloak, and everyone realized that Hassel and Littman were the same person. The employee said that this young man had only recently come to them. Hassel replied, what's the king thinking? Hassel shouted, stop talking too much. We have to get ready to sail. Everyone immediately rushed to work and started loading the rest of the cargo onto the ship. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the ship. Hassel was terribly surprised. Everyone turned toward the ship and looked to see what had happened. The ship was on fire. It broke in two and began to sink. The cargo was sinking with the ship. Sir Tiny was seen on the bow of the ship. The young man was looking toward the night workers. The young man, smiling, asked what the demon minions were doing here in the middle of the night. The people on the shore shouted that they were under attack. There was someone on the ship right now. Tiny immediately jumped off the ship onto the shore and took down several people with one blow of his hammer. The man thought this young man took out 4 men in 1 second with one blow. The young man jumped to his feet and asked, "No one. Did any of the survivors want to surrender?" The men were frightened and thought they were now facing a monster. Hassel acrimoniously said they were all pathetic lowlifes. This young man may be called a saint, but he is only at the level of an expert. The man stated that this boy was very exhausted after all his jumping. Hassel yelled for his assistants not to let themselves be fooled. It's just a trick to buy time and restore mana. The young man said that he had been figured out after all. Hassel stated he didn't expect the young man to dare to come here alone. The man added that in that case it was a great chance to get rid of that obnoxious boy. Tiny swung his hammer and said, "Let the enemy just try." Tiny and Hassel approached each other to confront each other. Hassel swung his sword and struck the young man with it. The young man stopped the sword with his hand. The man was terribly surprised. How was this possible? The young man put his hand around the blade of the sword and shouted, "So why doesn't the opponent do anything?" The young man shouted to his spirit, and immediately Moonwolf rushed to his aid. The Silver Wolf spirit bit his opponent in the side. The man was bleeding. Hassel screamed, "How dare he hurt him!" Hassel shouted that he was about to rip the young man into small pieces. Tiny continued to hold his opponent's sword. Hassel released his sword and said that he could forcibly cancel the summoning. The man added that even summoners like the young man would be surprised now. Hassel rushed towards the Silver Wolf. Tiny became angry. He couldn't let his opponent do anything to his Silver Wolf. Hassel shouted that he was going to get rid of that four-legged creature now, and swung his cold weapon at him. The opponent shouted that after the wolf, he would take care of its master. The young man shouted loudly and spoke the name of his spirit. The wolf at the same moment rushed to the young man and came under his protection. The man thought this was very strange. He had done a lot of damage. How was this boy able to hold back the canceled summoning? This boy was only protecting the target's attack area to reduce mana consumption. Hassel thought that his opponent was ridiculous. He had to die. Hassel's aides decided to help the master win and said that they would attack the young boy now. They rushed at the boy, swinging their swords. The young boy began swinging his hammer and mercilessly crushing the attacking opponents. There was blood and broken bodies everywhere. The young man jumped up on the Silver Wolf and said that he was ready to continue the confrontation. The young man told his Mad Moon Wolf that he didn't have much mana left, so he would have to control the movement himself. Hassel told the young man that probably the king had already told about him. The man added that the old man had no sense of gratitude at all. The young man remembered how he had sensed back at the castle that Hassel had left the castle. When the young man was leaving, the king told him that Hassel was a man with countless stories. The old man added that beastmen usually inherit the skills of the local animals, but sometimes mutants are born. The beastmen kill such children immediately because they remind them of the mermaid tribe that opposed their god. The young man stopped, turned around and said that he didn't understand what the king was telling him now. The king continued. He had somehow managed to survive away from his homeland by hiding his identity. The king needed his abilities, so he voluntarily took a mana oath and kept his identity a secret. Hassel asked if the king had told the young man anything else. Hassel stood on the seashore holding 2 swords. The man was ready for further confrontation. The young man remembered the old man telling him that this man could be an enemy. If he would be an enemy, the young man should never fight him if the battle was near the sea. The king added, because this man is a killer whale. And the young man saw his spirit, a huge orca, appear over Haslam. The eyes of his adversary lit up like a demon's. Blazing with rage, he moved on the young man. Tiny, along with his wolf, skillfully evaded the attacking opponent. The boy turned around and, swinging his hammer, shouted that he was about to destroy his enemy. Hassel retreated into the sea. The young boy thought that the water had strengthened his spiritual weapon, and now it would be much harder to deal with him. The man stood upright on the water. He waited for the young man to approach him. He had a sword in each hand. The boy turned around, his wolf moving through the water. The young man swung his hammer and said he was about to show him. Tiny swung the hammer at his opponent with all his might. Hassel, using his swords, blocked this blow. The blow was so strong that the man crouched down. The opponent thought that this young man had a very unusual recovery speed. The young man pressed his opponent hard. His eyes glittered with rage and resentment. Hassel thought that he might have a very difficult time in the near future. If the fight dragged on, a support squad might come up. With a strong punch, the young man threw his opponent far back. As he fell, Hassel turned around and dived into the sea. The young man thought his opponent was escaping. The next minute, a huge wave rose in front of the young man, and his opponent shouted that his opponent was an unusual boy. The boy saw a huge orca appear out of this wave and shouted that she would deal with the young man later. The Kasatka turned around and rushed into the open sea. Its speed was tremendous. The young man was indignant. He could not chase the killer whale through the water. The young man noticed his moonwolf leaping through the air. The lad thought that was what walking on air was all about. The young man realized that Moonwolf was showing him his special ability now. The young man told the wolf that they would think about how this ability could be used next time. The young man remembered how the orca had told him that she would deal with him later, so they would see each other again. Tiny gazed out to sea, and the young man wondered what else his adversaries were planning. Some stranger entered the cave. He was acting extremely cautious. The stranger looked forward and said, "Great," he thought. The man added that Sorcerer Hale had lived up to his expectations. The sorcerer yelled for the man to shut his mouth and called him a litman and a bad man. The man said that was very rude. I mean, he's helping the sorcerer, and he's worried about the sorcerer. Litman took food out of his bag and said if the sorcerer didn't eat, he might faint. The man asked the sorcerer what they would do with the monster now. The monster was terribly scary. It had teeth of enormous size and its eyes glowed in the dark. The sorcerer, seeing this picture, waved his hands. He looked frightened. Litmason and Hale saw a huge monster waiting patiently in front of the cave. Litmason said that it was an amazing sight. It's a miracle they got him. If it's released, it will telepathically communicate with its mother. And if he's destroyed, his mother will know about it too. Litman added, then it would only be a matter of time before Karun was destroyed. To save your hometown, you have to try harder. The sorcerer Hale said that Litman's people will be punished by God, and there was no escape. Litman threw his bag of food at the sorcerer's feet. He said that he had been struck by God's punishment the day he was born. The man's eyes lit up with anger, and he said that now he would only take revenge. Litman headed for the exit of the cave. The sorcerer thought, finally he's gone. Warlock Hale jumped out of the cave and began to sink to the bottom. Hale sank to the bottom right to the baby kraken. Sorcerer Hale declared that Litman's plan was not destined to come to fruition. The young man and the man stood before the king. They had come for a report. The man said that after checking, they found out that all the movers were followers of the demon. The king inquired as to the status of the cargo. The man replied that the cargo consisted of items that were used in magical rituals. Adding up the value of these items would make half of the kingdom's annual budget. The king said that he should have doubted Sir Litman earlier. Litman was both a mutant and a man who was burned by a thirst to show the world what he could do. The old man stated that this man had indeed proven his skillfulness. But why did things turn out this way in the end? Sir Tiny spoke up and apologized for interrupting His Highness. The young man said that he had learned from Sir Liam that little was known about Litman's work, and that no one had heard of Litman. The king said that at one time Litman had wished it so. The old man thought he needed it to avoid being pursued by werewolves. The boy said it was worth treating him with suspicion. Ambitious people never hide. The king said the young boy had made a very good point. He should have realized it earlier. His Highness added that it was useless to lament the past. The king now turned to the young man and said that he too had a question. The old man asked if there was any other way to track down the demon's followers. The young man replied that he knew another way, and this way is quite reliable. The boy added that everything will work out if the king helps him. A young man wearing a hood to hide his appearance and carrying a hammer arrived at the hotel. His luggage was carried after him. The young man opened the door and was told that they were still closed for the time being. The young man raised his hand, greeted the greeter, and asked how he was doing. The boy threw off his hood and the man recognized him. He said hello to Teeny-san. The man asked what it was, pointing to the box. The young man explained the nature of the problem. The man replied that the matter was made more complicated if they had trouble identifying the demon's followers. The young man agreed and said because Hasley doesn't have demonic energy. Hassel only unites with followers. The man said that now everything is clear to him. It turns out there are such people too. The man stated that he was embarrassed to meet Tiny in person. He didn't expect him to come. The man added that he wanted to show the true power of the Black Wing. Tiny noticed that his interlocutor still had a chance to prove himself. The man looking at the crates of cargo asked which one. The boy placed one crate on the table and opened it. He said he had asked His Majesty for a favor. The young boy pulled out a scroll and said that he took the rest of the cargo. The boy said that he was sure about the black wing. There is at least one expert with tracking ability. The young boy added that it's time for the man to take over. The boy said, let the experts check the entire shipment and figure out all those guys. The young man asked his interlocutor, well, where are his people? Let him call them all. The young man continued to dump its contents out of the box. The man looking at this did not know what to say to Tiny-san. The man was sorry to say, but what Tiny asks is hard to fulfill. The young man cried out, pulling a live frog out of the box. The man said that they had tried this before, but they had proved too cautious and managed to cover their tracks. The boy was disappointed. Had he gone through all this suffering for nothing? The boy was grieving. The man said it wasn't all bad. The man said that almost all of the demon followers' belongings ended up in their possession. The man added that there were a lot of boxes of things. Such a quantity could not be sold at one time. These boxes contained almost everything needed for the ritual. Once they survived the fire in Karuna, they carefully began to fish out everyone who had artifacts with them. The man noted that materials it didn't apply. It took a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients to create an artifact. If they lost almost everything, it would take a long time to reproduce the same amount. The man asked, what if a store appeared in Karuna that sold all the ingredients they needed? They would have no choice, the man continued, but to go there to save time. The young man said that sounds very excellent. His interlocutor is good at more than just business. He's just a good guy. An assistant appeared carrying a dish in his hand. The young man asked what it was. The man said he was on time and offered the youth to taste it because it was prepared especially for him. It was a popular local dish, a whole anacaps chicken. Tiny thanked, but said it wasn't the time. The interlocutor asked to just try it. The young man agreed and said he would only take 1 bite. The boy took 1 bite and his eyes rounded. It was very tasty. After a minute, the young man's plate was empty. The young man couldn't understand how this happened. The young man thought it was a great flavor, and he couldn't understand why it tasted so good. The young man asked his interlocutor, why didn't he give himself over to it completely? The man said that now he could be proud of his teachings. He was sure that they would succeed in not arousing any suspicion. The young men decided to begin preparations to search for the demon's followers. The chance should definitely present itself to them. 2 months have passed. 2 strangers, hiding their faces, approached the same store. It was dark outside. One man asked if it was definitely safe there. The interlocutor replied that he had already checked out the owner. This owner, a very good businessman, he most likely founded this store to make a profit. The man knocked gently on the door and said that he had already made a preliminary investigation. They would proceed under the petty officer's orders. The men entered the store. One of them said that now was the time to spend wisely. The owner greeted the visitors and asked what they wanted. The visitor said, rumor has it that this store sells some good merchandise. He is interested in everything on this list. The owner took the list and scrutinized it carefully. The visitors waited patiently. The salesman, after studying the list, realized that these were the ones he was waiting for. He thought that now he should call Mr. Tiny. The salesman remembered what preceded the organization of this store. A lot of fruitful work had been done. The owner of the store thought they hadn't worked here for 2 months for nothing and told the customers that he would get everything ready right away. The man told the customers to wait here for a while. He needed time to gather everything on the list. The salesman carefully collected what he was told to collect. The customers waited nervously on the sidelines. The shopkeeper heard one of the visitors say that the petty officer told them to be extra careful. Another stranger approached the store. The 2 customers thought it was their foreman who had come. He knew the address too. The salesman said that it was an interesting conversation these visitors had. A 3rd customer came into the store and asked if they could share the topic of conversation with him. The men wondered, why did their elder come here? Does he not trust them? The shopkeeper thought he was the companion of the 2 visitors. They're going to tell him everything. The 3rd customer said he just couldn't take it anymore. He came here to hurry them up. The man said they've been given a very important assignment, and he's worried they're not going to fail. The men said that their eldest could take it easy. They never told anyone who their master was, and then they checked it out. The visitor let out a dark smoke, and all at once they were frightened. The men screamed with fear. The shopkeeper was frightened. He heard the first 2 visitors apologizing to their elder. One of the men fell on his knees and said he was sorry, and he would not disobey his master again. A strange transformation began to take place with his appearance. The older man said for his assistant to clean up the place. The man went up to the shopkeeper and apologized to him for the incident. The man said that he had just had a big doubt. The visitor looked intently into the shopkeeper's eyes. He didn't trust him. The man said, too timely. The man released his dark energy again. Everything was shrouded in fog. The shopkeeper shouted loudly. The shopkeeper, aka Jay, came to his senses. He was being shaken by his chest by Mr. Tiny. The man had burnt clothes. Tiny asked what really happened here. The man tried to remember. Jay said he seemed to have bad luck. Jay remembered lying on the floor, shrouded in dark energy. The visitor said, there is a person who can't use his mana at all. It was very rare. The man looked around and noticed that there were some good items in this store. The stranger stretched his hand forward and all the dark energy flowed into it. The salesman was left lying on the floor. As he left, the visitor left money and said that he would pay generously. Therefore, he counted on the shopkeeper to get more items. The stranger warned if the shopkeeper tells anyone what happened, he won't get away with it. Jay said he was glad he wasn't awakened. Tiny wondered if he was just going to let the situation go. Jay thought that the stranger must be sure that he could straighten him out at any moment, like this time. Saying this, the man looked at the pile of ashes on the floor. Tiny said just because Jay couldn't use mana didn't mean he had to turn a blind eye to what had happened. The young man said the stranger was brave if he left a trail behind him. The young man suggested that a professional trail mage be brought in. Jay stated that there was something he wanted to check out first. He had one theory. The man said that this incident might be indicative of a far greater danger than they suspected. The aura that emanated from the Duke during the training was beyond human capabilities. The black mage had sensed it as well. Jay speculated that the stranger's level might have been like the captain of the 7th Corps. Tiny said no matter how dangerous it was, we should figure it out at all costs. The young man added, if it doesn't work, we have to make it work. It was ironclad logic. Jay agreed with the young man and thought he deserved the praise. The man bowed to Sir Tiny and said he trusted him and would follow his orders. Another month passed. The knights had been training hard. The young man studied additional literature. By then, the young man had tracked the demon's movements. A few days later, a major magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. Tiny thought to ambush them, to do so in conjunction with the Black Wing. The young man was able to pass on some information to the royal family, so he boldly counted on help. The knight noticed that he hadn't seen Sir Liam for a long time. He must be on vacation. The lad assumed his lordship would organize some decent support as well. A man approached the young man and stated that many knights were now on vacation. The man complained that Liam had taken a long vacation as well. He would have to spend his time at the bar alone. Tiny asked if the man and Sir Liam were on good terms. The man said they were old friends and often visit the bar together. The knight asked if the young man would like to join him during dinner. Tiny apologized to the captain and said he had a lot to do today. The captain accepted that answer with regret and said he would be at the bar alone tonight. The young man told the captain to get a good night's rest and return to duty. A few days passed. The day of the operation arrived. The man recognized that a great many knights were missing right now, and they could not miss such a chance. The knights knew that they must protect the divine object. They have no other choice. Tiny thought that everything had turned out as he had hoped. It was a good thing he stayed. A young man came out from behind a pillar, apologized, and said that they were acting too obviously. The young man looked around at everyone present and said he didn't think he was involved either. Tiny said this referring to Captain Truman. One of the knights said, Sir Tiny, just an outsider. He knows nothing about their captain. The captain had trained and coached countless knights. The captain was one of those who founded the order. The knight stated that the captain should not have been left behind, guarding this relic. The young man asked Captain Truman, did he start out as a knight too? The captain replied that it was a long time ago. Captain Truman recalled that thanks to his brilliant comrade, he quickly realized his limit. The man said that he realized where he belonged, so instead of forming a group to train, he decided to go into the service. However, all of his efforts to serve his fatherland were overridden by the Baron and Baroness notifying him of his transfer here. When the captain read this assignment, he was frankly upset. Captain Truman stated that it was unfair. However, the current king didn't want to do anything about it. He left it as it was. The officer remarked that at that time there was only one Littman on short notice with the king. It was Littman who gave Captain Truman a new dream, because since he was a child, no one recognized him. Littman did it not for personal gain, but for the common good, and the captain appreciated it. The man told young Tiny that he was doing all this to build a new kingdom. The young man took this ironically. He believed that the captain had been stupefied by Littman's words. The young man assumed that the captain was thus trying to explain his alliance with the demon. The officer stated that he had no turning back now. He had made his choice long ago. Future generations would understand him. Captain Truman ordered his knights to seize the young man Tiny now. The knights, swinging their swords, rushed to carry out the order. The young man said that he accepted their challenge and was ready to offer a worthy resistance. The young man took up his hammer. The lad began to smash the opponents advancing on him. The warriors, having been repulsed, flew in different directions. The captain did not understand how one man could cope with an entire squad of knights. Tiny stated that he enjoyed it, and he was willing to do this kind of work on a daily basis. He was invincible. The young man was skillful in his combat skills. Truman realized that after a while there would be nothing left of his squad. There were wounded knights lying around, and there was a sea of blood. The captain realized that this battle his squad had lost. One young man was able to resist an entire squad of fighting knights. The officer realized that he couldn't let this happen, and he must do something now. It shouldn't end like this. The officer threw a red ball at the young man, with the intention of striking him. The young man batted it away with his hammer, and that ball fell to the floor. The ball began to increase in size, and a noxious, dark smoke began to come out of it. The whole room was covered with this smoke. The ball turned into a red mass and began to increase in size. This mass began to grow in front of my eyes, turning into something red and shapeless. The transformation continued. A huge gray hand with terrible claws appeared from the mass. Eventually, this mass turned into a terrifying demon that roared and blazed with anger. The demon stood up to its full height, spread its wings, and roared loudly. It was a terrible sight. Captain Truman shouted, "How is this possible? They are right next to the relic." The demon grabbed the captain and decided to swallow him. He lifted the officer high above his head. Tiny jumped up and swung to deliver a powerful blow with his hammer at the demon. The young man with his crushing blow severed the monster's arm in which he held the unfortunate officer. The arm, together with the captain, fell to the ground. The captain found himself crushed by the demon's limb. The captain, bleeding, asked why the young man had decided to help him. Tiny asked, where did this demon come from? The officer said with his last strength that he had been given this demon by Sir Littman. Captain Truman added that Littman had advised him to use it as a last resort. The demon, bleeding, clutching the wound with its whole arm, continued to scream and raised its wings. The young man, observing the artifact's reaction, stated that the sacred barrier was dissolving it. The captain was surprised that the holy barrier was working on him. Young thought that they couldn't possibly not know about it. However, Littman took advantage of Captain Truman's unpreparedness. The young man said he still had a lot of questions left, so the captain would have to stay here alone. The demon jumped up, flapped its wings, and flew away. The monster headed towards the artifact. The young man watched its actions. The boy swung his hammer and shouted for the demon not to dare to do so. The young man flew up to the demon and gave it a mighty blow to the body. The hammer made a huge hole in the monster's body. Blood began to come out. The demon fell down exhausted and began to make strange noises. The young man struck the unseen monster. The monster was bleeding, but it still had strength. Its eyes were burning with hatred. The monster did not want to give up. The demon, overcoming the pain, pushed himself up and flew upwards. Blood continued to flow from his wound. The demon got off the ground and tried to gain altitude by flapping its wings. The young man screamed. He couldn't let this monster do anything bad to the artifact, one that the young man must guard. The monster in the air turned around and headed towards the young man. The monster opened its jaws and roared. A huge three-masted ship docked at the shore of the island. 5 bleeding bodies lay on the shore. A cloaked stranger held a bloody sword in his hand. The stranger stated, "There seems to be a disturbance on the island." His interlocutor was thoughtful. The hooded stranger asked if the man had any idea what the problem might be. The man, looking at the mysterious marks on the ground, said that someone was using concealment magic. The stranger asked what it meant. The man stated that he knew nothing about it, but right now it was better to stop the ritual and go back. The man stated if they wanted to hide the magic circle, then their real target is Karun. The stranger suggested that in that case, Tiny was in terrible danger. The young man knew that for demons, following orders was more important than their own lives. The demon put its claws forward, opened its jaws, and was about to attack the young man. Tiny dodged and circled the demon from behind. He struck the monster with a hammer of tremendous force. The young man's blow came right on the evil demon's head. Blood and all the contents of the head splattered in different directions. The monster fell to the ground. The young man realized that this was not the end. The young man climbed high up so that from there he could accelerate harder and finally finish this monster. The boy developed incredible speed and prepared his hammer to deliver the decisive blows. The monster was doomed. The young man's eyes were filled with anger. The hammer was ready to crush this demon. The young man decided to put all his strength into this blow. Tiny fertilized this demon with all his might. The monster shattered as if from an explosion. The young man barely had time to get away. This monster was a rank blader. The young man was terrified. The artifact was saved. All that was left of the demon was an arm. The Demon King's followers used higher-level magic than he had imagined. Tiny noticed that Captain Truman had disappeared. The young man became worried. The young man jumped up on his wolf and rushed in pursuit. The lad thought he had saved him from this monster, and the man had left him and fled. Sir Tiny realized that on no account could Truman be allowed to get away. The captain, leaving bloody footprints, tried to hide in the tunnel. The man saw a door in front of him, from behind which a mysterious light was seeping. He thought his salvation awaited him behind that door. Truman was bleeding from his wound. His strength was leaving him. He reached the door and crouched in front of it. The old man remembered the demon and thought it was very scary. He could barely drag his feet. The captain thought that maybe even Tiny didn't get out of there alive. He considered himself lucky to be alive. The man thought to himself. He realized everything he wished for would not come true. This wound was fatal. Thurman thought that even the divine religion he considered precious might have been lost. The old man said that his end must have come. Tiny appeared in front of Captain Thurman and said, "Well, the old man is aware of his imminent demise." The old man could not believe that the young man had survived. The lad asked why he was surprised. The young man asked why the captain was surprised that he was alive. The young man continued, "Or maybe the captain is wondering how he found this secret place hidden by magic." Truman looked into the young man's eyes and said he sees a brave man in front of him. Tiny said he would never have thought that Captain Truman had set up a hideout for himself in the sewers. The captain didn't say anything back. He just smiled in return. The man was holding on with his last strength. The boy said that the captain only had a couple questions left to answer. The young man inquired as to what the villains were planning. Truman replied that he didn't know the details. The old man said he only knew one thing. He didn't finish because he was losing strength. The blood kept dripping. The old man spoke softly so that the young man would not forget his promise. The captain's voice trembled and he fell silent. The young man shouted for him to keep talking and not be silent. Truman fell on his back and stopped breathing. There was a pool of blood all around him. They checked the old man's pulse. There was no pulse. He wasn't breathing. The young man thought that this night had reached his limit. The young man stated if the captain hadn't become an accomplice of the demon follower, he wouldn't have died this way. The silver wolf spirit looked towards the door and barked. The young man became wary. The lad thought the wolf was sensing strong mana behind the door. The boy opened the door and stepped inside. He saw a man lying there face down. The young man turned the man around and saw that it was the tsunami sorcerer. Out of surprise, Tiny shrieked. Looking at the man, the young man thought that he was already dead. It turns out that the young man was too late. The young man didn't understand in that case whose mana did Moonwolf feel. The boy looked around and saw the Kraken cub beside him. Kraken Jr. was with his eyes closed. He wasn't breathing. Tiny thought it must be his corpse. Where would a beast from a mystical age come from? The kid thought the little Kraken was transmitting information. His memories are being passed on to the young boy. Tiny put his hand on the Kraken and felt the energy he was receiving from it. The energy he was receiving from the sorcerer. The young man thought, which was to be expected from a tsunami. The young man thought that the sorcerer was protecting the Kraken even after his death. The young man felt a frightening evil aura. It alarmed him. The young man thought that this aura was of the same level as that of gluttony. The guy realized that he had absolutely no time right now. We have to act faster. Tiny knew that there were only 2 spells left. He had to use them quickly. First, he had to use the mana of the first spell that had been suspended. The guy tried to hastily restore the effect of this spell. A huge and powerful beam of light from the sky illuminated the ground. The king, looking from his office, saw this beam and realized what was the matter. The king realized that it could be the Kraken. You could tell by the handwriting that Hale was working. The king thought the Kraken was headed this way. The first prince, Henry von Karen, walked into the king's office and said they had a big problem. The prince said there's a huge tsunami coming. Evacuation alone will not do. The prince said that the king should declare the highest level of warning. The old man thought, if this is really the Kraken, they can't escape it. The king thought that Karun might die. Only a miracle could save him now. The king heard someone asking if His Highness was already giving up. Everyone looked around. Sertani entered the room carrying the sorcerer on his shoulders. The king's aide shouted, "How dare this man barge in here?" The king restrained him. The young man put his burden on the floor, and everyone realized who he had brought with him. The king asked if it was the tsunami sorcerer. The young man nodded affirmatively and said it was Mr. Hale. The young man said that Hale fought for Karun until the very end, but he died. The king asked who did this to one of the 7 sorcerers of the circle. The young man said he was ruined by the followers of the demon. The man became upset and said they were scoundrels. They defeated one of the pillars of this kingdom. Tiny said there was still hope. Even in such a situation, Mr. Hale worried about the kingdom and left something behind. Everyone present looked at Old Man Hale as if they were waiting for him to answer. The young man said that the sorcerer had set aside a shield that could save Karun. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Was there still hope? The king waited for further explanation. The king stated what Hale had left behind would probably not be enough to save Karun. The boy asked what the king meant. The old man said he couldn't tell that yet. The king said that holy power always has a limit. The divine artifact should protect them from the beasts. However, it alone would not be enough to protect them from the Kraken. The man asked, was this really about the very monster from the legends? Was he really the one who caused the tsunami on the sea? The young man said that the king was wrong. The divine object would come in handy. The boy urged everyone to remember the legend. The young man said, even in ancient times, artifacts were valuable. They were created by God, and therefore will always be stronger than all monsters. The boy stated that the Kraken is a legendary monster. If the ancient scriptures are true, the holy power will always prevail over the power of this monster. The king agreed that the Kraken is different from all other known monsters. His Highness shouted that it was necessary to evacuate as many people as possible. Every minute was precious. The old man ordered all the sorcerers to protect the people from the tsunami. People should be brought to the inner square. Use ships if necessary and move the rest to the island. The king announced to make his order known to every inhabitant. A knight ran into the room and stated that they had a big problem. The man stated that all the ships in the harbor had been destroyed. The harbor was a depressing sight. Not a single ship had survived. The wreckage of ships was floating in the sea. A man reported to his elder that he had destroyed the remaining ships in the harbor. The elder said they had taken away the men's last chance of escape. The elder asked what happened to the rest of the sorcerers. The man hesitated to answer. The man said there was information that the knight had prevented their plan from coming to fruition. The elder expressed that someone knows everything about them. There is a leak of information. The man gave orders for the assistant to call for reinforcements and get rid of all the pursuers. The elder, emitting dark demonic smoke, said that things were going well. The man, seeing the Kraken approaching, suggested that it was going to be very difficult for everyone now. The elder ordered to kill all the knights who stand in their way, and to spare no one. The elder said that the performance was just beginning. He had many followers following him. People were fleeing away from the sea in fear. They were fleeing the tsunami. All of Karun will have to try to protect itself from the tsunami. All the mages saving the city from the tsunami were doing their best. It was a labor-intensive process. It was a risky, adventurous operation. In the process of protecting the city from the tsunami, the mages could use up all their strength. Hassel said when panic set in, they'd use the sea evil, and then no one would be able to escape. Hassel continued after that, the royal lineage and the light of the divine artifact will be destroyed, and Karun buried. The elder announced to his followers that they had waited a long time, and their hour had come. It was time for the world to know what Malam was. 2 days passed. The city was reeling from the effects of a catastrophic tsunami. The coastal area was flooded. The young man looking at the people thought that everyone was terribly exhausted. A lot of strength had to be expended. The king said that they all defended themselves against the tsunami without respite. The young man, seeing how tired the king was, told him that he should rest for a while. Suddenly, the young man felt the effects of a strange energy. He assumed that something was approaching the city. The boy's face changed. The young man said most likely he had arrived. A huge wave appeared in the sea, which kept increasing in size. It was like a huge water hill that was growing before our eyes. A large tentacle of a giant kraken grew over the city, the one who would determine the fate of Karen. From the depths of the sea, a giant monster appeared, the ruler of the depths of the sea. All the people of the town began to flee away from the sea. The giant kraken appeared, terrifying. The king and his knights watched the monster from the castle tower. The kraken was of enormous size. His Majesty the king was ready for Karun to fall. A young man approached the old man and called out to him. The old man asked what the young man had brought with him. What did he have in his sack? The boy said it was what Hale had left them. The young man called to his moonwalker and said they had to go. The young man jumped on his wolf and rode toward the sea. In one hand, he held a sack of gigantic size. The king shouted after the young man that all of Karun was counting on him. The king remembered what had happened a short time ago. The sorcerer had telepathically transmitted and apologized for leaving his majesty. Hale added that for the sake of the king and his people, he fought to the very end. He leaves the remains of his loyalty to the king and hopes they will serve him well. The young man hopped through the air on his moonwolf. He was followed by a kraken cub. The young man saw the size of this giant monster and said, "There was no way that could be." It was unreal. The boy felt the power and majesty of this kraken. Its eyes exuded hatred. The young man assumed that its main body was too far away. The young man nervously searched for a solution. He hadn't yet figured out how to proceed. The boy remembered his moonwolf leaping through the air. He had experienced that sensation before. The young man decided to try it again, which he announced to his wolf. The third stage of the spirit summoner, power binding. The young man moved lightning fast along with the wolf. The little kraken followed him relentlessly. The young man thought that this was some kind of madness, but he liked it all. The boy decided he had to get close to it. The huge kraken enveloped the entire town. The giant monster screamed the young man and covered his ears at the loud sound. It was deafening. Tiny decided that the kraken thought as if it had killed his child. But there was no time to sort things out now. The young man was moving through the air at lightning speed. The kraken cub moved relentlessly behind him on a tether. The young man decided to wrap this matter up quickly. The kraken cub's body was sealed with the traces of its killer. Even though the kraken had the cognitive potential of an animal, it would still be able to sense and find the culprit. The young boy got close to the kraken and shouted to it, "Catch!" The boy tried his best to throw the baby kraken straight to its mother. The baby kraken landed right on the tentacle to its mother. The young boy thought it had succeeded. The giant kraken began to read the information and realize what had happened to its cub. There was another loud scream accompanied by a strong wind. The young boy closed his eyes and ducked down. The boy couldn't help himself and flew off his wolf. He flew downward. The young man thought that he had failed. It turns out that he had failed to fulfill the hopes of all of Karun. The young man flew down and thought that he would not be able to save himself anymore. In his hands, he held his hammer. At the last moment, someone ran up from below and picked the young man up and said that Tiny could relax. The man landed with the boy, holding his hammer as well. Tiny was saved. The young man realized it was Sir Zenas. Now he knew who his savior was. The boy asked, "Why was Zenas here? Didn't he have his own business to attend to?" The man said the young boy could care less. Tiny shouted, "If Zenas interferes in Karun's internal affairs, it could lead to political problems." Zenas said, "There are bigger matters at hand." Zenas added, "There is no cause for concern, for he wears a mask." Zenas is a person who possesses silver mana and the attribute of cold wind. He is a young knight with the level of a challenger. Tiny thought, "There is no second one like that." Zenas said, "This is very interesting." The kraken suddenly calmed down. The man thought, what could have happened to this ginormous monster? Tiny noticed that right now there was something going on there. Tiny and Zenas noticed many hooded people lying on the ground. They were shrouded in dark, insidious smoke. They were followers of the demon. The young man wondered, why are they here? Why are they in this condition? The lad thought, could they really be the ones who could have planned this kraken attack? The young man rejoiced he had succeeded. Hale's plan had worked. The kraken began to show annoyance again. Apparently, he realized the reason for his child's death. Tiny didn't understand what the kraken wanted now. There are no more demon followers around. What's the matter then? The young man's puzzle wasn't adding up again. Tiny asked Zenas what was up with the summoning magic he was learning. Zenas replied, it has the ability to hide anyone's presence anywhere. They destroyed most of the circles. The young man thought that even now he was the one who knew more about the demon's followers than anyone else. The young man assumed that the demon followers were plotting something not good against the divine artifact. The young man became angry. He realized that he had to continue to protect the divine artifact. Perhaps Zenas could help him in doing so. The young man summoned the spirit of the silver wolf to help him and told him to show him the location of the divine artifact. Yunosha wanted to narrow the radius of inspection and told the moon wolf to be more precise. The young man saw the demon's followers heading toward the castle. The young man followed them. The boy jumped up on his moonwalker and rushed off in pursuit of the demon followers. Zenas was left alone. Zenas yelled, "Was it really worth leaving Kraken alone now?" Zenas started chasing after the young man. The boy said that the demon's followers wanted to get their hands on the divine artifact. The young man shouted that protecting the divine artifact was his priority right now. The people of Karun saw the huge tentacles of the Kraken that towered over the city. The townspeople were terrified. They did not know how to escape this monster. The knights were guarding a divine artifact. They didn't know what to do next. What should they do about the Kraken? The knight asked the question, "What is really going on? Where is their commander Truman?" The warrior stated, "Thanks to the divine artifact, the area around the temple is now safe." The knight added that the only thing left to do now is to protect it. The demon's followers appeared. There was dark smoke around them. The knights grabbed their weapons and realized that they would now have to defend the divine artifact in battle. Hassel said he knew that the concealment spell was useless. The knights must have gotten tired of standing guard all the time. The demon followers stated that those knights were only getting in his way. Hassel stated that it was easier for him to deal with the knights than insects right now. Hassel let out his poisonous dark smoke and said that the knights were no match for him now. The knights tried to defend themselves, but their weapons couldn't help in a confrontation against the dangerous Hassel. The defenders of the divine artifact were defeated. They fell in an unequal battle against the followers of the demon. Tiny was rushing towards the divine artifact while sitting on the back of a silver wolf. Beside him, keeping pace with him, Zenas ran. Zenas asked how long it would take them to get there. The young man said it was getting close. The followers of the demons saw the young men who were rapidly approaching them. They said that these men could not be allowed to get close to the divine artifact. Tiny said they had plenty to do without these villains. He decided he would deal with them himself. Zenas proved to be more nimble and reached the demon followers faster. He scattered the enemies in an instant, finding himself not even injured. The young man said that was what he expected. Zenas is incredibly fast. He is a pleasure to deal with. Zenas asked the young man if the demon's followers would be able to touch the divine object. There must be a strong defense against that installed there after all. The young man said that he had already seen an example of one person almost being able to take the artifact. The young man was referring to Truman. Tiny said he has a bad feeling about this. They need to hurry up. The boy stated that the demon's followers made a big mess with the Kraken. Next, things could only get worse. Zenas was frustrated. He didn't want things to only get worse from here. He hoped that he and the young man would get things in order. Sir Liam appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. He said hello to the young man and told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Sir Liam jumped to the ground and asked the young man what had really happened. The young man briefly explained the nature of the matter. Sir Liam decided to join them and stand in defense of the divine artifact. The young men continued moving and saw strangers appear in front of them out of the mysterious dark smoke. They were followers of the demon. In the hands of one of them was a glowing object. Hassel held this glowing object in his hands. The young man thought that the fiend had gotten his way. In his hands was the core of a divine artifact. Tiny said that they had managed to steal this artifact after all. I can see why the Kraken was here. It was a distraction. Because of the theft of a divine artifact, holy oaths cannot be kept. Zenas said now it was clear to him what the young man was talking about when he warned that it could be worse. Zenas continued, first the Kraken, and now one of the dark sorcerers with the seventh circle. Hassel stated they came sooner than he expected them to. Something would have to change. He decided it was going to be fun now. Villain stated that the heir to the morsels and 2 challenger-level knights are against him. Hassel said he didn't know who they were, but they looked strong enough to thwart their plan. The villain said, so he made the decision to finish them off right now. The man released a dark lightning bolt, hoping that it would parasitize his opponents. The lightning was directed towards Tiny. Zenas decided that the young man was now in danger. Zenas stepped between the lightning and the young man and bared his sword. The young man shouted that he could handle himself. Sir Liam also came to the rescue, determined to deal with this black lightning. Hassel, smiling, said that resistance was futile. All three heroes were ready to take the black lightning strike upon themselves and share the responsibility. Tiny thought that they wouldn't last long this way. It was urgent to get the artifact back. The guy noticed that the one who had the artifact had disappeared somewhere. Where could he have gone? Hassel decided to skywalk away from this collision and save his theft. The young man, spotting him, rushed in pursuit. The young man shouted for the villain to give him the divine artifact. The villain replied that the boy would not succeed. Hassel decided to use his demonic power and end this fight that was preventing him from doing his job. Xenos noticed that the villain was aiming right at the young man. This could not be allowed to happen. Sir Liam thought as he fended off a blow from one of the sorcerers with the seventh circle. What a reckless thing to do. Valentia's sword art. This is Xenos' first equinox. Xenos was very courageous in fending off the attack of the demon followers. The man was confident in his righteousness and stood up for justice. Xenos applied the songs of the frozen blade. For him, Tiny's defense was a priority. Xenos remembered the Duke telling him it was necessary for the common good and for the safety of the world. All men of goodwill would appreciate what he had done. The Duke had then said that if Xenos didn't trust the young man, he could at least trust the Duke. Xenos figured he couldn't help but follow the Duke's orders. The man was approaching his opponent. Xenos approached the demon follower and said his opponent, it was him. Sir Liam announced that it would be very difficult for them now, because the opponent has demonic power. The villain thought they were trying to provoke him, to make him make some kind of mistake. Xenos realized that now he could only rely on his own strength. He had prepared himself as much as possible for this fight. Tiny on his wolf was approaching his opponent. He bravely swung his hammer. He needed to take away the divine artifact. The demon follower assessed his enemies. They were 2 knights of the challenger's level. The villain said he was about to see what his opponents were made of. He decided to use his demonic energy in battle. The demon follower activated his dark lightning again and aimed it at the knights. The knights prepared to repel the attack. They put their weapons forward. Sir Liam said, "Take this," and struck his opponent with a mighty blow. The knight sent a powerful charge of energy towards the demon follower. The energy traveling towards his opponent left a visible trail behind him. The villain said it was a good attempt, but it was not successful and no damage was done to him. The villain stated that all the actions of his opponents were useless. Their plan would be thwarted, and they would be defeated. The demon's minion tensed. He felt an energy hostile to him. Where is this energy coming from? Thought the villain. Xenos, using the charge of positive energy, decided to strike back at his opponent and swung his sword. A powerful stream rained down on the villain. There was nothing he could do to counter it. The demon minion lost his balance and fell. Sir Liam said, "It looks like they made it through thanks to Mr. Xenos." Sir Liam ran up satisfied and said, he didn't know Sir Tiny had such a wonderful friend. Xenos was the town of being called Sir Tiny's friend. The demon follower wasn't about to give up. He was still on his feet. He called his rival the owner of the attributes of ice and air. Salode said he had finally realized what his opponent was all about, and he would not let him win. The villain said that Xenos is a follower of Duke Valentio, and he knows all about him now. Xenos said he knew his disguise wouldn't last long, and someday he would be exposed. The demon follower said since Xenos had shown up, he would get rid of him with his own hands. The villain's face changed as he began to concentrate his dark energy to strike. For a moment, the knight thought he might not be able to handle repelling this attack. A bright flash appeared, and a powerful charge of energy rushed towards the knights. The knights realized that they needed to block this strike. Xenos realized that it was very dangerous, and one must make every effort to do so. The blow was deflected, and the energy charge was neutralized. The knight thought before the villain attacked again, he should make a counterattack. Xenos assumed a fighting stance and prepared to close in on the villain to strike him with his sword. The man stopped. Something caught his attention. The knight turned around and saw that in close proximity was Tiny on his wolf. He shouted, finally the villain was caught. The young man struck the villain who had the divine artifact in his hands. The one lost his balance and started falling into the water. The villain plunged into the sea and disappeared from the young man's eyes. The young man thought that this time the villain had managed to escape. The villain said that this time it was not difficult to deceive the young man. The villain turned out to be Hassel. He said that only an unintelligent man would fight him in water. Tiny claimed that water was no barrier to him, and Hassel is wrong if he thinks water will stop him. The young man stated that this time would be different. He unleashed his wolf and rushed straight down the hill into the sea. Hassel, looking out of the water, declared that the young man could try to overpower him. The young man swung his hammer. The distance between the opponents was shrinking. The boy prepared to strike. Hassel pumped that the sea would be his grave and swung his swords. The man stood calmly on the water. Tiny was like a hurricane. The young man prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Hassel thought his opponent a naive fool. The young man, leaping through the air on his wolf, said that his opponent was deeply mistaken. Hassel saw the wolf rushing through the air and was terribly amazed. He could not believe that the young man could fly. The villain thought that the young man's strength had increased significantly since their last meeting. The boy said finally it was his turn and once again swung his hammer. The young man approached his opponent, swinging the hammer. Hassel clutched the swords in his hands tighter. A clash was about to occur. The silver wolf felt confident in the air. He easily and smoothly jumped from place to place, getting closer to his armed opponent with every second. Hassel decided not to stand still. He changed his position. The villain jumped up and dove into the sea. He plunged deeper and deeper. There was a killer whale waiting for him at the bottom. Hassel placed the artifact in the orca's mouth and thought he was about to escape. The young man asked where he was going in a hurry. The young man, along with his hammer, was also plunging to the bottom. The boy hit the killer whale very hard with his hammer. The kasatka opened its mouth in pain. The artifact fell out of the kasatka's mouth and began to dive deeper. The young man was next to it. He said that the divine artifact would now belong to him. The kasatka jumped out of the water and thought that she should not let the young man take the artifact from her. The boy shouted he almost forgot he should finish off the kasatka too. The young man swung his hammer. The young man mimed a lightning strike and brought the hammer down on the orca's body. The killer whale screamed and began to sink, spitting blood from its mouth. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he had almost lost. The young man decided that it was urgent to return to the city. The boy knew that somewhere nearby the kraken was rampaging, and he had to deal with it as well. The monster appeared and began to approach the young man. He was between the young man and the town. Tiny thought that this way he could not save the artifact, and this way Karun could be destroyed. Tiny thought that he just had to stop this kraken. The young man decided to take a set of measures to prevent the kraken from advancing deep into the city. The young man turned the wolf around and rushed straight towards the sea monster. The evil force was very powerful. It felt like his head was about to split open. The young man pulled out a divine artifact in front of him and illuminated everything around him. The boy shouted for the divine monster to stop attacking the city and added, "Please." The young boy added that innocent creatures are suffering now. Kraken has the power to stop this. Kraken stated that he doesn't care. In this case, sacrifices are inevitable. He wants to cleanse this world of evil. The monster added, "The divine object is not in Karuna right now. Therefore, it will not break its promise even if it beats its inhabitants." The young man said that he shouldn't do that. It would be better if he stopped. Kraken saw what the young man was holding in front of him and said, "Does he really have the divine object?" The mollusk added, "Why is the young man asking him to forget the pain of losing his child?" The young man, bleeding, thought that this kraken's rage is strong. The lad noticed that even so, he could feel its deep sadness. The young man promised the kraken to bring those who had massacred his child. The young man urged the kraken to believe him and to stop. The sea monster said that the young man was holding a divine object, but that he did not have the strength to do so. The young man agreed with his opponent and said he would think of some solution. The kraken said he could help the boy a little. The young man was surprised. He hadn't expected to be able to negotiate with the sea monster so quickly. Sir Liam lifted Zenas up and asked how he was feeling. Zenas said he was fine. He was lucky today. It could have been worse. The man stated for a moment he thought this place could be his grave. Sir Liam said he had good news for his interlocutor. Zenas asked what he meant. Sir Liam suggested he look in that direction and showed him the kraken tentacle that was not far from them. Underneath the kraken's tentacle was one of the demon's followers, who was pinned to the ground. The man said very bad timing he was discovered. Seeing the two knights, the demon follower thought that the two still wouldn't give up. The villain decided that he still had strength and would try to end this battle with success for himself. The demon's henchmen got ready, accelerated, and decided in one fell swoop to finish off the two knights at the same time. Zenas shouted that this rogue was spreading his evil power very quickly. The demon follower said that in the pitch darkness, he would burn his opponents to the ground. The villain was all incandescent and turned into one solid negative energy. The knights were not afraid and thought that now was the decisive moment. Liam and Zenas decided to move to a safe distance and choose a more favorable position for themselves. The villain decided they wouldn't get far. The demon minion decided that his opponents were insignificant and unworthy of their rank. In the next moment, the Kraken lowered its tentacle right onto the villain's body, and he was pinned to the ground. The villain cried out in pain. The sea monster raised its tentacles, and everyone saw the wounded body of the demon's henchman. The villain thought that the Kraken had attacked him again. It couldn't be a coincidence. He had opened a hunt for him. The villain screamed in fear. The Kraken energetically affected him, and the man lifted into the air. Sir Liam said the Kraken attacked a demon follower. This would not end well for that one. Kraken's eyes glowed with hatred. He knew who was responsible for his child's death. The monster mortally wounded the demon follower, and he was finally defeated. The knights saw the Kraken drawing their rival to him. They realized that his death was imminent. The men, in order to avoid the same fate, decided that they had to run away. Sir Liam wondered, why doesn't Zenas run away? What did he decide to do? Zenas stated that the Kraken's power only works on a follower of the demon, and they obviously have nothing to fear. The man added that the Kraken would not harm them. He chooses his own target. That concludes the fight with the demon follower for today. Sir Tiny seemed to have succeeded. The villain thought he was in a bad way, but he wasn't going to die without a fight. The villain thrust his hand forward and activated the extra feature. Sir Liam asked, "What was that strange sound?" Something unusual appeared in the air, and it began to increase in size. This something turned into a huge red predatory flower. It was increasing in size very quickly. The plant grew larger by the second, and it began to approach the knights. Liam of Zenas began to fight back with their swords from the stems of this plant that wanted to entangle them. The knights could not escape the consequences, and the plant entangled their arms and legs. The wounded villain began to scream and prepared to hide in the plant. The plant swallowed the demon follower. The petals closed, and the villain hid inside this monster flower. The knights were surprised. They realized that the demon follower was able to hide from them. The unexpected happened. The plant turned around and rushed toward the city. The knights realized they had been tricked. The men cut the stalks of the plant that had entangled them and went after the demon follower. They shouted that he could not be allowed to enter the castle. Zenas and Sir Liam arrived at the castle. They approached the king's chambers. The men ran into the king's chambers and were amazed at what they saw. Zenas and Sir Liam noticed that all the knights were stricken with some dangerous disease. The knights looked at the newcomers and kept repeating, "Die, die, die." You could see that they were zombified. The zombified knights began to slowly approach Sir Liam and Zenas. They kept repeating the same thing. Zenas realized that the zombified knights were doing the bidding of a man who was empowered and could control them. The demons of better said that because of these two men, his important assignment was failed. He would never forgive them for that. The demon's accomplice turned around, walked out of that room, and said that he expected to find another way to accomplish his goal. The man stated that these weak and worthless knights would not be able to stop him, not even if they tried their best. Zenas and Liam saw their target leaving this room. They weren't supposed to let that happen. Zenas announced that the demon's accomplice was heading to His Majesty's chambers. The king was in danger. Liam stated that they must not let that happen. They must follow the villain and stop him at all costs. The zombified knights drew their swords and rushed at our heroes. They shouted that they were about to destroy everyone. Sir Liam said he would stay here and take care of these zombified knights. Zenas must save the king. The enemy was appearing from all sides. The number of zombified knights increased. Sir Liam had to fiercely fight off the enemy. Zenas asked if his partner was sure that he could handle so many attackers. Liam replied that he would not kill them, but would only incapacitate them. Sir Liam replied that he had to get to the king immediately and demanded that his opponents get out of his way. Zenas said he would treat these knights more gently. They do so under the influence of outside forces. The demon follower grabbed the king's aid and used his demonic powers to lift him off the ground. The man barely uttered a word for the king to run away and not stay here. There was nothing more he could do. The villain kicked the man away and he flew off to the side and landed on the floor with a noise. The villain said, "It seems he should have introduced himself first," but he was interrupted by these worthless people standing in his way. The demon follower said he would at least greet the king properly. The villain thought he could accomplish his goal. One of the king's aides got between him and the approaching villain. He tried to keep the demon follower from approaching His Majesty. The king realized who he was dealing with and said, Now he understands who is to blame for everything that has happened. The villain, smirking, stated that the king was not wrong in this case and understood everything correctly. The demon follower, confident in his impunity, declared that as a reward he would put an end to Karun's lineage today. The villain was caught up by Zenas and shouted that the end would come first for this demon follower. The villain said that the man was very brave for going after him. Zenas jumped up and swung his sword, wanting to strike at his opponent. The villain stated that Zenas's blows would be useless in this case. Zenas would be unable to counter anything against his strength. Suddenly, Sir Liam appeared from behind. The brave knight wounded the rogue with his huge sword. The demon follower screamed loudly. Sir Liam apologized to the king for being late. He stated that they had just arrived at the palace. His Majesty said that he was glad to see Liam safe and sound. The villain shouted for his rivals to take their time celebrating their victory. He would still be able to make himself known. The demon follower stated the fact that 2 knights were here meant that there would be 2 more corpses. The villain stated that he would now create a deadly charge of his dark energy and send it to strike these knights. The man stated that he was the embodiment of their death. Sir Liam wondered, where could he have gotten so much power? The knight thought that if he dodged this deadly charge, the king would not have time to do so. Liam shouted that he must do whatever was necessary to protect his king. Zenas couldn't understand what was happening. Sir Liam began to create a protective stone structure that would protect him and Zenas. The dangerous dark energy was approaching. The men had no time to think. The knight remembered the king telling him to serve for the good of Karun, and the king believed in him. The knight hoped his wall of defense would help him resist the dark forces of the demon follower. Sir Liam was able to withstand the invasion of the dark force. However, Zenos was too passive, and he found himself defeated. Liam knew that he must always risk his life. If he wanted to become a more noble knight, he had to give his life more meaning. An evil force trying to strike at the most vulnerable parts of the mind. The king gave advice and said that a lion must never give in to temptation. He must be in a constant struggle. The old man continued, even if the knight commits a thoughtless act, it is important not to give up in the end. The knight turned around and told His Highness not to overwork himself. The king said that it was not hard for him to do so. Sir Liam thanked the king and said he felt much better now. Zenas got to his feet and told Liam to stop saying insignificant things. He is only alive because of Zenas. Zenas said that he came here to help Liam. Atat used him as a shield. The knight acted unconsciously. Zenas warned that he would never forget how Sir Liam had acted today. Liam said that he would repay it someday. Sir Liam added that they could discuss their business later. Right now, they had a common problem to solve. The demon follower was surprised that these knights were still alive. The villain screamed in rage. He started spewing his negative, dangerous energy again. Zenas stated that they only had 1 chance left. They need to completely destroy the enemy's evil magic. The knight decided to use Valentia's sword technique, Zenas's second technique. The man reasonably decided that it would help him in this case. The knight wielded his sword skillfully. The man was ready to destroy the demon follower permanently in this fight. Zenas approached his opponent. He mentally sent a charge of his sword energy straight towards his opponent. Zenas activated the songs of the Madwings. The opponent was failing miserably. He was starting to lose this fight. The demon follower defended himself and couldn't understand how a person with the level of a challenger could carry out such an onslaught on him. Sir Liam applied the technique of the Royal Guard of Karun. He swung his deadly sword and delivered a lethal blow to Liam. The knight threw his huge sword at his opponent. It was like hitting a boulder. There was a huge explosion after the sword hit the target. The man looking at the results of this attack thought that it finally worked. The king thanked the knights for their loyalty. There was no chance of the opponent surviving this attack. The king, holding his chest, fell to his knees. Servants rushed to him to check on His Majesty's condition. It was clear that His Majesty had simply lost consciousness. With everything that was happening, it was hard for the old man to bear. Zenas thought something had gone wrong again. Where's that demon follower? Zenas offered to take a look at this and showed the hand of the enemy. He said that all they managed to do was cut off this rogue's arm. The man added that the demon follower had escaped. Sir Tiny and his silver wolf appeared in the path of the one-armed villain. The demon follower thought that the child of Morse stood before him. The villain was surprised and asked why the young man was holding a divine artifact. The wounded demon follower stated that they had lost 30% of their men on this mission. Even he had somehow managed to get injured. The young man found himself inside the space that was created by the divine artifact. It was a very large area. Sir Tiny said to let this demon follower guess on his own where he got the divine artifact from. The villain wanted to take this artifact away from the young man and said he didn't know how he got it, but it didn't matter now. The man again wanted to summon dark energy to help him. The demon follower told the young man to stay out of his way and get the hell out of his way. The young man told his moonwolf that he was counting on him now, and the two of them as one. The young man on his wolf rushed towards the engulfing dark energy. Nothing could stop them. The demon follower was surprised. Why is the young man running towards it? Why wasn't he retreating? The young man activated the Iron God armor, and he thought that it gets heavier as he speeds up and gets lighter when he starts to act. When the young man goes down, the armor gets heavy again. The villain didn't realize what was really going on, how the young man was able to break through his dark energy. The young man stated that it was no problem for him, and now he was going after his rival's head. Tiny pumped so that his moonwalker would speed up his advancement. They now had a difficult task ahead of them. The lad swung his sledgehammer and brought it down on his foe. The villain grimaced in pain. The enemy began coughing up blood and screaming that this young man had attacked him shamelessly. The young man was on the rise. He noticed that his opponent was definitely weaker than he was before. The lad told Moonwolf not to stop, and they continued to do their work. The young man was surprised to see what his opponent was doing. The villain had concentrated a powerful blob of dark energy and was about to direct it at his rival. The villain said that the young man was to blame. He was the one who had hatched him to organize such resistance. The demon follower shouted that he would never forgive the young man for what he had done to him. Tiny noticed that the demon follower had sacrificed his leg to gather such powerful energy. The young man realized that it was a fiery sacrifice. His rival's evil energy was rapidly gathering into a huge cloud. The villain shouted that he was about to burn and kill this representative of the Morses in the most painful way possible. The young man realized that there was no point in fighting at a distance now. This energy would not give such an opportunity. The young man thought if this was the case, he would use what the divine item had taught him. Normally, such a thing was possible if the user became superhuman. However, the young man knew that given the experience in his soul, he should be able to make it work. The villain did not relent. He told the young man to take a look at himself from the outside. He would be finished now. The young man began to put his plan into action. He raised a divine artifact high above him that illuminated everything around him and neutralized the dark energy. The demon follower cried out in surprise. This was unbelievable. How was the young man able to accomplish this? The young man used an effect that was universally known as a compressed spirit. A villain who had lost an arm and a leg couldn't understand how someone with an expert level was able to do such a thing. The young man realized that his chance had come. He shouted loudly and swung his deadly hammer. The boy brought his hammer down right in the center of the dangerous energy blob. The adversary was in trouble. The villain lost his balance and began to fall. The fall was accompanied by a cry of despair. The young man thought that he had finally succeeded. The demon follower was motionless for a while. The villain came to his senses, jumped up and grabbed the young man's arm. He couldn't believe it, that he had been treated like this. He screamed that he was about to tear the young man apart, even if it was the last thing he could do. The young man smirked. The adversary asked, what did that mean? Why was the young man acting like this? The boy was looking somewhere in the distance. The villain turned around in the direction the young man was looking and saw the Kraken approaching him from behind. The adversary thought that this time the Kraken would be able to grab him. He let go of the young man and tried to back away. Tiny grabbed the villain by his only leg and shouted, "Where is he going?" The villain was indignant. Why is the young man holding him down? He could die too. The young man shouted, "In that case, the demon follower will die for sure." The Kraken began to pull the villain towards him. It was all because of the obnoxious boy, he thought. The young boy let go of his opponent's leg and began to fall downward along with the artifact. The villain's only hand peeked out of the lingering smoke. He was no longer counting on salvation. The young man noticed that he had no mana left at all. He wouldn't even be able to summon Moonwalker. If he fell from that height, he could die. He thought that it shouldn't end like this, and he felt the Kraken give him his tentacle and prevent the young man from free-falling to the ground. The young man was surprised by the giant's act. He could not expect such help. The young man had a strange feeling. It was as if the Kraken was holding him tightly. Is this really how evil energy works? The monster lowered the young man to solid ground and thanked him for his help. The Kraken said that thanks to the young man, he felt that he had calmed his anger a little. The young man, smiling, said he was glad to be of help and always open to cooperation. The kingdom of Karun soon made an announcement about the event. Due to the antics of the demon followers, the kingdom was in trouble. But thanks to the young hero, it was saved. Without a doubt, the demon followers were defeated, and the Kraken, who was brought by his enemies, was taken care of. With great gratitude to the young hero, the king granted him the title of Shining Knight. 3 months passed. The young man was unrecognizable. Zenas approached Tiny and asked, how was this possible? Sir Titani's appearance had changed a lot. He was no longer the little boy that everyone was ready to hurt. The man said something. Sir Titani had grown a lot in these 3 months. I wonder what he's been eating. Who's his nutritionist? Tiny said it was the power of his secret technique. He's been focusing on growth for a while. He's eating the same things he used to. Zenas said, still, it's pretty amazing. The boy wondered why it was so quiet. The young man assumed it was because the coronation was coming up. Everyone is busy making preparations. Zenas said he too wanted to go see such a great event. Wouldn't mind taking a walk first. Walking around, the young man said that the place was completely restored while he was resting. It looks better than it did before. He asked if his interlocutor was sure he could walk now. He had taken considerable damage in the last battle. Zenas realized that the young man was alluding to his injuries in the battle and subsequent mana depletion. The boy said that he was almost completely healed by now, and his mana was restored. Now he needs to get outdoors more often. Zenas said he wouldn't have needed to lie down for so long if Sir Liam hadn't used him as a shield. Zenas asked his companion how the young man was feeling. Tiny asked what the man meant. Zenas said that the young man unleashed the power of a sacred artifact while at expert level and fought someone who was vastly superior to him in many ways. Zenas suggested that it must have taken a great toll on the young man's body. Tiny agreed. Right now, his body doesn't quite listen to him. There are some abnormalities and disturbances in the coordination of movement. Is it really noticeable? Zenas said, that is the very consequence. The young man should rest, then he will recover more quickly. The interlocutor suggested that after that fight, Tiny must have many more symptoms. Tiny thought that because of that, he had gotten something in return. It should help him a lot in the future. The guy had managed to learn the power of the soul, and now he wouldn't be saying that another soul is a dark place. In his attempts to heal his body, from which he squeezed out all the mana, filling its gaps with his soul, the young man gained this power. It is a power that responds to mana, but the principle behind it is completely different. He continues to explore this. There was a long journey ahead. The young man knew because of the fact that this power replaces depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the effects. To top it all off, he could now do so without using mana. In that case, the consumption of mana would be minimized. The guy is ready to teach this to his interlocutor. For him to do so, he must recognize that power and believe in it. The young man was delighted to think that he had no idea that such a thing existed. Tiny was right to not give up until the end. This power was now opening up new possibilities for him. The young man had no doubt. Now it would be much easier for him to resist evil forces and stand up for what was right. The young man assumed the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul must have been true. Zenas said he was glad the young man didn't have any problems. Then he would like to hear his decision. Tiny asked, a decision about what? Zenas said, a decision about his next destination, and handed the young man an envelope. Zenas said, the Duke wishes them to travel to Elfheim immediately. On the way, they would familiarize themselves with further instructions. Zenas added that he would still like to visit the capital first to attend Valentino's feast. What are Tiny's plans? The boy asked. The young man holding the envelope in his hands thought the moment had arrived. The young man was excited. The moment of the second disaster. The wedding of the royal family of Aslan. Elfheim, Tiny thought, was just an excuse. The boy was thoughtful and Zenas saw that. The young man thought that the Duke, hearing that Zenas wouldn't survive the wedding, wanted to give him a task that had no connection to the second calamity. It wouldn't be so bad if he went to Elfheim where the third calamity happened. These were only the young man's speculations. The young man thought that just during the third calamity, he would meet Irina, who would change his life forever. The young man once again remembered Chloe the moment she told him to call her his sister. Tiny thought of Chloe as his savior and family. He wants to help her in any way he can. It's his duty. In his past life, when Zenas was in the palace, disaster could not be averted. The boy doubted it could be done without him this time. Zenas asked why the young man was so pensive. After much thought, Tiny said that he had made his final decision. The boy clutched the envelope with the message tightly in his hand. He said that he had decided to make the trek to the capital together with Zenas. The young man smiled and said that they had made a good choice. The two of them would be much more fun and not boring. The men discussed that the reconstruction of the city is going very well. Everything is according to the prepared architectural plan of reconstruction and development. The king announced to all present, following the advice of the Shining Knight, he has spread a warning about a divine artifact and a demon follower. The old man believes that this is a good time to wish Karun safety and prosperity. Next, the king announced that he wanted to begin the coronation ceremony of Prince Henry. The king declared in a loud voice that Prince Henry is a loyal man. Prince Henry kneeled before the king. The man behind the young men's back stated that the king would be much more at ease now. The young men turned around and saw Sir Liam standing beside them. The man said hello to the young men. Sir Liam apologized to Zenas for what happened last time during the battle. It had been an involuntary necessity. Zenas stated that he had a duty to the royal family. Therefore, he would not make a claim. Liam said that thanks to Sir Tiny's certain actions, it ended safely. Liam continued, he heard there is a reason why the North Wind Lion is called the seventh deity. The young man thought to memorize this information. What he was interested in was what it had to do with the seventh deity. Sir Liam said that the young man in that battle was a role model. His act was heroic. Liam added that people talk about it a lot now. These stories are passed on by word of mouth. The boy thought that he had never heard of the seventh deity in his past life. This was new information to him, and most likely there were many other people more talented than Zenas. The young man noticed that the king was about to pass the crown to his successor. The old man placed the crown on Prince Henry's head and asked him to take care of the kingdom. The prince thanked his father. Prince Henry turned to his subjects and announced that he was honored, and the pressure of responsibility. He would do his best. The prince said he would like to take the opportunity to reward the Shining Knight. The young man, upon hearing this, was maximally surprised. The young man became worried. What kind of reward could he be talking about? He had already asked for the right to borrow a divine artifact. Sir Tiny turned to the king and said that he had already been rewarded. There has been some misunderstanding. Prince Henry stated he felt it was not enough. The young man stood before the prince with his head down. The prince commanded that they be brought in. The door opened and the knights entered the hall. On a red cushion they carried the award. The prince said he had heard that the young man was growing up very fast. Therefore, it is useless to give him the artifact armor now. The prince said, the reward will be of a slightly different kind. This is an excellent gift. The royal said that it was one of the artifacts used by the adventurer King Karuna. The young man looked up and saw that it was a mana necklace, a very welcome gift. The young man was amazed at this generous gift. He asked, would this necklace really be given to him? The prince said that he actually wanted to give the young man a superior armor, but he considered it a national treasure. So he limited himself to the necklace. The prince added that the necklace, it was also an excellent item. It had the sixth circle of mana in it now. The young man knew that the prince was very generous, but this was already too much. A superb seventh circle armor has the power of a superhuman. Even the 10 knights of the continent had touched such treasures once or twice. Except for the weapon master. He was a special case. The old man told the young man not to worry. Even if the Tiny used up all the mana reserve in him, it would be renewed in 124 hours. The young man thanked and said he was honored. The prince took the necklace from the pillow and told the young man not to forget about this kingdom and to remember whenever he looks at this necklace. The prince said that Karun would forever remember the young man's name and what he had done for this kingdom. All the subjects of the kingdom shouted hurrah for the Shining Knight. People paid tribute to the young man and his heroic deed. Zenas and Tiny were walking in the park. The older comrades said that they were all just wonderful people. The young man looked at the royal gift with interest. Tiny turned to his friend after prolonged thought. He said that he had one request. The young man said that he wanted to give this necklace to Zenas. Tiny said that would be fair. Zenas was surprised and began to protest. He thought it was a clear overreach. The young man legitimately deserved it. Tiny said he couldn't use much mana at once right now. Even if it was possible to hold it back, nothing good would come of it. Zenas understood what the young man was getting at. He wanted to contradict him. The young man interrupted him. Zenas agreed, thanked the young man, and said that in that case he would keep the necklace until the young man was ready. Tiny handed over the necklace and breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his interlocutor would disagree. Zenas noticed that the necklace was much lighter than it appeared to be. The young man thought that Zenas should stay strong. Tiny was very tense. He was leading his friend to the place where he had died in his past life. The young men approached the sea. Zenas felt it was worth taking a boat from here. There was no other way for them to get there. Tiny said they shouldn't do that. They wouldn't need the boat. The young man offered to save time and money and introduced his friend, the Silver Wolf, to Zenas. Zenas was a little alarmed. The two young men saddled the spirit and rowed across the sea. They were blown by a tailwind. Zenas was frightened and tense. He thought it would be better if they swam. The young man said they were almost there. Tiny had forgotten for a moonwalker master, a trip like this, it's nothing. But a trip for a common man, it's like hell. The young man asked his traveling companion how he was feeling. Is he still holding on? It was obvious that he was seasick. At the last moment, the young man managed to shout for Zenas to turn his head to the side. Trouble was avoided. Soon the shore appeared. The young men made it almost without incident, except that the other passenger was seasick. After such a trip, the young men would come to their senses. The people around them wondered who the tramps were. Tiny decided he wouldn't experiment like that again. Once was enough for him. Zenas said he thought he wouldn't make it, and offered to further rent a horse from here. Zenas grabbed his pockets and was frightened. The young man asked, "What's the matter?" Zenas grabbed his head and shouted that his wallet was missing. What was he going to do now without money? The boy decided that something irreparable had happened. His wallet had fallen into the sea while he was traveling, and now it's somewhere at the bottom. Zenas realized it was all his fault. There was no one else to blame. He regretted it very much. Only the young man was not discouraged. He said it was all right. You can always earn money. You just need a head on your shoulders and muscles in your hands. Tiny told his interlocutor what his plan was. It should work in a big city. Cities usually have money bags. They are made for situations like this. Having accomplished their business, the young men moved on. They were approaching the city and decided that it should be free. The young men did not walk. Tiny was traveling on a silver wolf. Zenas was already on horseback. Tiny noticed that they had gotten lucky the first time. Those brats had some money with them in their pockets. Tiny pulled out a bag of money and shook it. Zenas looked disapprovingly at his traveling companion. However, he did not get off the horse. Zenas told the young man to be more solid. After all, he has the title of a shining knight. The young man stood in front of the rider. The horse reared up on its haunches. The young man asked if Zenas wanted to lose the horse. Zenas took offense and rode on. He shouted that Tiny had not investigated, nor did he appreciate the sins of those men. He had simply used brute force, and added that such behavior could lead society into chaos. Tiny thought that his interlocutor was too studious, but also very great. Posterity will remember him just like that. Tiny raced on his silver wolf. Zenas tried to keep up with him, steering his horse. The young man thought that his traveling companion on horseback galloped 3 times faster than any rider. He has an amazing talent. The young man was tormented by vague doubts, but he hoped he had made the right decision in taking Zenas with him. Tiny stopped and approached Zenas. The young man said he wanted his companion to know something before the ceremony began. The young man asked if Zenas knew anything about the second prince. Zenas said his reputation was fine. He had heard that the latter was close to the crown prince. The young man, upon hearing this information, was very amazed. It wasn't like this in his previous life. It was rumored that the second prince staged a coup d'etat, and they died. The young man couldn't understand what was going on in the royal family. There was a fearsome dragon above the royal castle. The woman said that the crown prince almost woke up. We should be quieter. The woman noticed that their plan didn't work in the end. Her eyes were full of determination. It was the second queen of Cardia. The woman communicated with the stranger using a telepathic sphere. He said he couldn't give details yet, but he could guarantee the outcome, and his interlocutor might not worry. The woman stated, she has already heard about what happened in Karuna. It is a nightmare failure. The lady continued, they had nurtured this plan for several years and spent 3 months in preparation. The lady continued, and after that her interlocutor says the plan failed. How much longer can she believe these losers? The hooded man holding the same orb for telepathic communication was very annoyed. But he realized that in this case, his interlocutor was right. The stranger said that even if his interlocutor did not believe them, he doubted that it would be possible to break this contract. The woman was surprised. She thought it was blackmail, and the man is trying to pressure her. The stranger portrayed rage in his eyes and said, "Otherwise, they will be very sad." The man reminded the woman how she told him that she wanted to kill all the members of the Aslan family that she hated. The stranger said that such an opportunity for her might be extremely rare, and she should think carefully. The woman asked her interlocutor if he was sure that it would be possible to achieve the desired result. It turned out to be more difficult than they had anticipated. The man said he was absolutely sure. The communication session ended. The boy lying on his mother's lap woke up. The woman said her prince was awake. The mother announced that the session was about to start. The child asked his mother not to go to that class. After all, he is only half royalty, and he doesn't even have golden eyes. The woman was discouraged. She didn't want to refuse her son, but she knew he had to study. The mother told her son not to upset her with such words. He would do well. The woman said the young man just needed to grow up, as he had done so far. The child smiled and told his mother that he would. And when he was older, like his brothers, he would sit his mother on his back and circle the palace 10 times. The woman laughed and said she has a glorious child. She believes in her prince. Mother and son chatted and joked in a friendly manner for a while longer. The telepathic sphere changed color and a hole formed in it. The unidentified men sitting at the table said that the woman had finally realized. One of the men told the second elder that there was nothing they could do, even if they had prepared more. The first elder was seriously crippled and now had to undergo intensive treatment. Many of their men after the failed operation died, but it can't be considered a failure. They would still have work to do. The man swore. He said it turned out this way because of that rogue representative of the morsels. He had ruined all the plans. The man wondered what the unfit boy was doing now. He needed to know as much as he could about this young man. The colleague replied that it seemed the boy had gone to Assyrian. Tentatively, they had that information. The men began to whisper, "Isn't that where the great thing is going to happen? It's probably a coincidence." Although he is related to Valentino, the second elder ordered everyone to be quiet. They're to keep a constant watch on this guy, but not to do anything without further instructions. The man added that right now they should concentrate on the great cause using the blue fox. The young man listened to the whole report. He told his interlocutor that he had come all this way to personally report. He continues to make life difficult for himself. The young man thanked Lot for this report. Lot von Aslan was the second prince. Lot said that he was now working with the local information group. After all, his interlocutor was doing the same thing at one time. The young man said it didn't suit Lot. Lot lowered his head. The interlocutor was sure that Lot would lecture everyone and command his subordinates. The brothers looked into each other's eyes and smiled silently. They could have talked like that ad infinitum. The young man asked how the second queen and Tino were doing. No news from them lately. Lot said, "It seems their mother has summoned the head of the knights again. The head of the knights is still running the royal knight squad. It can't go on like this. We have to increase the influence of this troop. The policy of neglecting the royal knights must be to blame." Lot added that their mother treats Tanel like a child, and he's already 14 years old. Lot remarked that this is why Tanel is infantile. His brother said he remembered someone the same age. The young man remembered one boy punching him in the face. He even flipped in the air a couple times. That boy has recently become the center of gossip. A lot of people only talk about him. Lot shouted in anger at his brother. How could he let that ignorant boy go after such an incident? The young man said it was all right. After all, it was his own fault. The young man added that the young man was able to handle that time. Many people are now talking about this young man. This young man is now called the Shining Knight who saved Karun. Lot wondered, is this really the man who stopped the Kraken and caught the demon's minions? This young man is 14 years old. Rumor has it that he is half-elf and looks to be in his 20s by now. The young man remarked that he would like to meet that boy again. The young man inquired where the Shining Knight might be now. Valentia's second estate in Assyrian. Duke Valentia stated that he was extremely surprised. The old man stroked his beard. The old man added that the young man had grown a lot in the past year. In front of the Duke sat a matured Tiny. The Duke asked how this happened, and what had the young man been eating all this time, and who was his nutritionist. The young man was surprised at the large number of questions the first time they met. The young man asked, "Why is the Duke acting so mean to him?" The young man continued, "They haven't seen each other for so long, and this is the first thing the Duke wants to tell him. He has just returned from performing a serious secret mission." The Duke nodded approvingly and said that the young man had successfully completed the assignment. He had lived up to the expectations placed on him. Tiny thought in the time he hadn't seen him, the Duke had given up a bit. He needs to rest. The young man said that wasn't what he wanted to talk about right now. He is interested in the second calamity that will happen in the royal palace during the crown prince's wedding. If no one from the inside interferes with the barrier setup, the second calamity won't happen. It will indicate that there is a traitor among the royal family members. The Duke told the young man that in this case they could only trust the eldest prince. The old man continued, "It is possible that the culprit is fooled by the followers of the demon, and they are probably using him." The Duke said, "But that's only possible if the criminal is as stupid as the young man." The Duke said he misdescribed a careless rascal who never does what he's asked, no matter how many times he explains everything. The old man was referring to a young man who doesn't listen when he is explained how to do things. The young man pretended it didn't concern him. The only superhuman in the Royal Alliance, Weapon Master Grid von Sheldon, the Duke said that this man had proven to the entire world how strong he was in the battle between the kingdom and the Alliance. He fought without an even number of times with a sword master and kept the Alliance united. He still fights with the sword master even when the war's already over. Their level is obvious. Grid became an aura wielder 3 years ago. The sword master became one 2 years ago. It was at that time that the world was shaken by the fight between these two people. Many people were watching it. At this moment, he didn't realize where he belonged. Right now, he feels that this is the right time to find out who is actually stronger. The young man said that he could be used with one condition, if it's good for their cause, and would fit into the plan they had devised. 1 week has passed. The Colosseum is outside the city. The audience looks at one of the attendees and sees that he has completely black hair. How is that possible? This must be the Shining Knight, but they say he's much younger, or if it is him, he looks much older than his years. The young man said that there were a lot of people present. Tiny remarked that the fight would be between super people. The spectators discussed the young man and his companion, who stood quietly to the side for a while longer. The spectators were wondering, why did the sword master agree to this fight? One man said that he had heard that the wound inflicted by the aura would not heal. It could lead to a national loss. An interlocutor suggested that perhaps the rumor was true, about the sword master being against conducting this marriage. The young man said he was a bit worried. The young man asked what this warrior thought of the king's decision regarding the battle. The young man was interested in the opinion of a direct participant. The man said if he had not given permission, he would have personally asked him for it. The man stated that the king simply had to trust him. Often actions are more important than words. The young man thought that he was still too young. Compared to the past, the old man has a more heightened sense of loyalty. It was announced that the crown prince was present. This was exciting news. The crown prince appeared and everyone paid attention to him. The young man moved at a leisurely pace. The rumor of trouble with Valentius was a lie. The young man thought that the king didn't like him very much. The boy figured that the crown prince himself was well aware of that. However, despite that, he did some actions and came here after all. The young man decided that he could definitely be trusted this time. The crown prince said hello and said that he and the duke hadn't seen each other for a long time. The duke said that he was honored to meet His Highness in person. The young man said hello and asked, "Has His Highness come to watch the fight?" The crown prince said that he barely recognized Sir Tiny. The young man said that actually his fiancée wanted to see the young man's dog. Tiny thought that with his mana sensitivity, he was having a hard time keeping Moonwalker inside the barrier. The young man showed his Moonwalker to the crown prince and asked, "Is this about him?" The prince nodded affirmatively. Tiny gave the pup to the prince to hold. The latter told the puppy not to worry too much. The prince added, addressing the puppy, that they were in the same boat together. The sword master said that he had already informed him that they should put guards in case the demon followers attacked. The man told the young man to be ready. If anything strange happened in the palace, especially near Chloe, the onlookers marveled at the change in the weather. It got very cold very suddenly. There's a reason for that. Grid appeared in the arena. The sword master said that he hadn't changed a bit. The opponents stood in the large arena against each other. This wasn't their first meeting. The young men took their place on the bleachers and watched the situation carefully. Grid said, "It seems that Esgard has managed to come to his senses," and that was encouraging. The sword master said that his opponent was doing various things at foreign festivals, so his words meant nothing. He should remember where he belongs. Grid stated that he thinks his opponent is a bore. The tone of his speeches doesn't match the title of an aristocrat. The Swordmaster stated, if his opponent has time to think about the tone of his voice, why not think about his actions as well? The Swordmaster remarked, did his harsh remarks deserve more attention than his opponent's lack of class? Grid adopted a fighting stance and said that enough of the idle talk. The host decided to announce the rules of the fight. Superior armor is forbidden for safety reasons. At the request of the Cheese of Asgard, the loser will fulfill the winner's wish. Grid pulled out his sword and said that he wanted to get this over with quickly. The Swordmaster asked, is his opponent using his sword against him? He thinks it's time to stop this pointless endeavor. Grid said he realized something when he became an Aura Master. Grid said he intended to teach his opponent a good lesson as a senior. The Swordmaster flew towards his opponent, swung his sword, and shouted that he would see who would teach who a lesson. Grid was dodging his opponent's attack and shouted how could he call it swordsmanship. Grid stated that he intended to show his opponent real swordsmanship. The man lunged at his opponent, thrusting his long sword forward. The Swordmaster effectively dodged his opponent's weapon. Asgard used the element of parrying. His opponent missed and flew further away by inertia. Grid was surprised. His opponent was able to parry the power of aura destruction using a beginner's trick. Grid jumped high and prepared to land near his opponent to successfully attack him. The Swordmaster said as he showed him a good move. Asgard swung and said that it was his turn to show his good move. Grid used his bow and decided to send an energy arrow straight at his opponent. The shot was unexpected, and the arrow hit the Swordmaster, who couldn't hold on and collapsed into the arena. Grid shouted for Asgard not to relax. And that wasn't all. Grid used the vision ability to bloom ice arrows. A lot of these arrows were aimed at the Swordmaster. The man said that it was a great attempt. Asgard repelled all of his opponent's ice arrows with his sword and said that they were all useless against him. Grid shouted that his opponent had relaxed. His vision isn't that simple. The Swordmaster stopped, took a knee, and thrust his sword straight into the arena. A powerful stream of energy, sweeping away everything in its path, was directed towards his opponent. Asgard said his opponent promised to teach him a lesson. He doesn't understand what that lesson is. Grid said his opponent cannot be defeated with his sword, even though he is his sworn enemy. The Swordmaster said that his opponent keeps changing his mind. He should be ashamed of himself. Grid said that it's time to start the second round. He doesn't like to waste time. Grid suggested to fight until one of them is dead. His opponent jumped up to the Swordmaster and intended to deliver a crushing overhead blow to his unprotected head. The Swordmaster shouted, what was all this talk about aristocrats for? Grid thought that his opponent was fighting like mad this time. The spectators in the stands were carefully watching what was happening in the arena. The warriors were fighting in a protected space. A man shouted for the eastern part of the shield to add more mana. The spectators watching this confrontation agreed that the warriors were indeed superhuman. The young men thought it turned out to be a very worthy fight between worthy opponents. Tiny asked who his companion thought would win. The young man replied that he was slowly beginning to grasp the essence of the ice element. Xena said he thinks the Swordmaster will win, but he doesn't have much of a chance. Both of these warriors had been Aura Masters for a different amount of time. Grid shouted that it was time to finish. He took out his spear and moved to attack with that weapon. Tiny thought that a Swordmaster would have lost long ago in a normal situation. Xenos asked what the young man meant. The young man knew that this time would be different. The Swordmaster must not yield to his opponent. Asgard activated the force control field. It would increase his invulnerability and would allow him to concentrate on his offense. Grid, noticing his opponent's special move, said that he would use one trick as well. The attackers from outside noticed that the western shield had fallen. The eastern shield has also fallen. The northern one barely hanging on. They had no casualties. Onlookers noticed that the shield had cracked in many places. Xenos cried out in fear that his lordship, the master of the sword, must be saved. The announcer declared Sir Asgard the winner of this duel. The spectators jumped up from their seats and shouted that Duke Valentius had won. What happened to the master of weapons? The spectators continued to shout that their empire was better even with a single sword. The young man kept repeating that the Duke was the best. Grid angrily asked, what kind of ability was that? How could someone as honest as his opponent figure out his trick? Asgard asked if his opponent was done reasoning about aristocracy. Grid shouted that his attack had definitely gone through. But then things didn't go according to plan. Grid shouted he felt as if his body had strangely changed. The man recognized that he could have died if the Swordmaster hadn't stopped his sword. Grid admitted his defeat. The Swordmaster asked, what was that? Was it really magic? Duke Valentius said that it was a forced control field. It was an ability he had to use in the future. It was indeed a trick, but it wasn't that bad. Grid said that it was more like magic. The Swordmaster shouted out that he was Esgard von Valentius. Esgard continued, now he was asking to fulfill his opponent the will of the victor. Grid thought that he wouldn't even be able to see his brother. This could be detrimental to the allied countries. The Weapon Master thought that he had reached the peak a few years before his rival, and he didn't think he could lose this time. Grid understood that promises must be kept. The warrior warned that if his opponent asked for too much, he'd rather die. The Swordmaster announced that Grid von Sheldon would stay in the Empire until the prince's wedding ceremony was over. The Duke finished. This was his will as the victor. The audience applauded. Their Duke had shown magnanimity before his enemy, which was to be expected from Sir Esgard. Grid was surprised. He asked, "What is this old man up to?" The Swordmaster said if he was curious, he could find him later. Right now, he needed to take a shower. The news of Duke Valentius' victory spread quickly. Everyone read the press and familiarized themselves with this information. Chloe read that the Swordmaster turned out to be stronger than the Weapon Masters. Sir Valentius is the Sword Emperor from now on. The next day came. Tiny told the Duke that he had received the same title as he had in his previous life. The Duke found this very strange. The aide reported that Mr. Grid had come to see Mr. Duke. Grid said that he came at the request of his opponent, willing to listen to him. Grid sat down and asked why the Duke had summoned him. The Duke said that this time he was willing to omit the typical aristocratic chatter and go straight to the heart of the matter. Grid complained that aristocrats had to remain genteel even in private conversations. The Weapons Master noticed that the Duke's subordinate was also present during their conversation, so they would have to keep order. Tiny noted that a man with power must remain graceful and stern. The young man said, there were rumors that when he was young, the Master of Weapons killed his relative when he couldn't control his strength. Grid became mad with rage. Who was this insolent young man? The old man snatched his sword, placing it on the young man's shoulder. The young man said that he heard the story from Mr. Grid. Grid said that it wasn't true because he doesn't know the young man. Duke said the young man is telling the truth. Yesterday, Grid asked what trick he used. Valentius said that this guy taught him that trick. The Weapon Master said that he refuses to understand it. He demands an explanation from Esgard immediately. The Duke said since he calls him that, he is willing to listen. Esgard said for his opponent to calm down. He will explain it to him now. There was something he needed to know. Tiny thought that apparently people like that are called terrible friends. Grid continued to keep his sword on the young man's shoulder. Grid calmed down and said that he was willing to listen to Mr. Duke. The Duke said that he didn't expect to hear his nickname from the man's mouth. Grid said that the man's name was too long. One wouldn't even want to say it in an official meeting. Grid turned to the young man and asked what he should know about. It was about time, he told him. Grid threatened the young man that he would be in trouble if he started to tell untruths. The Weapon Master said that if he did, he would break the young man's bones and tear his skin apart. The boy laughed in response. The young man said that now he had learned what good old Grid was like. The Duke said Grid didn't make a fuss and just listened to the young man. The young man said he knows that Grid von Sheldon is 56 years old. The guy continued that in a normal situation, they would have met for the first time in 15 years. The young man noticed that in that period the man's shining blue hair would have half slicked back by then. Grid noticed that everything said sounded reasonable and asked him to continue. The man sat and listened to what the young man would tell him. So far, everything was vague. Grid asked if, in the young man's opinion, the future would not be good. The young man said that the man could not worry. This time, the 10 nights would prevent trouble. Grid noted that it was still unusual for him to hear about these nights. The boy remarked that he didn't know how to get close to these nights yet. Therefore, he will continue with his story. The Reaper must be practicing somewhere. The Nightcaster must be in the Sage Tower. Grid asked, what are the names of these 2 knights? The man thoughtfully said that in times like these, all means are good. Grid inquired, so they are asking him to stay? Because of the impending calamity? The young man smiled and said Grid had hit the mark. Duke remarked that he had figured it out with his tiny brain. Duke and the young man looked at each other reproachfully. Duke decided that he was telling the truth. Grid inquired, what could the young man tell about that ability? Grid shouted, the young man had taught the Duke the ability he had used against him at the end of his past life. The Weapon Master nervously asked, and then what happened? How did it end? The young man closed his eyes and said, they were both at about the same level. The youth continued. Grid then said that his opponent's sword technique was superior to his own level. That was how Esgard obtained the title of Sword Emperor. Grid shouted in rage that it was impossible. He decided to negotiate the time of the duel again. The young man told the man to calm down and listen to him further. The boy said that he and Grid could train his future ability so they could fight fair. Grid calmed down and said that was something he was willing to do. He should have suggested it to him earlier. Grid learned that he used to have 5 eternal armor. Now there were only 3. The young man said that the man would have to trust him, just like the Duke had done in his time. Grid noticed that it still looked suspicious. Why did the young man tell them this? The boy said because they would be allies in the future. But that wasn't the case right now. He has to help because the world could end at any time. The young man added that fame means nothing to him. The boy remarked, he knows Grid is a true warrior, one who would be willing to keep his promise at the cost of his own life. The man said he would have to believe the young man, and he is willing to do as the young man asks. The Duke said he hopes this conversation stays between them. The Master of Arms said he is not stupid, and he understands, and he is not one for talkative people. The young man noticed that he wouldn't have spoken so confidently, because Grid and Heinen are always getting into trouble. The Duke laughed in response to this statement. Grid was indignant, but he couldn't object much. After finishing the conversation, Grid went on his way. He had enough information to do nothing but think for a while. Tiny and the Duke escorted the warrior with glances. He inspired confidence in them, even though he was very talkative. The Duke said, finally he was leaving. The young man concluded that the conversation went pretty well. The Duke said to build a bridge between the Alliance and the Kingdom, they just need Grid. Grid was a Duke from the Selden Kingdom, the center of all magic towers and alliances. The young man stated he had no doubt that Grid would keep his word. The young man anxiously asked, when was the Duke going to tell everything to Sir Zinus? Tiny suggested telling everything to Zinus beforehand to prepare him. The Duke hesitated for a moment. Sir Valentius decided to tell as soon as he had everything sorted out. Zinus would freak out if he asked him to lay low. Tiny said the Duke knows him best. They need to get ready too. The old man said he and the prince would use every opportunity to find out what's going on. At the word prince, the young man huffed. The Duke asked, what's the matter? Does he really dislike him? The young man said that all the members of the royal family of Aslan, fools who sold their own country through their own fault. The Duke sternly told the young man to watch his words and choose his expressions. The Duke told the young man that the royal family's intelligence should not be underestimated. Sir Valentius suggested that the royal family must have already guessed something, and they might be taking certain actions. The old man said that what worried him most was that it might turn out that the disaster had nothing to do with the demon's followers. Tiny wondered how that was possible. The Duke added that if it was due to a political war between members of the royal families, he would be powerless. A servant cannot interfere in the Battle of Lords. The young man asked, would they really just watch from the sidelines, even if the capital goes up in flames? The elder agreed, that's the only thing left for them in that case. The old man added that this was only one possibility. He would still explore the options. Thoughts of defending the palace made him increasingly doubtful. The young man nodded understandingly and said that the answer was already obvious to him. The young man asked, does the Duke mean to say that he suspects someone in the royal family? And in doing so, the demon followers are also related to him? The young man smiled. The Duke does know that he is not part of Valentino. The old man asked in surprise, what else is the young man up to? Tiny said, he wants the Duke to tell him who he suspects. Then he can get rid of that person and avoid the consequences. The old man pounced on the young man with fists. The boy shouted for the Duke to do just that so he would have somewhere to retreat to. The Duke, calming down, said the young man was talking nonsense. Tiny objected. He is quite serious. After all, there must be some way to solve the problem. The Duke snickered and said that the young man's mana was growing to match his physical development. The young man must be at Blader level by now, Sir Valentius concluded ironically. The boy shyly agreed. The Duke smiled and said that he would personally train the young man and see what he could make of him. Tiny asked apprehensively, would the Duke really be willing to train him? The young man imagined what the training might be like. The young man did not smile at such a prospect. He told the Duke not to bother. In another second, the young man was running away from the old man. The Duke, with fiery eyes, asked why the young man was running away from him so fast. A month of intense training had passed. In terms of martial skills, the young man had greatly improved. The young man was working wonders. Tiny's cold weapons had never been so crushing. His hammer was ready to strike any opponent and crush any obstacle. The boy thought that next time he could definitely achieve his goals. Everyone calls them bladers because they use swords. But the most important thing with a level 4 mana user is the use of mana, which is a common ability that everyone uses at this stage. The guy thought that he needed to create physical strength where his body couldn't reach. The young man tried his best. He needed just a little more to achieve his goal. The boy lay exhausted. The swordmaster said that this man was going to defeat a member of the imperial family. The young man will be wanted all over the kingdom. Is that what he wants? The old man said, his manatello absorbed knowledge. The boy grimly replied that he just needed more time. The old man said it was better to hurry up with the pumping after all. The young man thought that at the beginning of his training, he didn't realize the difficulties he would have to face. The old man told his son that Tiny would soon reach blader level. The Duke told him to have Zenas check him out and go to the Dragon's Eye. Zenas thought that the young man was still quite young, but very talented. The elder expects too much from him. In training, the young man had gotten to the point where he was summoning and skillfully controlling tornadoes. The boy was almost pleased with himself. There was only one detail left. The young man had to force himself to reproduce the ability he had used in his past life. The lad realized that this ability could only be mastered by a blader. Force Control, that second characteristic move. Storm Destroyer. At the training site, the young man left no stone unturned. The young man shouted with delight that he was able to do it. He had finally succeeded. After this training session, it was hard for the young man to move around. And to move at all, his muscles refused to obey. Manatello drove his regular body so that he was finally exhausted. After resting a bit, the young man thought he needed a thorough refreshment. The next moment, he thought that he would need to refresh himself a lot and regain the strength he had spent. Zenas said he couldn't even imagine such a thing. Tiny at such a young age had already become a blader. Zenas said for the young man to follow him. He knows a great restaurant nearby. Tiny asked, why did they decide to dye his hair after all? Zenas stated that it was the Duke's request. Tiny wondered, why would a sword emperor want a young man to dye his hair? Zenas said that the Duke had made the decision on what mission to send the young man on. Zenas clarified that the new hair color would allow the young man's hair to be unattractive. After all, this would be a top-secret mission, and he should not stand out. The men on the sidelines were discussing Mr. Tiny. They decided that he was a half-elf, and his real hair color is black. Zenas said that the Shining Knight is popular again. Tiny learned from his interlocutor that his nickname will now be Torin. That has already been agreed upon. Zenas went on to say that according to the legend, the young man would be the knight's trainee and his servant. The young man didn't like that very much. Tiny said that it wasn't necessary to go that far. One could get by without servants. Zenas said that the Duke had another wish. The Duke wanted to tell the young man that if he refused, the old man would litter his face. The Duke was a great joker. The young man thought that the Duke always said such things seriously, and he wasn't a joker at all. Zenas told Tiny to watch his speech. After all, the Duke was not a stranger to him. The young man apologized. Zenas said he didn't mean it. The young man just needs to calm down. Sometimes he can be overly impulsive. If the young man learns to control himself, his spirit and body will be better synchronized, which will help him reach greater heights. That's what the Duke asked me to tell you too. The young man remembered an incident from his past life. He had been reprimanded for beating someone up again. The girl said that most likely the guy had reasons, but she is extremely disappointed. He doesn't know how to control himself. If the guy knew how to control his temper, he would be much stronger. The guy thought that he had been told something similar in his past life. Again, the Duke is anticipating everything. Zenas was sure that the Shining Knight's mana color changed when he became a blader. The boy thought that this color was somehow different from the one in his previous life. Zenas told the young man that in the Valentino family, it is believed that the mana of a person with strong faith and will reflects the color of their spirit. This color becomes visible under certain conditions. The person himself becomes similar to the user of the aura. To maintain a strong faith, it is better to learn to control one's temper. The young man thought, does mana reflect the light of the spirit? Then why was the color different in his past life? At this moment, the young man thought of the moon wolf and its color. Creatures like the silver wolf are created by spiritual power, and its spirit affects mana. The lad thought that fire might be heavier on one side than the other. The young man thought that he would discuss this with the Duke another time. On his own, understanding the physical metamorphosis was difficult. The young man wanted to squeeze his fireball to the limit. The next step was to send this ball of fire high upwards at the highest possible speed. Upon reaching the highest point, the young man activated a physical change, and the ball produced an explosion of incredible power. Everyone who saw it was shocked. What had happened? Maybe it was a meteorite of incredible size. The blast wave returned to the city, once again showing how powerful it was. It was an explosion. Xena said it was amazing. Tiny thought he did a great job. The young man's friend was extremely surprised. How did he do it? Tiny, scratching the back of his head, said he didn't really understand it himself. Xena's thought that he had a talent in front of him. He had used powerful abilities twice in one day. A lot of people couldn't do that. Xena said he was really looking forward to an explanation. After the young man had dealt with his act himself, the young man asked, would he be able to share his personal secret? Xena's nodded affirmatively. After all, they were one big family now. It was not customary for a family to keep anything from each other. The young man thought dreamily that this was a very nice, big, friendly family, and he was a member of it. Passers-by, looking at the shining night, said that he had just organized this explosion. It's dangerous to go near him. Xena said it was time to get out of here. The young man snapped to attention again. Xena's asked his interlocutor to be more careful next time, and not to attract attention so as not to give away his location to the enemy. Xena said finally they were here. There was a sign on the entrance of the building, to aristocrats from aristocrats. Tiny stopped his friend. He said this place looks very expensive. Xena's looked down at his interlocutor. The young man said he eats a lot. Maybe it would be better for them to go to the manor for lunch. The boy said that as captain of the Blue Wing Squad, he got some money. Tiny decided that he could restrain himself and decided to sample the local cuisine. Xena's was discouraged by the amount of food that could fit into the young man's body. Xena's thought sadly that God had taught him a lesson today. How could a man be able to fit such a huge amount of food inside him? Tiny thought that when he ate, he had more mana, so he tried to increase that mana. The young man realized that the element of gravity was also getting stronger, and that could be seen as a bonus. The boy could control a weight 8 times his own. The young man thought that the weight control was now 16 times greater, all thanks to the delicious food. From now on, only superhumans would be able to resist him. Xena's asked impatiently and angrily, had the young man finally had enough? Tiny noticed he still had room for dessert. Xena's was billed 11 zlotus for 150 servings. The young man sadly said goodbye to his money and said no change. Tiny sincerely thanked his friend for the meal. The young man frankly wondered how Xena's had only had enough to satiate himself with just one plate of food. Tiny stated that eating at this establishment favored the increase of mana, and he wouldn't mind if Xena's invited him here regularly. The young man said that he had an extremely important question for Xena's. Xena's agreed to listen. The boy asked what this restaurant was all about. Xena's said he was ready to explain everything and got down to the merits of the question. The young boy, listening to his friend's explanation, thought that this room was very good at blocking out sound. Tiny continued to watch his friend and noted that he was very good at controlling mana and elements. Finishing his story, Xena said that this is a great restaurant. The restaurant also serves as a branch of the royal organization to gather the necessary information of the Dragon's Eye located in the capital city. Xena's continued, the Dragon Eye exists with the support of the prince due to his succession of state. It is the only organization in the palace that Valentino's people can trust. Saying this sentence, Xena's was extremely serious. The young man realized how important this information was. Xena's added that the Duke had asked to bring the young man here, at least once. The Duke believes that Tiny underestimates the influence of royal connections. Xena's remarked that there is another reason why he brought the young man here. The wedding was about 10 days away. Only members of the royal family, royal knights, and direct heirs of Valentius would be able to attend this wedding. However, the knights turned out to be not so good. Xena's revealed what the secret was. The Duke wants the young man to pretend to be a servant and infiltrate the ceremony. Tiny asked why it couldn't have been done sooner. Xena said not to underestimate Sir Valentius. A position had already been found for the young man. Xena said that in an emergency, the young man could go here. He showed him a document. The young man asked what was in this scroll. Xena said it contains the location of the artifact. Tiny took good care of the artifact in Karuna, so Xena expects the same this time. The young man said he wasn't sure. After a little thought, Tiny said that he would do well and will try to live up to the trust placed in him. The interlocutor told the young man that he was pleased with the young man's agreement, and he told him to study the map thoroughly. It would definitely come in handy. The restaurant employee asked if the guests liked the menu. Zenas replied that it was very decent and hearty. Something seemed suspicious to the young man. He decided to scan the area, using the help of the silver wolf spirit. The boy thought he had just seen the prince. How could that be possible? The man told the young man that it was a big coincidence. He didn't expect to see the lad here. Tiny told him what he had heard from Duke Valentius. He had heard that they were working together to try their best to find the demon's minions. The man stated that in any case, it is better to keep himself safe. It is a compelling necessity. The companion told the young man that he is definitely more at ease together with him, Karun's savior. The young man said that he had a question. He was interested in what was going on between the members of the royal family. That information could help protect everyone from potential dangers. The young man faltered. He decided that his question was too direct. The boy had hoped for sincerity from his interlocutor. Tiny thought the Duke would beat him up again. Call him a maniac and beat him. The interlocutor added he was sure the young man got most of his information from the dragon's eye. The man asked what exactly the young man wanted to know. The boy asked if there is someone among the royal family who wants to destroy the country. The interlocutor said that he did not understand the young man's intentions, and he asked strange questions. The man stated that there are a couple of such people. There are about 3 of them. The young man asked, who are these people? Are there really such people? The prince said first it is the mother of his favorite brothers, the second queen. The young man thought it might be the second prince. Turns out it is the second queen. There are rumors going around the palace that 10 years ago, when the second queen refused to marry, the king killed her entire family. The young man was terribly surprised. The prince said it's just a rumor, but if he is true, the lad must have an answer to his question. The young man asked who else could be a traitor. The prince said it could be the royal knights. The man explained that they are discriminated against in Aslan. Mages are treated much better there. Therefore, they might be the ones who want to destroy the country. The prince said that the last man was his father. The young man wondered, could it really be the king himself? What is his gain? The prince said that for some reason his father is deeply displeased with Duke Valentius. Valentius had recently made a name for himself in a duel, and the king was furious about it. The prince added that the young man must be careful too. The young man and the duke. The prince knows that his father has a secret power. It's a big secret, so the young man should keep his mouth shut. Tiny thanked his interlocutor for sharing such important information. Before saying goodbye, the prince said that today he had to meet his fiancée and his father, and said that they would see each other soon. The young man shared the secret information with Duke Valentius in the evening, and told him not to spread it. The Duke was surprised. Had the prince told him all this? Tiny said, it turns out the situation could be much more complicated. The Duke said he couldn't believe the prince would think such a thing. The old man clutched his head and said it was getting more complicated, and one must analyze everything very thoroughly. The young man became alarmed. The moon wolf, who was now with Chloe, was sending him an alarm. Something's wrong. Assyrian palace. Chloe shows what she has learned. The lady says she looks very elegant. The girl likes her moves too. The teacher says that the lesson of learning manners is over for today. The girl thanks the lady. Dr. Mar left and Chloe was left alone. She thought back to those lessons. Why did the position of her fingers when sitting matter so much? Who does one have to be to think about such things? Chloe cried. Only Vivian was here to visit her. Why had she tied her life to the temple? The girl petted the puppy. She was glad Moonwolf was with her now. The wolf liked the stroking. Chloe was announced that the crown prince had come to see her. The young man looked into the room and said that Miss Chloe had done a great job today. The girl said hello to the young man. She was interested in the nature of the visit. Chloe stated that the crown prince had been visiting her a lot lately. The young man became embarrassed, blushing. The boy said that when he sees the girl, all the fatigue is as if removed by hand. That's why he comes here to rest. The girl looked at the young man and thought, how can the prince of the kingdom say such nice things? The crown prince said that he wanted to remind her that Chloe has a meeting with His Majesty tonight. The girl said she remembered that and was getting ready. How could such a thing be missed? The young man warned that His Majesty might be strict, but he asked to bear with him for the crown prince's sake. The young man said that His Majesty is angry with Valentino, or rather with his father-in-law. The girl thought, then at her father. Chloe remembered that she had once heard about it. At the time, the girl had thought it was just gossip. It was unclear why she was chosen in such a case for the role of princess. The young man said that he did not share his father's views. When they live together, then the kingdom will unite with the duchy. The young man said that he is rushing the marriage a bit, and it might irritate His Majesty even more. The young man said he wants him and Chloe to have a complete understanding. The girl said she was of the same opinion. Chloe remembered her father telling her that he had known His Majesty for a long time. If the king's anger is greater than the rumors say, she will have to tell her family. Evening has come. Everyone waits for the king to arrive. The king appears. Those present bowed to him. The young men said they saluted His Majesty, and both of them bowed to the king. The king told the young men to raise their heads. The young man asked if his father was doing well. The king said he was doing well. His Majesty said that his son had taken over most of the affairs of state, so he might not be well. The young man replied that his involvement was just a convention. The kingdom belongs and will only belong to the king. The power he has was given to him by His Highness. The king asked if he would like it back. The young man replied, if it was His Highness's will. The king interrupted his son. The old man said there was no point because all the aristocrats would be against it. The king, whom the young man pushed away by surrendering the tower to the Order of Knights, cannot return. The crown prince said it was a necessity by the law of the realm, and his father knows it. The old man said he was curious about the law above the ruler himself. His Highness said, the companion the young man brought annoys him even more. The old man added, for this girl is the daughter of the Sword Emperor. The prince told His Majesty that this title was given by ignorant commoners, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. The girl stated that the daughter of the kingdom's Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia, was welcomed by His Majesty. The king smirked. She said the sword of the kingdom. The girl said her father had recently defeated the Sword of the Alliance and earned excessive honors. Chloe continued, for it was done for the glorification of the kingdom. The king laughed loudly in response and agreed with the girl's assertion. The old man stated that the prince had chosen the one who looked so much like him. The king, continuing to laugh, clapped and said that it was a great bravery. The old man became serious. His gaze grew coarse. He said he must warn the girl and her father. The crown prince shouted at the king. It was at that moment that Moonwolf sounded the alarm to the young man. Tiny. The young man, its alarm sounded, accepted. Tiny thought that Chloe might be in danger. She needed his help. The boy realized that the girl was now being addressed by the king. The king said menacingly that the Aslan clan had ruled people since ancient times. The old man added that simpletons like the superhumans could not change that. And the crown of this lineage is the king. The girl thought, perhaps His Majesty wants something more than a kingdom. The king looked sternly at Chloe Valentia. The girl kept her gaze fixed on His Majesty. The crown prince asked the king to calm down and not to express his displeasure so openly. The king was angry. He told the young men to leave and waved his hand. The young man and his bride bowed and said as His Majesty pleased. His Majesty, signaling that the audience was over, turned his back to the young men. The young man told the princess that they were leaving and turned around as well. The king was left alone in the throne room. He said it was too much. His son had grown up too fast. A mysterious interlocutor appeared beside the king. He asked why His Majesty had said that to the princess. The king said he was simply delighted. He must be getting old by now. The old man sighed heavily. The stranger asked, was the king really that concerned about Valentia's bloodline? The old man explained, it happened 40 years ago. A boy came up to greet him, introducing himself as the heir to the duke's family. He was about 10 years old. He said that he had just started learning the art of the sword. The king said that he personally began to train this young boy. However, at one point, this young man revealed that he was better at sword arts than the king. The king was amazed. The boy asked if His Majesty was all right. The young boy reached out his hand to the king with frightened eyes. The king said he was incredibly embarrassed at that moment. And at that moment, the king gave up the idea of becoming a knight. The king convinced himself that the Aslans were originally predisposed to wield magic. The king regretfully stated that he didn't even appear to have a talent for magic. It was a shameful story. His Majesty stated that his dislike for Valentius was not for a personal matter. No matter how long the peace lasted, a pathetic aristocrat's family had no right to overshadow the royal family. The king stated that it was a threat to the fundamental laws of this country. The old man angrily complimented that it was no different from treason. His Majesty became nervous and said that the prince knew nothing about it. He has him, a sensible young man. The king said there was nothing to be done against such a law. It is for this reason that a kingdom with such power cannot rule the entire continent. The royal family is bound by the law, and there are more and more aristocrat families. In such cases, it is very difficult for the power to become centralized. In order to rule the continent, all power must be concentrated in one hand, His Majesty's hands. The stranger said that the king is absolutely right, and he supports that view. The king added that the reason for this would be created by the foolish queen and that demon-possessed lowlife. The stranger said that they themselves will not be able to defeat Duke Valentio. He can clearly estimate the limit of the demon minion's capabilities. The king said, that's why his interlocutor is needed. His Majesty asked, is the secret weapon already ready? The interlocutor hesitated. The king said he had heard that one was talented. The interlocutor said, this is clearly the best genius born after the Shadow Group. If he continues to grow at the same rate, His Highness will become the first ruler to control an aura user who is an assassin. The king's mysterious interlocutor turned out to be a young maiden, hiding her face behind a mask. The maiden said that it would take them 10 years to accomplish this. The king sighed regretfully. The mysterious maiden told the king not to worry. If they act together with the magic tower of the kingdom, it would be enough. His Majesty agreed and said that should be it. The king asked, where did the prince go? The girl said, he didn't head to a certain place. They seemed to be discussing the dragon eye business. The old man said we could slip him some minor information, but he must not find out about this plan. The girl said, what will be done? The prince will receive urgent news at the most important moment. The king said that the rebellion of the demon minions against the royal family will be accomplished. In the process of this rebellion, Duke Valentia, their father-in-law, will be killed. This event would give them sufficient reason to claim that it was due to a lack of centralized power. This in turn happened because the power is in the wrong hands, and this could lead to the collapse of the kingdom. The stranger said that they would turn the situation in their favor. Next came words in an incomprehensible language. The old man asked what it was. The interlocutor said that her subordinate brought useful news. The mysterious interlocutor said that they would be able to pressure Duke Valentius even earlier. The duke couldn't find a place to be. The emperor didn't just hate him. The king had even threatened his daughter Chloe. He has no intention of putting up with that. The naive young man suggested that the duke destroy His Majesty. The duke was frightened and covered his mouth with his hand. The young man said it was a joke. The duke couldn't understand why this happened. After all, he hadn't intentionally done anything wrong. Valentius, remembering those childhood training sessions, decided that the king was still angry with him. To make it up to him, Valentius had been working hard for the king's good all along. The young man subtly noticed that the duke had some very useful thoughts popping into his head. The duke very subtly reprimanded his interlocutor. Does Tiny not realize how serious this is? The guy asked, is it really more serious than the Demon King's army? The duke thought for a moment and said probably not. The young man replied, then why push yourself so far? Tiny said it would end the same either way if the Demon King came. Either way, then we'll have to unite. He knows what he's talking about. The duke agreed with his interlocutor and said that there was only one way out. The Shining Knight understood that it was necessary to preserve the strength of humanity. The duke said that sometimes he envied the young man's simple mind. The man added that thanks to the young man, his thoughts had come to order. That is, they became orderly. Zenas burst into the room and said that they had a problem. The young man was alarmed. The young man said there was breaking news from the Dragon's Eye. Rebellions had begun in the small towns in the royal family's domain. The duke jumped up from his seat. Really, rebellions? Did he hear that? Zenas continued, judging from the report. The king will order Duke Valentius to suppress these rebellions. Zenas said it was almost a done deal, and the king has already made a decision. The young man showed the contents of the official announcement they would soon receive. The duke read, Valentius must quell the rebellion in several small towns as soon as possible, and prove himself worthy to become the royal family's father-in-law. His Majesty also gave a deadline for this task, before the wedding. Tiny was terribly excited. A rebellion? How much courage do they have if they started it in towns with few people? Zenas stated, from what he had heard, the people behind it were thinking of joining the demon's followers. The young man decided that was absurd. How could one act at such a crucial time? The Shining Knight suggested that the demon followers were trying to divide the royal family's military strength. The duke stated, that means they will attack during the wedding. That is the most inconvenient time for the king. Zenas said that they cannot know for sure that the rebels will dare to act on that particular day. Sir Valentius told Zenas that they have reason to believe so, and they would soon tell the young man everything. The Duke said that the problem had to be settled first. Zenas said that according to the reports, the rebellions had started in small towns and said what those towns were. Two of those cities would be dealt with by the kingdom's army and the magic tower. The ice flame magic was sent there as well. They would have to go to the third city, Sarin. This city is located between Valentino and the royal palace. Therefore, it is necessary to send some of their men there. The Duke noticed that they would have to send high-ranked knights to be able to get there in time for the start of the wedding. Zenas remarked that all the high-ranking knights, including him, were now in the palace. The young man said if they came forward, they would quickly get everything over with. However, before the wedding returned, they might not be able to make it. The Duke thought that even at such a time, the king wants to deplete the strength of the Duchy of Valentino. The Duke thought that maybe it would be better to destroy everything here. Zenas didn't understand how to take that. The Duke said he's not asserting it, he's saying that option exists. Because of Chloe and the family, he can't act rashly. Canceling the wedding would greatly affect the family. The Duke pondered what the king really wants. What is the apparent reason for his decision? Not discouraged, the young man said that this problem could be settled in a week. Sir Tiny offered to go there himself. He will sort it out himself. The Duke was as surprised as ever. Zenas asked, I guess the young man wants to use the spirit of the Silver Wolf? 3 days to travel one way and the same amount back. 1 day to deal with all the problems there. The boy decided it was quite possible. Zenas said he understood, but it was dangerous. The Duke was screaming that it was an uprising, a rebellion. The old man explained, even if the town is small, however, there are at least a couple hundred knights there, and it remains to be seen what the followers of the demon are up to. Sir Valentius stated that he would not risk a shining knight for such a trifle. Tiny said that if it was a test, one must pass it. The young man said that this is basically how he is used to living. That's why he's asking for some holy object for himself. I wonder if he can borrow it from the royal family. The young man shouted that they want to borrow the armor. The young man added, it is a valuable holy object after all. His interlocutor said that the fellow had used its core in Karuna. The young man concluded that this is a very amazing kid. The young man asked him to tell him that he would get it. The Crown Prince added, there must be some way to help this guy. The Crown Prince was worried about not being able to stop His Majesty. The stranger reported to the king that the holy object was missing. The king was very surprised. The stranger assumed that the prince needed the object. It had disappeared after a Valentino knight named Torin came to the palace. The king logically assumed that the armor was just a symbol. The king's interlocutor said that he could be wrong, but that this knight went to Sarin instead of Valentio. The stranger continued, if the young man uses the sacred object, the demon's followers will melt from the light, without even being able to get near him. And people blinded by dark magic will wake up. His Majesty is alarmed. In that case, Valentius would have no casualties. That wasn't part of his plan. The king said he didn't like it. Can't let that guy come back alive. The stranger stated that he would definitely take care of that. They sent a secret weapon that had been nurtured long and reverently. This weapon is enough to kill one knight. The king's mysterious interlocutor observed the young man from up in the tree, assumed the young man was moving unusually. The boy seemed to be moving on Ludovolca. The mysterious stranger thought that the young man was heading straight to Sarin. The girl noticed that the young man was too fast. She couldn't keep up with him. She assumed that the boy might take the same route back. The girl decided in that case to just wait for him here, and she began to fade away, like a ghost. Tiny, moving on his Ludowolf, had already been on the road for a long time. He was very hungry. The guy regretfully thought that he had already been eating wild boar meat for 3 days, but he had no choice. Moonwolf had been dreaming of wild boar meat all the way. The young man asked his wolf if he sensed some characteristic of a stage 4 element in him. The wolf only growled in response. The young man was overcome with various thoughts. He thought that it would be difficult for him to reach the 4th stage. The boy thought that his soul had already experienced the superhuman level, but only leveling up with him now wouldn't change anything. The young man thought that he had already gained something new by becoming an elementalist. Tiny thought that the higher the quality of soul, the easier it was to become an aura user. Even if he was now far away from the 4th stage, he would definitely figure something out. The young man continued to move uninterruptedly toward the designated point. He thought that he could always turn to Estina. The shining knight stopped on the shore of a lake. Beyond that lake, a city could be seen, where he was aiming for. The lad decided that he would deal with them all now. Zarin, the facade of the outer palace. There was indeed an uprising of disgruntled masses in the city. The young man saw the embittered faces and realized that he was not wrong. One of the rebels said that several generations of his family had worshipped the landowner of Sarin. Even when the despicable scoundrels played with him like a toy, he just tolerated it. The man thought that he had done the right thing. Someone patted him on the shoulder and said they approved of what he had done. The stranger said that was why the man had no need to worry. The man turned around when he saw Jiran standing behind him. Jiran said that this man is now the owner of the city. I must prepare myself for what awaits him. The man asked, "Is this really about that night with the sacred object?" Jiran stated that the young man left the royal palace 4 days ago. Jiran went on to say that the young man would be here very soon and wished the man good luck. The man was very surprised. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Is Jiran leaving him?" Jiran said, so that the interlocutor would calm down. As long as the young man has the sacred object in his hands, there is nothing they can do. The man became nervous. He was told there was a way out. What should he do now? Jiran said the man must control it. Who will lead the knights and soldiers forward if not the landowner? Besides, the trap must be activated. The man thought he seemed to have no choice, so he agreed. Jiran wished his companion good luck and told him to do his best for the sake of the new world. It was this landowner who was now leading the rebellion and leading the knights and soldiers forward for the sake of the new world. The mysterious strangers asked what had happened to that landowner. They doubted he could handle it. The demon followers decided that they would gather information while the landowner took over that night. For example, they would find out where he got the sacred artifact from. The men were terrified. "What's going on? Is he really already here? Why so soon?" The elder told them to calm down. The men recognized that it was that night. He must be stopped. The young man was determined to accomplish his task. The elder shouted that it was too late to run now and ordered the traps to be activated, no matter what. Panic arose among the demon minions. They decided that it was too late to do anything about it, even if they hurry up. The shining knight shouted for them to all gather together quickly, and he is ready to crush them in one big blow. The guy raised up the sacred artifact and shouted, activating his armor. The hungry silver wolf was ready to eat everyone. The demon followers surrounded the young man. The demon followers were blinded by the power of the sacred item, and there was nothing they could do about it. One of the villains, burning from the light of the artifact, thought to activate the trap before it was finally too late. One of the villains shouted that he was going to attack for the new world and turned to his elder for help. The young man rushed to this demon follower and told him that he would not let him activate the trap. The young man shouted that now this scum would not survive a confrontation with him. The guy threw his hammer, which flew into the enemy's camp with incredible speed. The enemy exploded at the same second, unable to withstand the collision with the mighty hammer. The young man wondered, what was that explosion? It didn't look like it had killed him with his blow. The young man looked down into the resulting hole and saw his opponent struck by the hammer. Tiny thought, perhaps the victim isn't real. Maybe it's a clone. The guy thought that the enemy was weakened by the holy object. However, they wouldn't use a clone victim for such a pathetic attack. The young man realized that there was powerful magic contained here. More destructive magic. This magic is greater than most artifacts used by demon followers. If they start glowing, they will explode. The boy thought it was dangerous. The silver wolf was of the same opinion. The young man had only used this ability that time in the royal palace, but he didn't have a stronger one right now. The young man decided that for the explosion, this would be enough for him for now. The boy swung and threw it. He thought that the property of destruction would spread widely when he did so. There was a massive explosion, and the demon's followers scattered in different directions. The young man decided that the explosion would have to be weakened next time. The explosion was so destructive that the blast wave hit its creator as well. The young man snapped off the silver wolf and flew down. The young man survived, but he thought it was a very absurd force. It sweeps everything in its path. Upon landing, the young man thought he had weakened as much as he could of this force. But the moon wolf was gone after all. He can't even feel the response of his mana. The guy was scared. He remembered the royal palace. The shining knight thought that they only care about the artifact alone. The young man rushed off, eager to tell them about it. The young man burst through to the landowner, smashing everything in his path, and shouted for a communication device to be given to him now. Any operator would do. The man began to beg for mercy and said he was doing as he was told. Tiny told the man to shut up and do what he was being asked to do. The landowner said there was nothing like this in the village. The connection hadn't been made here yet. The shining knight jumped up on the silver wolf and rushed forward. He couldn't understand how one could do without a communication device even in the village. The silver wolf was in solidarity with him. The young man knew that his friend had just recovered, but he asked that Moonwolf be patient for a bit. The boy stated to just run without stopping. Tiny noticed they were being attacked and shouted for Luna Wolf to dodge immediately. The young man was covered in cold sweat. He noticed that it was very close. He would have dropped dead by now if he hadn't expanded the range of his senses. Who could it be to him? The young man dodged again. A spear with a sharp tip flew past, scratching the young man on the cheek. The boy thought that not everyone has that ability. Only a select few could attack like that. The young man thought it was a reaper, but why is he here? The boy thought that this was not the reaper he knew in his past life. It is a different person now. The shining knight shouted that he would not let his opponent overpower him, and repelled the attack with his hammer. Tiny asked the silver wolf to activate the illusory walk. The young man was having a hard time. They had fled Zarin without respite, and now he had little mana left. Tiny decided it was time to activate the iron barrier. The scratch from the enemy spear was bleeding. The spear had been poisoned. His body could barely handle its shadow poison. The young man's face turned blue. The young man felt sick, but he knew that he couldn't die here. But at the same time, one of the 10 future knights could not be killed. That's what the young man thought of the Reaper. The young man cried out, "Why did the shadow of the king's family come after him?" The young man heard the answer. He was asked how could he know. The boy realized that the Reaper had been caught. She was still inexperienced. A Reaper he knew would not have answered. The young man realized that this was his only chance left. The young man said that he knew more than just that. He also knows the magic circle technique she learned from the Law of Shadow. The stranger was surprised. How does he know this? This information is only known to her alone. The young man thought that she had told him about it herself, or rather, her future version of it. Tiny had said that he actually possessed a similar technique too. Therefore, he was quick to identify her. The young man decided that he needed to use as much of his remaining mana as possible. The opponent decided not to listen to his opponent and continued to launch spears at him. The young man continued to dodge the deadly weapons. The stranger saw that her opponent was using an illusory move. Then he would not be defeated so easily. The Shining Knight noticed that his technique had worked, even if his opponent was aware of it. The young man realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to use it again, but he would definitely think of something else. The young man told his rival that he came from the same place as her. The Reaper replied, "Then the Shining Knight in front of her must be a Shining Knight? Is he Tiny Morse, the one everyone talks so much about?" "I didn't expect to meet him here," the girl said. The stranger said she thought the rumors weren't true. He is the heir to their family. Tiny said the stranger was not mistaken, and it's him in person. The stranger cautiously came out of hiding. She thought all the rumors about him were lies. The girl lowered her hood. The young woman said she didn't know anyone other than her had survived. The young man saw her face. The young man was surprised at who he saw in front of him. He certainly hadn't counted on such an encounter. The boy thought it was Luna, the heiress of the Morse family, but she then never told him about it in the future. The girl repeated she believed there was no one else left. She was told that if she worked for the royal family, she could return to her homeland. Luna stated she was doing all this for her home, but she would not kill a relative. The girl asked how the Shining Knight knew she was working for them. Tiny noticed that the girl had failed the task. Speaking, she is not a master, but she is smart enough. The young man said that only the king's family in Valencia knew he was going to Sarin. If someone would try to kill him, there was a good chance that the royal family was behind it. The young lady said she now understood the young man's train of thought. Tiny asked P, why did the girl have such a reaction to him? Why did she attack him? Luna replied that she was simply following the king's orders. She was ordered to deal with him before arriving in Sarin, if she could, otherwise to destroy him on the way back. The reason for all this, she does not know. The Shining Knight was frankly surprised by the confession of his interlocutor. Did the king really have something to do with this? The young man thought that the reason was obvious to him. The king's real target is Valentius, not him. The demon's followers are everywhere, and they almost destroyed Karun, and now they are going to fight each other for power. The young man remembered the words of the Duke who said that they would have to defend the king. The boy said that he should go back as soon as possible, and asked what the older sister would do. The girl's eyes rounded. The young man called her big sister. Tiny explained, he is 14 years old and the girl is probably older. Luna put her arms around the boy and pulled him against her chest. She said that it turns out he was her brother. The girl was touched. The young man did not expect such a reaction. Luna said that now she has a family, and she was no longer alone. The girl continued to hold the young man's head in her hands. The boy thought he was starting to feel guilty. Someday he should apologize to her for this lie. The young man took the girl's hands, repeated his question. What will she do with her assignment? Luna said she would handle it herself. Tiny looked into the girl's eyes. He liked her. He thought he had a bad feeling about his aspects. He wasn't sure he wanted to be her brother. The demon followers at the next meeting were surprised at the information that Morse had been blown up, but he had survived. One of the men said that the young man is 3 days' journey to the city, and he was following the established route. The villain stated that in that case, the young man would be able to tell all about the bomb. Someone objected that the young man might not be believed. They didn't really believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. The man added that the young man had gone to town without revealing his identity. No one would definitely believe him. He's too unpredictable, though. The villain said to hurry up the execution of their plan. Some of his followers said it might affect him. We shouldn't rush into it just yet. After all, there is no telling when else the royal family will be able to gather in full. The leader said that the wedding, not the only reason for a general gathering of the royal family. The villain said that there will be a rehearsal the day before the wedding, as required by etiquette. All members of the royal family will gather there except the king. The leader of the sect of the demon followers suggested targeting that time. One of the men asked, "What about the king in that case?" The sect leader said to tell the blue fox to take care of the king. The second queen noticed that the plan had changed again. The woman was directly involved. The queen asked why so suddenly. She was now unsure if they could even be trusted. The interlocutor told her not to worry about anything. They are fully prepared. Everything will go well despite the earlier rescheduled date. They'll take care of the obstacle of the king. It would only serve them well. The woman looked at the portrait of the king and thought he was a nuisance. The queen decided that the old man took his position simply because he was the eldest, though he didn't have much power. The lady added that the king was not someone the knight commander should fear. The knight commander said that, of course, the king himself was not the problem. But that's not the case with the mages loyal to him and the blue blood mage. The woman said that in this case, we should not forget about the assassins. The interlocutor wondered, wasn't that just a rumor? The woman jumped up from her chair in anger and shouted that it was not just a rumor. Those scoundrels had destroyed her family. She saw them with her own eyes. She saw her parents, her brothers and sisters killed by a shadow. The woman said her interlocutor should understand this better than anyone. Why she would go this far? The man knelt before the queen and said he understood her. The next few days would determine their fate. If everything worked out, their child would become king. The woman remarked that otherwise they would be finished. The man replied that he was aware of that. The king asked if they had changed the plan. The mysterious interlocutor said that the Lord was right. The second queen has changed the date of removing the barrier stone of the inner palace. They plan to take up the task the day before the wedding. The king wondered, will it happen during the rehearsal when all the family members are gathered together? But he won't be there. The interlocutor said, they suspect that the conspirators may try to attack the king here, but it is not known how and how many there will be. The old man stated that it doesn't matter. Beggars tempted by a demon won't be able to do anything. The king stated that the problem is Esgard. These inferior beings will not be able to overpower it. The interlocutor agreed. The king said that his interlocutor would have to deal with the duke himself. The king added that his safety is not to be worried about. He has a definite plan. The secret interlocutor said if that's what it takes for the king's power, they don't have to eliminate Duke Valentino immediately. The king said to keep an eye on the situation and report back regularly. If he felt that the king's safety was not threatened, then let him deal with Duke Valentino. The king added that if necessary, he could take Ludwig with him to make sure everything worked out. The old man stated that if his interlocutor had nothing more to add, he was free to go. The stranger said he had received a report that the rebellion in Sarin had been crushed. The king jumped up and shouted indignantly, it turns out that that boy from Valentino who borrowed the sacred object survived and dealt with the Sarin. The old man threw the decanter of wine with fury and broke it. The interlocutor remarked that they had a plan to make sure the young man didn't return. The king should not be worried. His Majesty shouted that he wasn't reacting like that because of the child. It simply meant that Valentino's men had earned an achievement without losing a single person. The old man turned around and grudgingly walked away. He said that his interlocutor was completely useless. As he left, the king said that he was putting him in charge of dealing with Valentino's men. The crown prince wondered, had she really begun to act? The knight confirmed and said that he had heard that Grill had gathered the knights and changed the plan, and they are probably going to start the day before the wedding. The crown prince thought, it turns out it will be during the rehearsal. The young man asked, "What about his father?" "The king won't be there." The interlocutor said their assistants would take care of him. The young man thought about those assistants. They're a bunch of useless demon minions. What good are they? The man asked if they should thwart the conspirators. The crown prince asked Ixalan if they could harm his father without help from within. Ixalan said that as long as the blue blood mage Ludwig was around, it would not be easy to do so. The crown prince agreed that his uncle would stay with him. The king never keeps knights around. It had been decades since the king began to despise knights because of Valentius. The fuel his father had gathered had gotten so heated that the queen, along with the commander of the knights, took part in treason against the motherland. The king had learned of their plan and was preparing to ruin it. The young man was very sorry that the king had allowed such a situation to develop. The crown prince approached Ixalan with a proposal. The young man decided that in such a situation, cutting off the corrupt parts of the royal family was not a bad idea. Ixalan said that he didn't know what the young man was talking about. The prince added, especially if he himself doesn't have to get his hands dirty. The young man said as he left the room that they would proceed as planned. The crown prince said for Ixalan to ask Valentia's family to come to Crown Palace, where the ceremony will be held. The young man stated that he would personally tell his father-in-law of their plan. Chloe, lying on her bed, said that she felt better when she had to attend bridal classes without interruption. Vivian noticed that her mistress was always complaining about how busy she was all the time. The girl begged Luna to come back to her. She had before, but now Luna wasn't with her, and Tiny was nowhere to be found. Vivian said it was strange for her to realize that Chloe looked like a child getting married. Chloe said, why didn't Vivian confess her feelings to Zenas? Vivian wondered, what is her mistress talking about? The girl, blushing, replied that she respects Zenas as her commander. Chloe winked playfully at her interlocutor. Vivian blushed even more. Vivian agreed that Zenas was, of course, a genius who had reached the level of a challenger at only 30 years old. And he looked pretty good. Chloe suggested that she could talk to him herself. Vivian shouted that Chloe had gotten it all wrong. Chloe said that she was jealous of Vivian. She could date whoever she wanted. Vivian asked if Chloe didn't want to marry the crown prince. The girl replied that wasn't the point. The Valentio family had given her many privileges, so she should repay her. Vivian was surprised at such a revelation. She thought that wasn't the case. Chloe said since she needed to get married anyway, it would be the best option. After all, her fiancé was from the royal family. Chloe added, so Vivian can look like a date for her too. She would be sure to talk to Zenas. The crown prince knocked on the room and said he had something he wanted to tell his princess. Chloe caught herself and decided that she needed to fix her hair right away. The young man said hello. He saw that Vivian was here too. Chloe asked what brought the young man here. The young man said seriously that he had something important to talk about, something he needed to talk to the young princess about. The girl was very surprised and tensed up. She had not seen the prince so serious before.